Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left!
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! That's the surrender!
They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
What are you guys doing?
Just basking in it.
Basking in what?
NA glory, dog.
The NA glory? You guys haven't won an SI in 6 years. You literally never won EWC. You won one major and you act like this.
Speak French?
Nah.
Me either.
Classic NA bullshit. Can't even speak more than one language.
Welcome to Stage 1 of the North American League. So glad to have you with us in our newly renovated Copenhagen studio as we dive into the competition of what is now the best region in the world, at least right now. And we get to say that. I'm Jonas Rillinger alongside Laxing and Alfama, who will be stepping in for Foxe, who will not be joining us this stage, but we'll see some more special guests later on this week and next week. But what is it like being in enemy territory, Leo? I mean, you guys talk so much shit about us. I mean, what is this?
It's only fair because you do the same thing. But I will say this, I used to live here 6 years ago. I was part of NAL. I don't want to go dive too much into what happened when I was playing in NA, but I was there. I was part of NAL. It's fun to be here. It's fun to not be behind the keyboard anymore because now I can trash talk people and stuff, being the one that's trash.
Well, I'm actually happy to have you here because I think we can have a really good back and forth when you hear me just glazing all of NA, and then you can try to put something in there and I'll just immediately shut it down just with what happened at SLC.
Well, SLC was a dream come true for us NA fans. It was on home soil. A lot of copium from the EML side, and we saw an all-NA grand final. I mean, Lax, it was the perfect situation to be there for all of the NA fans in person, for the teams who were thriving as well.
I mean, I'm glad you talked about the fans because I've never seen an EU event where we've seen an entire stage being full. But again, I mean, Dark Zero, once again, being able... I mean, hey, listen.
Well, that is just a straight lie. Didn't you go to a side in Paris? Didn't you?
But on the Friday...
Munich Major?
Yeah, on a Munich Major. Friday was never full. Saturday was never full. It was only Sunday. NA showed up through and through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Fact of the matter is, Dark Zero, the winners. I mean... Again, this team really has done wonders. I think that roster change, clearly with Kino and NJR coming on, really has paid dividends for this team. Because when you look at that old SSG core, they didn't have that flexibility. They didn't have that versatility that they do have now. And especially that structure, like I said, from NJR and Kino, it really is the big reason as to why they found as much success on top of winning SLC.
And EML did not find as much success, Leo?
Listen, we can't be the best all the time. No, I'm not gonna.
I mean, you really?
All right,
can't
I'm
be the
not.
best
I'm
all
not
the
gonna.
time.
Listen, you're okay. So everyone is against me, right? So I've got my host that's against me. The other analyst is against me. The production
are on
team.
an NA desk.
The production team is against me. But no, but I will actually agree with this. I think we were disappointing. I thought SL was also disappointing, by the way. So I think it's two dragons that are looking weird and NAL in the middle doing well. But I do think that we were not looking the best. I'm actually glad for NA and in general the crowd. They come here on home soil. They get a full NA Grand Final. You know, it's not the same energy as SI in Sao Paulo in Brazil with two Brazilian teams in the Grand Final, but
The storylines are there.
the storylines are there, and I think it's also such a great reward for people that had been working for a long time for this Newers, Call Out, Gen9O. You know, it's great to see them finally rewarded for all of the work they've put in.
Yeah. Well, we also saw at SLC the debut of Operation System Override, the action with which started this week in EML. The Dokkaebi rework has come and exploded on the scene, Lax. I mean, Leo, actually, I guess you had to saw it firsthand throughout EML, just the impact that she can make now.
Yeah, we anticipated it like when we saw the buff that she was gonna get. And honestly, looking at EML, I was not surprised to see her being abused. To roam clear operators, you see the Denari here that chooses not to answer the phone, and he will blow up with his phone actually. And you can see here, he has to fall back to site, and that's what's making it very special. It also has this huge sound cue, so when a really good player uses that sound cue, boom, he knows someone is there, one tap. That's the beauty of a great entry. And if you can see, you know, throughout the tournament, throughout the EML, we saw it being abused early in the round, later in the round in a clutch situation to make sure they would get that kill. It's so strong at any point in the round and currently being abused.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me. It's strong at any single point. Where old Dokkaebi, it was really used more so in the early round, getting that control, really eliminated the factor of you having to drone certain pieces out. And then even in this clip right here, I mean, Dokkaebi literally can do it all. Got the EMP, has the phone call ringing, the phone's gonna explode, able to get the kill. I mean, there's no other operator that would be able to do this scenario the exact same that Dokkaebi can, and it really is thankful to the buff that she does have, but it is in a very, very strong spot right now.
And it's clear that the devs have been watching and have taken community feedback that she is maybe in too strong of a position right now. We've got some changes coming for the midseason patch.
And I think that's so important to acknowledge, just for the simple fact, when we jumped into CJX, when we had that showcasing, we saw the devs talk about we want to be more in touch with the community. We want to be able to fix and adjust accordingly with time given, that they're going to be more responsive. And this is an exact showing of that their dedication of listening to the community, watching the pro scene, seeing how these operators are being used, and then quickly identifying where they can make their adjustments. I think that is an important thing to note here, that things are being adjusted in such short little time.
Well, Leo, what this is all about, what Stage 1 is focused on, is taking the 10 teams that we have in the NAL and whittling it down to just 4. EWC in your backyard in Paris is what these teams are now looking to qualify for.
Yeah, it is very important tournament as well, and maybe even slightly more important than majors. Not saying this to rage bait you guys, in the sense that
It might
to be
work.
fair,
Listen.
EML runs EWC. To be fair,
it has many reasons for this. The reality is it's a $2 million cash prize. And right now, the winner of EWC will be the first team to qualify to
for
6
SI.
Invitational 2027. So it has a lot of impact. And honestly, after SI, I think it is one of the most, if not the most important tournament a player can attend with the prestige. And yeah, it's in my backyard. It's in Paris. So I'm more excited.
You got to walk up and show out there. I mean, I'm curious for you. I just kind of want to pick your brain here. I mean, how do you think Secret's going to do since they get the auto invite?
Honestly, right now, it's not looking too good.
No,
And
it is not.
Literally,
It's not looking too great.
NA has stolen and poached their
But at least some of those
captain.
players, they're guaranteed a spot there. So I mean, that's got to feel good. They don't gotta sweat bullets, so to say.
You see Secret winning EWC, and you take Adrian from us, and then you take Savage from us. No, that's just not fair.
I think they wanted to leave. I think they just saw the checks maybe were hitting a little different over here on NA. That's why you're here. The checks are just hitting a little different. So, you know, it all goes full circle.
Well, already teasing some of the roster changes that we will highlight later on today. But something we did earlier in kickoff and did not go well at all was put together a ranking of the top 10 teams in the order that they would be in. Why not do that again here for Stage 1, Lax, and give us your tier list of where our teams fall?
Yeah, it's a little more pressure on me because Fox isn't here. So, you know, you can't just roast 2 people. You got to roast 1. But I think respectfully so, you have to look at Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion being at the S tier just for the simple fact they were 1 and 2 at Salt Lake City.
Makes
I think
sense, yeah.
respectively, that makes perfect sense. Now, when we jump into that B tier, I still think this one honestly fits. It fits the category. We're looking at Five Fears. We're looking at Wildcard. Five Fears went flawless throughout group stage, was the first team to make SLC, and honestly, they did a really good job at SLC given the lack of experience. And then for Wildcard, I think that's just a name that you have to give the respect because they have always been the best North American team at an international level. Maybe not regionally, but internationally for sure.
Yeah, if you base the results of 5 years, I agree with you. They deserve this wildcard. It's the same story. I'm looking at C. I'm just wondering, like, What are the names there? Because surely we haven't spoken about 100 Thieves yet. We've not spoken about M80, who just got Savage as an IGL. Surely, so you're putting the current Space Station roster for Fun Esports on the same level of M80, like the same level.
For those of you at home, 1 of 30 has now become For Fun Esports, so they do have an organization. But answer this question here, because that is a big one.
Yeah, so, I mean, if I want to play hypotheticals, which that's why I didn't, it's why I even put SSG and Five Fears
Which is
where they are.
Maybe just the goal of doing a tier list, by the way.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
you are the tier list king.
It's my opinion, of course. But when we look at M80 and 100 Thieves, I mean, I'm looking at the current roster changes and just where they even placed last stage. I think 100 Thieves, they got some very good players that does respectively put them up.
As a team,
if we were going off of what they were last stage, they would be in D tier, plain and simple for 100 Thieves. Even for M80, I would almost drop them lower because they didn't meet expectations. But with the change, with Savage, I will give them the respect of B tier. However, Space Station and For Fun Esports, like I said, if I'm playing hypotheticals, I'm playing 2020 hindsight, they were very close to being able to qualify for SLC. I believe Space Station almost knocked out Dark Zero. They just needed 2 rounds to be able to qualify. And then even for Five Fears, they had Bino, unfortunately, DC lose internet in their series, ended up losing that entire series where had that not happened, maybe it's a completely different shape. So if I'm not going off of hypotheticals, just based off where the result was in kickoff, I think respectfully, they're all in good spots.
Well, I see 2 teams missing. Do they fall into C tier?
Absolutely not. We're going straight to D tier for Cloud9 and Outlast, and respectively so. I mean, Cloud9 hasn't really found their stride coming into North America. And then for Outlast, I'm putting them there just for the simple fact they couldn't find any success coming into their first stage. And it's not to discredit them by any means. They're all 5 brand new players into the scene. It is very tantalizing coming into this for your first time.
Yeah.
We know what it's like coming into it. It is a lot to take, especially now where Siege is at. I mean, this is a very competitive league, and I would hope that going into my tier list that I'm making now, this can easily shape out to be something different once we get this stage underway.
Yeah, and for Outlast, only up from here. They can win more than 3 rounds.
Well,
in
you
the
can only
game.
hope only up from here, right?
Yeah, I think doing better than 7-2 is an objective that I think is worthy.
Yes, as they head into this one.
Completely agree.
Looking to make it just a minor improvement from kickoff would be good. But we'll have a chance to see all these teams dive into the action throughout the day today. This is a best 9-day round robin. Everybody plays everyone, and so you will see all of these teams in quite a best-of-1 gauntlet. We see Dark Zero to start things off. Leo, you'll see your boy Savage in our second match as he sees M80 and SSG for the first time. What are you looking forward to today?
I think M80, honestly, you stated right.
Well, of course.
Obviously, I want to see him. I want to see him IGLing new players. I think I've just known Savage to be with Secret for so long. It will feel weird for me to see him in New Jersey. Looking at Wildcard as well, I'm
of
glad.
course.
I'm glad I can see Baby Shark and Adrian play.
I mean, SR, right, falling under Sue?
Yeah, well, Spoit at this point is an NA player.
You've given it up on him.
He's been there for so long. He's part of the region.
All right. I'll let that go. Can we see that? Because I wanna pick. I mean, what, we're letting it be a Leo show at this point? EML's taking over? Yeah, right.
Sorry, just
pull that back up. I want to be able to give my opinion on some of these games. Now, I am looking forward to For Fun Esports just for the simple fact, I think something that has to be noted, they have representation. And that really does a lot for you as a player because you are being represented now. You have something to actually play for.
You have a
outside
jersey.
Yourselves. You have a jersey that obviously helps as well. And it really makes you feel like the team is actually a team when you guys have those jerseys. Like you said, you have that support behind you. You have a salary back behind you. So I am looking forward to see what they can bring because, again, they did show a lot last stage. Throughout all of this, honestly, I'm really looking forward to each and every single game. I said last stage or during kickoff, this has by far been the most competitive that we've seen the NAL, and I can't imagine those expectations aren't going to be met here going into this stage.
And now with an SLC major title under the region's belt, right, you expect that competition just to ramp up. And the winners of the Salt Lake City major, we'll get a chance to see them right now in our very first game. Dark Zero against For Fun Esports, the former 1 of 30 organization. This should be a fun one to get things started. Dark Zero, they lift the trophy. Now they come back on Soil Lax. and they look to keep up the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I mean, one big thing for me that I will always hit the nail on the head is just the simple fact is that roster never had structure. They never had the players that could play a supportive role, and with those additions of Kino and NJR, it clearly has paid dividends time and time again. And even for players like Fultz, players for like J90, they were able to flourish and flex and be far more versatile. And it just really shows when you get those pieces that you didn't have before, it can tremendously make a difference. And it's the big reason, again, why they were able to lift that trophy at SLC.
Yeah, I think I will put a nuance to that. I think they had maybe the most structure in the world when it comes to outside of the game. But you're right, inside the game, they were lacking that backbone. I think very often I felt like the previous Space Station roster struggled to adapt in the game to a counter plan. If you look at this, you look at absolute dominance. One single faux pas, a single BO1 that they lost. And after this, just a straight on victory upon victories. It's beautiful to see.
Even the phase game, I mean, I think that really took everyone by storm. And even for myself, I don't know for you, Leo, I've never seen any of the faces of FaZe look upset, look confused of what's happening. That was the first time in my career of seeing this that I've seen any FaZe player flustered, and we were seeing it every time we panned to them during that series.
Yeah, and I think looking at this roster, it was a long time coming thing. I think that Callout especially has been building a specific system of, you know, an nutritionist, mental health is important, the fact that you need to wake up at a certain time, you need to exercise. Those are all the kind of stuff that when you force that upon your players and your players are buying into that, maybe it's not going to work in the short term, but in the long term, he was always going to win an event. And I was just waiting for that moment for Callout.
What was he doing that when you were a player, when he was a player as well?
Literally 6 years ago, Callout had me read Ego is the Enemy. He had me start meditating.
He was doing it that early?
Yeah, he was as a player. And he was pushing me to go exercise as well. Like, Callout had a very important influence on me, despite us playing together only for a few months. And I can see what he's doing for his player as a coach now. And finally, it's paying off. Finally, he gets a major title. And the most important thing with that setup is he's setting up this system so that they can actually win in the long run. It's not only this major. Maybe he's building a way that these guys can, you know, win convincingly EWC, the next major, SI, because that's a system that's built for long years.
It's about consistency at this point, right? You come off a major title like this, and how do you stay level-headed? And how do you keep that up? Something that, as you said, Callout preaches day in and day out. But their opponents today, For Fun Esports, the former 1 of 30 team who now has organizational representation. They made kickoff through the Challenger Series earlier this year, and for the most part, Lax, they performed. It seemed like they exceeded expectations in kickoff, and now it's going to be about keeping that up.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, I think, again, when we looked at kickoff rather, it was the most amount of rookies that ever came in at any given time. So there really was a lot of head scratches as where these teams are going to place, where we're going to see them. And honestly, they delivered. Now, you could contribute some of that, obviously, in an accelerated league. They didn't have to play all 10 teams, or 9 teams, rather, being the 10th team. But with each and every single game, they did fight tooth and nail, and they did show progress with each and every single game, obviously having the support from Pino and Packer, who do have the experience. They are vets in that sense. But I think what's even more important to me is, sure, they didn't get over the finish line. They weren't able to make a major, but they did stick together. And especially with what they went through in playoffs, they really went through trial by fire. I mean, the Siege gods clearly were not in their favor, making Bino lose his internet, having to go through that. And it doesn't matter what team you are. Mentally, that really is taxing. When you have the game in front of you, you should be winning it. And then all of that happens, all of that then continues on. I mean, it is unfortunate. And again, with all the off time, especially for all these new teams, reps are going to be the most important thing. And I think just with the off time and what they were able to do, they're going to bring even more of that ingenuity and just being able to be more vibrant coming into this stage.
I think that's the one good news I would have for this team, is that they're in a B1 setup now. They're in a setup where they don't have to play for groups of 3 other teams and get eliminated really quickly. They can test stuff. The second best thing is, like you said, with a core player that stays the same, you have 2 months in the off-season where you can come up with new stuff. You can create some incredible strategies, some chaotic stuff, some unpredictable stuff. On the other side, DZ, they had to show everything to win this Salt Lake City Major. I'm sure they had to take a break to really breathe a little bit, because this was a huge achievement. If there's one moment where you can take down such a favorite, it is in a BO1. It is a moment where you surprise them all the way at the beginning of the stage, so no one knows what your map pool is. So I'm expecting surprises to come from For Fun Esports.
I like that angle here, much more positive spin on it, because when I look at this on paper, I see Behemoth, DZ. They just
David,
flexed.
Goliath.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. They just showed us an impressive map pool, just about everything they could do, taking down the world champs, doing all of that, taking down SR on the main stage. How do I almost said Five Fierce, this is going to be a problem. How do For Fun Esports overcome that?
They have fun. That's the biggest thing. And, we were talking about this, if they lose here, we can easily go back to their organization. They're having fun. It's for fun at the end of the day. But no, in order to get over it is really just believing in themselves. They've shown time and time again that they compete with some of the best. And Dark Zero, they're going to come with a target on their back. Again, Leo, you just touched on it. They had to show everything of their playbook to win that entire thing. So they really don't have a lot of time. And you're not going to be a team that's going to be able to switch up everything. You're going to have to be able to adjust. But that's always where DZ is going to find comfort, is they can adapt, because that's what's got them over that hurdle. That's what got them win at SLC. So it's going to be even more important that we're going to see those changes. We're going to see the unpredictableness from the side of Fun Esports, For Fun Esports. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for me as well, For Fun Esports. I think there's just going to need to be a lot from them to really topple this, but it's not to say that they can't do it, because they absolutely can.
And we mentioned the danger of the map pool here, and I'm sure we'll get into this, Leo. Let's take a look at actually where we're going to end up, because as we said, how do you take down the big dogs who in a best of 5 show that they can do just about anything? Do you go to the map that won them the major?
Yeah, you try and take them by surprise. You aim for a map in their map pool, and you're like, I don't care if they love that map. I just want to make sure that if we play these guys, we're going to land on that map. And then you know that a week before the match, and then you spend a full week screening that, double screen blocks per day. You know this, likes, you've used it before. You create a whole counter-strat setup, and you scream that for the entire week so you can make sure you take down Dark Zero.
And the shit part about it is, though, if it doesn't work, you really have to throw out the playbook, and then you really have to start getting scrappy. And that's really where it's going to fall on BNL, be able to make situations fall into their favor, being able to problem solve. That is by far going to be the biggest hurdle, is if what Leo's talking about, you're going to be counter-strategizing. If things aren't playing suit, it's not going to the blueprint that you worked out for, you have to be able to pivot on a dime's notice.
And I think it's fair to assume that this was a purpose for Fun Esports to land on that map, because, you said it. They won Salt Lake City on that map. They are on a 4-win streak on that map. They managed to beat Shopify Rebellion, lost other teams in an AM80, I believe. For Fun Esports, they showed it as one of 30 in kickoff, and they got destroyed by AM80 7-3 on the map.
And that was the biggest thing, though, is they found success on their defenses. But again, attacks is where they were being telegraphed. Attacks is where M80 and the better teams will always pick you apart, is because they know how to adapt. They know how to problem solve. They know how to find a solution for what's in front of them. So that's where the 2 months off really comes into play, where we can actually see how well that they've developed with the time given to actually be able to diversify their play.
Well, Lex, it's been a minute, but you are an SI champion. In the months following, right, in that cool down afterwards, like, do you change the way, like, are you taking some time off to recover? Are you not as focused? Like, what, I'm trying to get an idea as to how the DZ players have approached prep for stage 1, given that they just came off a major win.
I mean, this is the tough bit, because I think we see this with every single major winner. We see this with every single SI winner. It's the slump. I mean, all of your hard work finally pays off. I think most players don't want to admit, sure, we may slack off a little bit. We aren't taking it maybe as serious. Not to say that's always the case, but there is something to be said. Once all of that pressure is off your shoulders, you made it work, everything connects, that sometimes it does trickle off. So what's going to be most important is that they're all in the same mindset, they have the same attitude, and what better than to have a coach like Callout that is going to reinforce that. I would say that's where a lot of teams lack, is they don't have that kind of leadership and reinforcement that Callout really brings to a team, as Leo said.
Well, let's talk about that man right there a little bit more. We haven't quite given him his flowers. He was the #1 player at SLC. NJR, Leo played incredibly well. He was consistent the entire time. It wasn't just at the end. He overtook somebody. He was the best player at SLC the whole time. I mean, how do you stop a man like that?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, he made his debut in the same year I arrived in NAL. He surprised everyone. He was part of the same, you remember this underage roster with Iconic, NJR, Genino, all of the NJR was the first.
Disrupt?
Yeah, he was the first player of that young team with Iconic and NJO to make it. And NJR was instantly super impressive. And I think ever since then he's grown a lot. Let's be honest, like many other players, when they're young, they start as the entry, and then as time goes on, they go all the way. You slowly go backwards towards the support role. But NJR, he does it all from the back line. line. He doesn't care. He's still fragging out. It's actually super impressive to a player that is both the backbone, but also can deliver the frags.
I think what's really helped him in his career, not only obviously joining this roster and being part of their system, but obviously, like you said, starting in the beginning, starting as an entry fragger, being able to flex around, but then going to that initial Dark Zero roster. And Dark Zero historically was such a pen and paper team that once you broke away from that, like they didn't know what to do. And I think now with the amount of time and the different iterations of these rosters that he's been on now, he's able to diversify his own style of play. So it just only trickles down into a natural state of coming into this stage, well, or previous kickoff, with this new roster of SSG, it's really allowed him to diversify his play, because we called him a mailbox where he would just hold an angle, but we were seeing in SLC, I mean, he was getting scrappy, he was getting in there, but he was also still to play those cutoffs, he was still able to play those angles, he was still able to hold certain rotations down, so he really is a very flexible player, as much as people have called him a mailbox and just being able to lock down angles.
Well, there's no better way to kick off stage 1 here of the NAL, but with our favorite Canadian duo. So we'll welcome in Parker and Jesse as we get things underway here. You guys had a chance to watch DZ, cast DZ, take the win in Salt Lake, and now you get to cast them as they take on For Fun Esports. Parker, how you feeling about getting this one started?
Oh, I feel great. I honestly really enjoy casting the 1 of 30 team. So now that they're on For Fun, they might be having a bit more fun themselves. I think there'll be a handful for DZ to start with. And I mean, hey, every championship winning team absolutely despises to go up against a team that is a big question mark, and For Fun are absolutely a question mark.
Yeah, I think no doubt about that. I'm just excited to get back into the action. You know, Salt Lake City was such an amazing event. It was so fun getting to see the NA teams have some success internationally. Now we get to bring it back home, see all the teams that we know and love. And even in a match like this one, right? DZ, 1 of 30, they didn't play each other back during kickoff. Now under this new banner, For Fun Esports, it's going to be a new challenge for Dark Zero.
Well, Dark Zero, they lift the hammer, or not the hammer quite yet. They lift the trophy in Salt Lake City, and now they get to start things off here in stage 1. Let's take it away.
Well, thank you very, very much. Jesse, I'm rocking my my Toronto swag today. We've got a bevy of teams that will have some players playing out of here. Nobody from Dark Zero or this For Fun Esports team will be competing. But, I mean, when you look at these squads, what more is there to say about Dark Zero? They won the Salt Lake City Major. They looked like an incredibly and almost absurdly dominant team. For Fun, you can't say the same thing, though they did come a few rounds away from themselves qualifying in that matchup against Five Fears. They're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge. Now, they've got an organization behind them, and they've got a team that has hopefully become a bit more experienced in that offseason. What do you think the odds are here that they're able to surprise Dark Zero?
I mean, community gives them 18%. I think that feels about right to me, Parker. There's no doubt Dark Zero will be coming in as the favorites. That'll be true no matter who they play during these first 9 games of group stage. But sometimes right after a big tournament, that's when things get crazy. It's still a best of 1 at the end of the day. And I love the way that Leo was able to break down the map veto on the desk. You know, this is a map that Dark Zero have shown a lot over the last couple of months. For Fun will be ready for it, and they'll be getting their strategy prepared to play against DZ. Big question for me, do you want to take out the Dokkaebi? It has been so powerful in EU. We've seen it dominate across different regions. It's the Monty first for Fun, and second of all, it will be the Solid Snake. So Dokkaebi available for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten her in action yet for the North America League because, well, today is day number 1, my friend. So we'll see if she is employed the same way she is in all of these other regions. She is a nuisance operator through and through. She was consistently one of the strongest operators. Oh, I mean, honestly, since she's been released, let's be frank. There's never really been a bad time to bring a Dokkaebi, but these changes to her, as the desk very wisely and very correctly pointed out earlier, Ubisoft said Dokkaebi's a bit too strong. We're maybe going to nerf her a little bit. And they didn't say like we're going to change her. They said we're going to nerf her. So we don't know when those nerfs are going to come in, whether that means introducing different counters. It's hard to say, but I mean, I'm certain that the devs will be able to address it because we don't want another Lion, we don't want another Elo, we don't want another Blackbeard, Fenrir Azami situation where an operator releases and is just frankly really strong. We'll start on Cafe, Jesse. It'll be one of the middle floor bomb sites with defense stretching upwards for Fun as they settle into round number 1.
Yeah, not a huge surprise to come out from For Fun, Parker. This is the bomb site that they played the most during kickoff. As Leo said, they only played this one time during the last couple of months, and that was a Pretty devastating game versus M80, but their defenses weren't bad. They actually won half of their defense rounds, so they did find some success here on this half. I think they're going to have to do that again against Dark Zero. It's so hard to attack into a team like DZ when they've got so much clutch potential on their back lines. You have to be able to rack up the scoreboard, I think, a little bit in these first 6.
Undeniably so, and a run out from Mike W, the highest rated player on 1 of 30, a top 10 rated player in the NAL kickoff. Not exactly the guy you want to tussle with. Fultz, the captain and long-standing member of this Dark Zero core when it was on Space Station and onwards, will get kill number 1. A pretty easy start for Dark Zero, and I mean, you gotta give some credit to Mike Dubs there. Packer also taking quite a bit of damage. Not exactly the start you want for the team on the right side of your screen.
60 seconds deep. NJR, the new Paragon Ace skin in his hands. That is a beauty. I picked it up for myself, and it is, it's insane, the reload animation on it, so grab it now if you're a big Ace player. Already, the long-range hard breach, Parker, is being a real nuisance for Fun Esports. It makes Volsper's position so difficult to play.
Volsper had some really good moments in kickoff as well, Jesse, where he was able to dominate against really tough competition, but consistency was his bigger issue. He would have excellent games, then would fall off the wagon. And the follow-up there. Silo will be on the board first, but beyond that, it's DZ having their way with this defense. Volsper still frozen in this position inside a freezer. It's up to him and Bino. Most of the focus from Dark Zero very wisely has been clearing that top floor, and oh boy, have they ever cleared it. It's all up to Bino now. 4 still remain from Dark Zero. The only casualty, the only blood that 4Fun's been able to spill so far is J90 on that sledge. And while usually I'd say, hey, on this bomb site, hard destruction and soft destruction are oh so important, I think DZ is going to be in pretty good shape here for the final minute. They can hunt down Bino or prolong the inevitable is anybody's guess, Jesse. It looks like they might have their hands full over on reading door. C4 goes out. Bino still tucked into this position. A wanted man being hunted down, and DZ will feast upon his innards. Kino, the very final kill, in DZ, the defending major champs, start off game 1, round 1, with a victory.
Don't overcomplicate it. I think that's going to be the motto for Dark Zero in this game, Parker. Really clean top floor push. They don't overextend. They don't take many risks. They open the walls with double ranged hard breach. They clear through. They win their fights. You know, it's not a crazy extension coming out from 1 of 30 on that defense. Sometimes you'll see teams try to play a bit more aggro inside piano, but since Dark Zero bans the Azami, it can be really tricky to pull that one off. Kino with some great shots in the midst of this. I like the idea from Mike W here. It's round 1, your first round of the stage. Why not get a little active? But DZ, we're ready for it. Fun Esports, welcome to the scene. Welcome to the league. It's a tough first round opponent, but a nice little first showing there. Fun not wanting to just sit back and play this normal, play this safe. They're willing to take some risks.
Yeah, I mean, if you settle in against a better caliber team and let them play their game, you're going to get beaten. You know, when there is a pretty big skill disparity, I want to say, between rosters, we typically will see them kind of, if you humor me for a second here, Jesse,
sure,
pull their brain out of their skull and do some funny stuff. And I mean, Fun is a team that is fine when they're structured. I think it's fair to say they're definitely not a top 4 team based on experience and pedigree yet, but there are some really good assets on this roster and some terrific gunners. I referenced Mike W, I referenced Volsper. Both of them are able to contend with really tough opposition, and I mean, if Mike W hadn't done such a risky gambit back in round number 1, he could have potentially done more damage later into the round, but of course that's just us being a bit hypothetical here. We'll see if a restrained Mike W hits round number 2, as we're already 30 seconds into action, and once again, Dark Zero ascending to the top of Cafe.
Well, I'll tell you what, Parker, Dark Zero, they've won multiple majors. They've had some of the best players in the world on this team, but they have never in org history won a game against Mike W. So this is going to be the real test for DZ that their fans have been frankly dreading since this organization entered the scene. This might be their toughest test yet.
Settling in. I was going to say, DZ's a bit of a slower team. We saw this unfold during kickoff. We saw this during the major itself. There goes Kino, and for some reason, DZ have put 2 of their players in harm's way with almost no follow-up whatsoever. That's a bit of a tough start to go. They do find Volsper. That's the only pick they've got. So DZ will trail. They've lost their soft destruction in the sledge. They've lost the Hibana as well. DZ rocking a very similar lineup to what we saw in round number 1. So they like these tools, and they like how they will work on whether it's the reading bomb site or over on the other bomb site across the hallway in mining and dining.
Yeah, it's a nice little nitro to be able to get that man advantage. Now 0-2 from J9O. Raid boss from round 1 as well, also taken out. So with a man advantage for fun, they choose just to draw this back a bit. Both Packer and Bino are going to be playing down towards that first floor. Packer just on the white stairs, not too far away from the bomb site, but Bino with that nitro cell down below in the pulse could be very scary if this goes for another late push from DZ.
Mailbox is the word that people use to describe some of these players on DZ, NJR in particular. You're just going to be sitting and holding a cross, preventing one of these defenders if they want to retake or get active. The problem is that you can't really commit a lot to flank watch here when you're limited on time and you're limited on man count. If DZ had the numbers advantage, yeah, sure, that's possible. NJR will find Mike W while Bino down below makes some calls for the nitro cell lined up in the hands of Silo, who himself is a whisper away from the death. This is more winnable for DZ than it sure appeared, Jesse, and with 30 seconds to go, the only thing DZ has to wrestle with is the pace of the round.
2 nitro cells and the pulse down below. I need to reiterate that, Parker. There is no plant spot that's perfectly safe on this site.
Have to maybe go for the table. That would be my guess, as now NJR and Fultz are fishing for something. Silo still living on borrowed time. He has not exposed himself. Down goes Fultz. Silo traded out. 5 seconds to go in the round. They found Packer. Bino will now need to stop it with the nitro cell. Does the defuse kit get planted? No, they've surrendered it. And DZ, a lack of coordination, are not able to recover in time. For fun, will win their first round in the North America League.
Huge little play to come through there, Parker. They get just aggressive enough to down that defuse kit, and it's inside of reading. DZ, they slow a little bit too much in the midst of that, Parker. They pump the brakes because they're trying to find these last couple of players. I don't think it was a surprise to Dark Zero that there was somebody down below, but they thought if they could just work slowly enough, they'd get a massive man advantage clearing through that site and be okay. In the end, I guess that came true. It was a 2v1 advantage on the site, but without that defuse kit, with that little play happening just in the mid-round, I think it might have been Packer to drop that on the ground with NJR's def. We'll have to watch it back in the replay. They might have even just traded it over to Fultz. Whatever it was, Packer comes around with the SMG-11. He does get traded, but it doesn't matter at that point. 1-1 apiece.
Still a scrappy round for Dark Zero, and honestly, if they don't surrender that diffuser away from the bomb site, there's a very high likelihood they're able to pull that one off. But again, that's just us theory crafting, Jesse. There's no guarantee that they would have actually been able to do it. I said that DZ ran a similar lineup back in round number 2. That was just me being a little funny because they ran the exact same operator lineup. Not that they're the same bomb site, but I mean, if DZ likes the look of their soft destruction, their immobilization, everything that comes with it for a reading execute, and then they look at a potential mining execute, why not bring those same tools? They've made some minor changes here on the side of Dark Zero, running with the Nomad, the Ram, and the Sens. Sens does see quite a large amount of play on this map. Really strong operator when it comes to concealing advances for the other attackers, whether that be a direct bomb site hit or off-site. And don't forget that Sens can also be very good for the execute too.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Sen's really common to see here on the bottom floor of Cafe, but the bottom floor is not really where we're going to start. Mike W has just been misdroned up on the top floor. They didn't spot him. They might have caught him earlier in the round, but given he's just playing bar backstore, Parker, this might go unnoticed by Dark Zero, which could end up being hugely disappointing. You see J9O looking down the red stairs. They do not seem to be aware at all of this top floor position. So now the onus goes to Mike W, right? When do you choose to strike? When do you choose your moment? Do you let them start focusing on your anchors? Do you try to create a little bit of chaos first? Or are you just going to try to go early, catch them before they're ready for the push?
I mean, it's a great question. And one that we will see in the next, an answer for in the next 1 minute and 40-ish seconds now. Mike W might catch them by surprise. If there's nobody on dedicated flank watch here, Mike W, the X factor typically with this team, yet to find a kill through 2 finished rounds of Cafe. He'll come online at some point, I'm certain. You don't end kickoff as the 9th highest rated player and then drop a goose egg in your org's debut at the top league, so. But I mean, Dark Zero are really nestled in here. Do they have anybody watching this spot with Mike W? He could be a stab in the back and completely derail DZ. There we go. It was a bit of an ugly shot, but he manages to take down Fultz, and it might have thrown some dissension in the ranks of Dark Zero.
Yeah, that's a huge problem for DZ. Now they know they just lost their sends. You talked about how good it was for the execute, and you're absolutely right, but it won't be a factor here. They're just going to have to go hit site, fight the 4v4 on the main bomb site because they can't worry about the player above.
And down goes Volspur. Mike W finished off. There's DZ coming alive. 2 very swift kills. Packer has his hands full as the defuse kit getting planted by Kino. Not just the objective dog. Kino's got 4 kills to his name as well, Jesse. Packer finished off by Newers. Newers yet to die. Same with NJR. These immortal players on Dark Zero will need to be handled if For Fun wants a more competitive match. Bino and Silo now frozen outside of this bomb site, and Bino knows for good measure he's got to cross. 3 bodies staring in his direction. It'll leave Silo to try and get to the site, but he's outdone by an air jab and finished up by DZ as they regain the lead, 2-1.
It's not easy to trip up Dark Zero, Parker. You have to admit that. It's a great flank from Mike W. Again, it's not the cleanest shot, but like ultimately it's fine. The issue is on DZ. They misdrone him. He gets his 1 at the very least, but it doesn't matter. You know, when you lose your sends, in theory, that makes it really difficult to stop the plant denial horizontally. If there's somebody deep inside a kitchen, they can probably get a long angle, but DZ didn't allow that to come through anyways. They still had a really good chance of getting that plant down. Immediately pivoting to go towards the bomb side, I think, was such a good call to come through from DZ. And again, like, it starts to provide these problems towards For Fun Esports, where it's like, if your big flank that goes misdrones doesn't work out for you, if it's still not enough to win the round, what is?
Timeout called by For Fun here is Mike W. Affectionately a shortened version of Mike Wazowski is wearing a Monsters University hat, really living up to his branding here. I do greatly appreciate that one. I mean, ever a consistent man. Obviously not an ideal situation to call your timeout after that 3rd round. Dokkaebi, Jesse, has not been a factor whatsoever. Dark Zero likes to play their way. We don't see a ton of variation in the operators they bring. We saw this through much of Salt Lake City. They are a flexible team, but they have a system. They play to it. If it works, don't break it. It's something that Callout has talked about quite a lot. They try not to be too reactive a team. They try to set the tempo and the meta. No Dokkaebi. Maybe they thought that there would be a ban. Maybe they thought that this For Fun team would ban out Doke. Maybe they just said, we don't need her right now. And hey, I mean, I'll say this without talking to too many of the teams. When you have a broken operator, you're kind of dumb not to use it, right? You've got to take advantage of it. That's why all these teams that cope about during the Lion meta, they abused Lion. Brother, you could abuse Lion if you really wanted to. You know, morals and integrity aren't going to necessarily win you a championship. Go abuse Lion, go abuse Dokkaebi. But there are other teams that say, if we know that the nerf is coming, we're not going to bother investing time and learning an operator that might only be strong for a matter of a month. That could be what DZ is doing, but again, I don't want to put words in their mouth.
Well, Newers looks to disrupt the narrative a bit. 5-0 so far in this game, and he will be sticking to Dokkaebi for this 4th attack. Was on the Grim all throughout that the first quarter, Parker, and those are 2 operators that really have much the same job. Both the new Dokkaebi and, of course, Grim excel in getting a defender out of a specific hunkered down position. And again, like Newers is 5-0, DC have looked good so far through this game. They haven't needed the Dokkaebi. So you let those first 3 rounds go without showing it. You hope they don't ban it out. And now that For Fun have used all their defense bans, they can abuse Dokkaebi in rounds 4, 5, and 6. And God forbid, if this game heads to overtime, DZ will have Doke available then as well. So I like not showing it for the first 3 rounds. Now they can use it all they want.
Yeah, they could have had a bigger brain than exists inside of my skull. It's entirely possible. I mean, hey, they're major champs, not me. I'm just the one who talks about the game, that's for certain. So now they can abuse that operator, and I think abuse is honestly the correct word for somebody like Dokkaebi. Same with when Lion was quite so strong. Use them. If they're busted, use them. Again, yeah, you'll feel better about yourself by not running a Dokkaebi. I'm certain, we won a championship without this operator being busted. That's great, but, do what's best for you and your team. And right now, DZ immediately throws For Fun on the ropes. 2 very fast kills on the side of Dark Zero. Fultz gets traded out. Volspur dies as well. Kino keeping up his terrific play. Jesse, the support player, who had a good kickoff, but wasn't anywhere near the top of the standings in Salt Lake, now finds his 6th kill. And JR will get on the board as well, and it's all up to Bino in a 1v4 as the logic bomb goes off. Oh, Bino, you are in so much trouble. J90 hunts him down before the phone can explode, and DZ wins yet another round.
I mean, listen, Parker, that top floor defense, it looked so good from For Fun Esports. It's just a shame that the attackers got more value out of it than For Fun did. I mean, DZ, they have Kino kind of coming in through the back in the midst of that. He's got the defuse kit, but he ends up, I think he just drops the bar skylight, gets in kind of the middle of that top floor defense, finds a frag early onto Silo, and then is able to use some of these mirror windows against the defense. This frag here from Kino, it's absolutely free up onto Volsper because he's got the defender utility on his side. Ended up being a nice little double there from Kino to end out the round. J9O with a second as well. Some high value frags towards the end of that round, and DZ now up to 3-1.
Yeah, DZ's really not breaking any sweats here, Jesse. Like, most of the numbers overwhelmingly favored Dark Zero. I will say opening kills so far are 2 for 2, so there is some fight that we see out of For Fun in the early portions of this round, but it collapses shortly after that. It just seems like once Dark Zero finds out where For Fun is, it's just a matter of time until they hunt them all down.
Yeah.
And only one of those 2 first bloods resulted in a successful, translation to a round win, which was back in round number 2 when Volsper got the better hand of Dark Zero. In fact, it was a couple early picks. So, I mean, For Fun are a team where we know that they're all right. Again, there is a bit of a disparity in skill between these two teams. You got a major champion, you got a squad that didn't even make the major. DZ is pretty much doing what we expected of them so far, but I will give some, commendation to For Fun for putting up a fight to this point.
Sure. I mean, I think for DZ, like, this has never been a team where you look at them and you're like, oh, they're going to win every opening duel. They're going to dominate every round straight from the start. I think what makes Dark Zero such a dominant team is just that you can literally never count them out of a round. Even if you can get a pick or 2 picks or 3 picks up against this DZ team, you're never safe in that victory, especially on the attack. DZ throughout kickoff and SLC, 34% win rate with the opening death on the offense, one of the highest in the league. So you gotta watch out for this Dark Zero squad, but first steps are still important. For Fun hunting for 160 seconds deep onto round 5. The top floor hold still remains intact. Packer, Volsper, and Silo holding things down.
Just patience at this point in time. If DZ can drone things out and get into the building, they're in good shape. J9O punished by Packer. He was the player that we were looking at for a moment there, and it's read well. Nitro cells, kills outside of the building. That has been the forte so far for Fun. Mid-round, though, that's where things get a little tough. Nice shot by NJR. Oh, my goodness. You can't do that if you don't have the Ace Paragon skin. That's just what that operator in the skin does, Jesse.
It's a beautiful little shot, both from the skin and the flip. But, I mean, hey, this is still a 4-4 round coming through. It's actually the exact same Nitro cell. Packer killed J9O with a Nitro on this bomb site 3 rounds ago. So a little bit of repetition from Jack, something he might have to figure out as this match goes deeper. But Dark Zero, I think, still in a confident spot. They've got good time on the clock. They've got still a decent bit of soft reach with the DMR, at least from Kino. If you're going to lose anybody, losing the sledge does kind of suck, but they've got other tools, even if they're not perfect, to try to make some angles, make playing inside a train a little bit more awkward. How do they collapse onto this? If they get a burp pick, that'll be so big for DZ.
And Kino went fishing, and he'll land a big one, bringing it up to the boat. Down goes Bino. Bino yet to get a kill in this matchup. He's the only one held off the score sheet so far. There's no real auxiliary support right now. It's going to rest more on the shoulders of Silo and Mike W, but they're getting picked apart. It's Silo in a 1v3 now as Packer is also outdueled. Newers walking in with that new assault rifle in the hands of the Dokkaebi. Tucked into the corner, you had some ideas about this Dokkaebi. Newers using her so successfully. 6-0, 3 logic bombs still in pocket. Why not use it? At that point in time, there's 15 seconds left. He dies to Silo, that's utility wasted. Now Kino and NJR will need to hold this one down. Kino will shorten the round. Diffuse kit going down. NJR posted up mailbox. The man is as good as ever in that position. He's looking to go out of this round without a death. He and NJR, or he and Newers, not dead yet. Newers obviously breaking that streak, so now it's all up to NJR to stay alive. Silo wanders in, NJR the final kill, still immortal, and DZ just running away with this game.
Feels like another day at the office for Dark Zero. It's not perfect Siege that we're seeing being played by them. Like, there are little mistakes. The missed drone earlier, losing to a couple C4s, maybe not getting the best value out of the Dokkaebi, but you can tell that for Dark Zero, they just don't seem to care if there's 1 or 2 things that go wrong. They're so well coordinated in those late rounds. They know their objective. They can play around that defuse kit. 3v1 up against Silo, feeling very confident, very composed in that moment. So good to see Dark Zero finding this success, both early round and late round. 1 of 30. Sorry, For Fun Esports, formerly known as 1 of 30. That tripped me up every now and again, but we'll catch it. We'll catch it. Again, this is a very tough opening game for them. Playing against the best team in the world. I like some of the stuff we've seen in terms of the nitros and the ideas on the strategies, but when it comes down to the raw gunfights, when it comes down to the coordination, it feels like Dark Zero are always in a bit of a man advantage, which just makes it so difficult for Fun to get anything going.
Yeah, it honestly seems like no matter what they do, opening picks, early action, For Fun might be able to gain a small foothold, Jesse, but that is it. DZ just overwhelms them from that point on. And I mean, it's For Fun now getting, landing the first punch. More than we saw to Dark Zero. 3-2, those opening picks. Dead even before we saw Packer take care of J90. But DZ's like, we lose somebody early, who really cares? The opening death on the side of Dark Zero has been 3 separate players. You'd think that maybe if you take down one of the opening fraggers, or you take down a support player, or the Sens is another operator we were talking about, that maybe that would knock DZ off stride. But no, every single opening death on Dark Zero has been a different player. Kino, Fultz, J90, these are auxiliary guys for the most part. Those aren't your 2 main entries on a lot of these executes. But still, like, if you lose a support, if you lose your heavy utility ops, usually the round goes with it. That's not the case for DZ, and I mean, they look as formidable as ever.
Faults droning the back bar this time around. We don't make that mistake twice. Good to see from the captain of DZ. But there's no roamer to find. Mike W playing this one passive, and this is a standard play, but I really like it coming through from the guys on For Fun. The first time around, you do something aggressive, it catches the enemy team off guard, it more or less works for you. The second time, you don't do it, but the threat of you doing it is going to slow down the clear a little bit from Dark Zero. This is not a team who are going to struggle with a full map clear of Cafe, but even still, it's going to take a little bit of extra time to clear through. They've actually brought the mute jammers as well from Mike W this time, so you're not 100% confident on who could be clear. It's going to waste even more time, but now Dark Zero have realized the game, and they even shut down Mike W trying to make an aggressive play on Brown.
I think we in the desk did a very good job hyping up Mike W's impact here, and really has not been felt. Mind you, the most kills from anybody on the side of For Fun is now Packer with 3. 3 kills as top frag after 6 rounds is really not going to get the job done. So Mike W's 2 kills not lagging that far behind, but obviously the offense having some serious problems here. And DZ's now in full control of this mid floor. I don't see this getting any better for Fun unless they're able to knock somebody off stride by playing those angles opened up by Dark Zero. But as you can see, no nitro cells remain. Nothing really in pocket to shut this down outside of maybe a Goyo canister. Beyond that, For Fun's just going to have to go for straight gunfights. And so far, Jesse, that has not been in their wheelhouse.
But here comes the smoke and the drop into Freezer. They're going to have to vault this one for a plant position, but that's no issue for Kino. He is here with the shield on his back and start the plant. 4 players up for For Fun. Someone's got to do something, and it's Packer.
And nobody's watching. Kino gets taken down. How does this happen? Packer now ascending the stairs. He looked to retake that middle portion. Silo on the board. Dark Zero's been really good from about the 45-second remaining mark onward. That is not the case here in this round. Fultz still holding some of that control. Will now get rid of Packer to a 3v3. These teams will go with very limited time. NJR holding that cross, a position that we know is about as familiar as it gets. A nice swing by J90 on the silo. Does he find Volspur? He'll pick up that defuse kit. He has another in Freezer. Losing the duel. Bino will survive. Unless Fultz can win the engagement, he will not. What a scrappy finish. My goodness. I mean, you take the wins you can get. They are not coming easily for this For Fun team, but they survived the first half with 2 rounds.
Well, it's the top frag and the bottom frag that really come alive in that 6th round, Parker. We'll see what our desk has to say about those first 6 rounds.
Well, Dark Zero, they have not skipped a beat here, flying out of the gates, 4-2 so far at the half. Leo, exactly what you want to see if you're a DZ fan. They're keeping up that momentum from SLC.
Not entirely, not exactly. It should have been a 5-1. Let's be honest. They should have won that
round. They had everything.
They should have won that round, but let's be honest. It feels like they're playing perfect most of the time. Really clear setup, the same one that won them SLC, by the way, on Cafe. You have Newers on one side of the map, most of the time on Snow Balcony, who's there to create pressure, there to create phantom pressure that creates movement, and then the rest of the team, the core of the team that punishes movement with the DMRs. And if you just look at the statistics between Newers and Kino, and you see both of them actually going incredible, and with, look at this, like 7-2, 7-2. Perfect.
And I think that's the important dynamic here, especially, is Kino's playing with the team. He's opening up rounds. He's opening up a little bit of the site. And then you have Newers on that back end that is slowly working his way around the map, finding openings. In that one round when they were inside Fireplace, he sneaks into Library, gets that kill on the mirror, had it down in Pillars. I mean, there's really not a lot for this For Fun team to be able to move around because this phantom pressure that you've talked about time and time again, Newers is doing such a good job at that. But really, when I'm looking at this, a lot of For Fun really just needs to stop moving. I mean, they got rid of the Solus, they got rid of the Pulse. Okay, you get rid of your information that you don't have, but you have the mirror for a top side on bar, but you're dying behind your mirror. Your mirror isn't even open, so it just leaves the question. They're just moving around a little too much.
Round,
makes me
the
think
brown stairs player.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know in what world flanking up brown stairs, which is the most exposed staircase, that you're going to try that when you know you have no players on a mid floor, you have no players on the top floor. What world do you think you're going to sneak up brown on a team like Dark Zero? It just doesn't make sense. Somehow they won that round. That really shouldn't have happened. DZ had the entire setup. They had the operators to go for the execute, just a little bit too scrap at that point. I think they were playing a little too ahead of themselves. But again, I mean, this really has been more in control for Dark Zero regardless of a 4-2.
So, Leo, safe to say you're not seeing enough from For Fun right now to see that they could take the second half and end up bringing this one back.
I'm seeing forfeit, not for fun. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a team that's giving up. And the reality is they're trying to find solutions, which I won't blame them for that. They went for a turtle, double wall denial, closed everything up because they were afraid of moving too much. But they're just from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. You need a little bit of balance. And if you want to get aggressive at the right moment, then just don't do that in the middle of the round. No, but they're switching to attack. It's the weak side. It's going to be scary for them.
And this is what you see, though. I mean, it's clearly two different pedigrees of two different levels of a team. I mean, you have DZ, the SLC champions, and you have For Fun, that is an up-and-coming team. I mean, you can clearly see the discrepancy between the two. But for me, it's for them. I mean, you talked into this. If they're going to go to one of DZ's favorite maps, they have a lot of VODs. If this is what your prep and everything went into,
yeah,
it makes it even worse going on to attack, where we highlighted them in their M80 game. They did find success. Jesse already talked about they went 3.5 on that defense. Now they're only going 2.5 on their defense. Now they're starting on attack, and that's where they struggled against M80. Now you're going to try to find some sort of success when your defense is statistically and arguably the easier side, and you have the prep. What is the attack going to look like?
Well, they remove Azami, which makes sense on Cafe. It's a given, right? Just for piano. And then they remove Mira, which is something they don't want to be struggling with. Problem solving. Okay, that leaves a lot open on the side of Dark Zero, though. Like Intel gathering, full world denial, look at the trap operators with Wamai and Thorn. It will be a lot to problem solve, and honestly, I just see them struggling on attack.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think they're playing that top side correctly. They're using the mutes, they're using the thorns. They don't need the mirrors because they have all of the information just with those traps alone. So, yeah, this is gonna be a tough one to dig out of.
Yeah, big second half For Fun to see if they can pull this one off. Parker, Jesse, back to you.
Oh, greatly appreciated, gents. Thank you so much for that. For Fun, we'll now have to deal with what many consider to be the more challenging side of this map, which is attacking on it. The desk did discuss how those struggles might come across. I will say, if defending is any indication, and it not always is, Jesse, but For Fun, we're not a bad team in the opening moments of the round. On attack, that can have a profound impact on how the defenders then scramble to adjust. So if you can knock DZ off stride on these defenses, take out a piece of utility, or take out a really terrific player, like if you shut down Kino or NJR, even Newers really early, you have a much better opportunity than I think you did defending. But I mean, DZ so far has not looked like they can be knocked off their stride at all.
Yeah, it's a big if in that statement, Parker. It's really tough to knock DZ off their stride. They're going to come in here and defend mining and dining. This is their most dominant bomb site across any of the 9 maps. They've played it 10 times throughout the season so far. They have an 8-2 record. They are extremely proficient when it comes to defending on mining and dining. I'll repeat myself, For Fun, when they played this map in kickoff, they didn't win a single attack on any bomb site through 4 rounds. So this is going to be a challenge for them coming into the second half, down by 2 on the scoreboard. But opportunities, if they can find that entry, and an opportunity freebie. Kino not knowing the angle exactly how he wanted, and Packer will find an elbow, lead to a frag.
That's a bit of a striking position to be in for Dark Zero, but I mean, when opportunity arises, you need to seize the opportunity, and that's exactly what For Fun did. It'll be the 4th time in 7 rounds that For Fun will strike first. That is Obviously not great for Dark Zero, but the scoreline suggests it's not the end of the world. The question will be, what can they translate this to? Bino confronted with double magnets put up on the top of White Stairs. Down goes Fault, so the entry for Fun in mighty good shape. J90 will greet Bino quite handily. He has another lined up. Will he take the engagement, or does J90 scamper off of this spot? I already like what we're seeing for Fun here, Jesse. It certainly looks like they're about to break this streak, and all they need to do is find Newers, who will immediately vacate the premises. Down below he will go, but my oh my, 4 players from Fun still upright. This will be a daunting task for a really good gunner on the side of DZ, but most players wouldn't be able to get themselves out of this spot.
Yeah, 60 seconds plus on the clock for Newers. He's got so much time to play with the Fun guys. They will have to recover the defuse kit, but Bino dropped the top floor, I do believe, so it shouldn't be difficult to retrieve it at this point. They're taking their time to drone this out. Mike W spots out the bomb, and of course they're going to know where this last player is too as they start to eliminate these rooms. Newers needs a free pick, and there's the first.
Well, as long as you can isolate these engagements, he'll be in a good spot. And I mean, it's also the Blackbeard that you take down, so that's really nice to get rid of the shield operator. Fortunately, they now know where he is, and they're going to close in on him. Mike W gets the final kill as the bodies were swarming Newers. Not much to celebrate here on the face of Fun Esports, who now find themselves a single round back of the major champs.
Hey, locked in, Parker, and that's a really big round to win, especially with such a dominant fashion. I told you the stats as the round began, but still good to see Fun Esports coming through, getting that victory. It was a real focus on White Stairs. We were watching the Blackbeard upstairs on that kind of bathroom hall window, tossing in those nades, and he was having a bit of a tough time. Bino couldn't really find that space. So what happens? Silo actually walks in bottom white, and he finds the frag on Default, who was playing the White Stairs position. With that second angle down, it allows the swing in to come through from Bino. It allows his pressure to come through onto J90. Sure, Jack wins that fight. Tough for Bino, but it's okay. The trades come out. The 4v1 versus Newers. I actually think there's a world where he clutches it, but again, it just seems like there was a bit of an angle that Newers wasn't watching, wasn't able to see as it comes through him, much like the Kino death earlier in that round. So a couple of tight angles go the way of Fun, and they're still very much in this game.
There's always a world where a clutch works, right? But you always need a helping hand from your opponents. If Fun was a less disciplined team, Jesse, and they did take those engagements one by one, and Newers could isolate each of them, it is far more winnable, especially when you look at that train portion of the map. There's a couple hard surfaces in there as our observers now move us over towards it, where you can easily hide and the bullets can't shoot you through that floor or that wall. Obviously, Fun were a bit more disciplined than that, which is good to see. And I will tell you right now, as close as they might have come to a berth at Salt Lake City, the first half, even when they were losing rounds, Fun did look like they were playing tighter as a team. Now, whether this carries on through the remainder of stage 1 and whether this nets them a better result than we saw during kickoff remains to be seen. But I think you can very quickly assess that there is improvement here on this Fun team. But the problem, Jesse, most of these teams, especially the ones that went to Salt Lake City, have also improved. And the ones that weren't very good, a lot of them have made roster moves, and on paper certainly look like they've improved too. So Fun not only needs to match that, they need to exceed that, as this is a team that stood pat with their roster and are hoping to knock off the major champs in match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not about improving, it's just about changing things up to be unexpected. Despite this being such a common map for Dark Zero, they've changed things up a little bit. They've put Newers on the Valkyrie. Usually he runs the Aruni on this site, so changing things up a little bit might catch them off guard. It's a Nitro, but it doesn't quite land where he wants it to. It's a distraction for the run out, even better. Bino gets the kill with the trade, and then his nade actually finds Newers. So somehow, it's a double for the captain, and man advantage for the underdogs here in round 8.
Mike W taking down Bino, the second highest rated player during kickoff for 1 of 30, and he's found himself a third kill, Jesse, as he's running riot over this Dark Zero team. They had a triumphant first half, but DZ is about to lose the lead that they built up. Bino with 3 kills, now getting the defuse kit down. J90's position announced, and Silo will get the final kill. We have a tie game, and what a game it's been.
The captain from California, Bino, really big play to come through there. He gets that triple. Again, shenanigans with the nade kill up on the top floor, but they don't ask how. Massive 3K, and don't forget, it was Bino's clutch that got them that second round back in the first half that got this to a 4-2 split rather than a 5-1. So you lean on your captain to give you hope at the end of the first half, and now you lean on him again to get that equalizing round. The lead will be up for grabs once again, and For Fun Esports, what a statement through these last 2 rounds.
I mean, how much did we talk about how they're just not a good attacking team and how they did on kickoff here and yada, 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 and then it just immediately falls flat on its face? I will say this. Dark Zero during the best of one portion of kickoff looked very good. I think there was some commentary about how strong their actual group was, and I think that is a fair thing to say. Where Dark Zero, to me, really showed themselves was in best of 3s and best of 5s. Their inability to give away their mental to their opponents. Even after they got shellacked in map number 1 of those grand finals, they knew they were going to lose labs to Shopify Rebellion. They probably knew they were going to win Chalet, but they never lost their mental. And this was a team that even when things would go bad for them in the kickoff best of 3s, narrow almost losing to Wildcard and M80, this was a team that buckled down. In a best of 1, you don't have that opportunity, Jesse. You don't have a second and third map to gracefully recover. So if Dark Zero are unable to dig their way out of this map, there's a possibility that best of 1s could be a tougher go for Dark Zero now that they have tougher competition here in stage 1 rather than the competition they had back in their kickoff group.
You can tell For Fun Esports, they want it as well. This is their first time playing under this organization. They want to have a strong start to hype up the new fans, get everybody excited for this new look of the new team. I think Bino in particular excited to be representing a professional organization. He's played 37 straight pro matches orgless, whether that was the kickoff that we saw last season under the standby LFO roster, even going back to the Montreal Major with CL for life. This man has essentially never been signed to a pro org. Now he's here playing in Tier 1 with a banner to represent, and he's playing so well because of it.
There's only 2 players on this team of 1 of 30 who were in the top half of the standings last kickoff. Bino is 24, which just gets him in, given that there are 50 players. Mike W is really the only positive standout. The rest of the team wasn't that far behind, to their credit. They weren't definitely basement dwellers like you might expect from a team that failed to make the major, but again, Volsper was somebody that we talked about quite a lot. He's having a bit of a quiet game here. 4 and 6, his scoreline. Leadoff pick by Silo to go even. Mike W in the ground, 8 kills, tied with Packer, leading the server right now in deaths. That's every single round that Packer and Mike W have died, or Mike W surviving 1 more round. If Packer dies here, it'll be every round. Those are not exactly numbers you want to see from these 2 guys who are capable of taking over a round.
It's like just an aggressive peek from NJR. He was playing inside of Dining, and then Mike W goes out outside garage doors. So sometimes these aggressive plays from DZ, they can really come through and apply the pressure for Fun. They were providing their own pressure on default, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange that Dark Zero will be happy with. Now they can waste even more time. J9O repositions aggressively inside Piano. No one in the building for Fun Esports. So this top floor clear, it hasn't really been focused on. It hasn't been the goal. It's not been something that they've been able to do. Now with 75 seconds, Dark Zero fall back towards the site, ready for this 4v4.
NJR will find his second literally the moment you finish talking. Jesse, down goes Volsper 2. DZ not wanting to forfeit any more of these defender rounds to their opponents. They've allowed 1 of 30 to maintain a pulse, but that's about it, because the pulse check that's about to happen, it's going to find out that this attack from For Fun will be dead on arrival. 1 of 30's old team struggled with the closeout of maps. For Fun now might have this same issue. Same core, different organization that they're playing under. And this For Fun team is yet to lead here on Cafe, Jesse. Round number 1 went to Dark Zero, immediately tied up by For Fun. DZ went on a run, For Fun went on a run. They've never been able to overcome that hump, and it will have to take at least 2 more rounds as DZ put an exclamation point on round number 9, regain their lead. It's been a tough go of it for the defending major champs. This has been quite a good run for Fun, but again, you can draw even, but you gotta get the lead and you gotta get the win if you're hoping to blunt whatever momentum Dark Zero is trying to carry over from that live event.
Yeah, attack timeout from Coach Callout seems to work exactly as it's expected to. Dark Zero, strong third defense there to get themselves on the board in this second half. They can remove the Nomad now as they head into their final 3 rounds of regulation. Newer's breaking double digits in that last round. He had 266 kills throughout the season before today, so he's really been racking them up for DZ, of course, on their long run to that major championship a couple months ago, or a month ago now in Salt Lake City. Again, I like the aggression from NJR in this round. He's able to get kind of aggro to get that first frag, and then they continue with those kills, being able to stop some of those early bits of aggression where For Fun are poking towards the bomb site. Never got that top floor control under their grasp, so had to find different ways towards the site, and they weren't letting them in on the side of DZ.
Newer's breaking double digits. He's the only one that's been able to do so at this point. NJR is not too far behind, and Kino again having a really good start here on day 1 of the NA League. Just to remind me again, Kino was the highest rated player on Dark Zero for 2 or 3 games back during kickoff, if memory serves correctly, before coming back down to earth. But I mean, if Kino is able to frag well, which has always been kind of a criticism of Kino on previous rosters, granted the roles he plays don't usually work very well from a killing perspective, particularly on attack if he's going to be running shields most of the time. If Kino can frag well and the rest of the team can surround themselves, or surround him rather, with the support that they need, they're in really good shape. I will say, if you go back to Salt Lake City Major and you look at kickoff, a lot of these players had big pop-off moments. I think everybody on the team top fragged at least 1 or 2 games during Salt Lake City. So depth is always a good thing. And again, we said this in the first half. Oh my goodness. We said this in the first half, Jesse. If you get the opening pick onto DZ and it's a different player every time and it does not knock them off stride, that is a great thing for this Dark Zero squad. The depth that they have is terrific. That was a nice run out, by the way. Packer 5 and 10. He's now died every single round. That's a rough start for For Fun.
Again, DZ, since taking that tack timeout, have been happy to get aggressive, fight some of these window positions. You're going for the run out that time, as you mentioned, so really good to see some of that aggro come through from DZ. Gonna be a bit more of a focus on the top floor clear. We're running back the middle floor sites. This is our 4th round in a row. DZ yet to go top floor or into kitchen. Almost a freebie. They find it eventually. Volspar lands the headshot onto Fault. It was a good drone to give them that information. Not expecting crouch height perhaps, but it's okay because they collapse from the window in the stairs and they equalize the man count. Now in a 4v4 with over half the round to go, For Fun are in a much more confident position. They've got Bino on this Monty as well. I'm really excited to see where he wants to enter through. He just dropped in through red, so it'll be this top floor clear that they use the shield.
And J90 entrenched in this position. Sees the Monty, what does not do much to Bino, and now gets more information, hoping that Bino, when he turns to go towards that white door, gets picked apart. Newers gets him with a nitro cell. Super Shorty is out. There's immediate follow-up from Newers. A nice 1-2 punch from Dark Zero there to save themselves a headache that would have come should For Fun have punished them on the top floor. Now it's all up to Silo and Mike W. Bit abnormal to see Mike W with the lowest frags on For Fun. Doesn't necessarily bode well for their chances here, Jesse. As much as we compliment Dark Zero for their depth, I don't think we can say the same about For Fun just yet. So if Mike W's having a rough day, there's a high likelihood For Fun is also going to have a rough day.
This might be his opportunity to turn it around, though. Parker finds 3 more kills, draws close to even. He's got Silo by his side, but the time is not going to favor them. They want to drop this hash from Piano straight into sight. It's aggressive from NJR, and it pays off. He'll hit double digits in a 3v1 for Mike W.
And Mike W gets nothing. Kino with yet another DZ back to their winning ways. 2 rounds in a row, and they find themselves on match point. For Fun, putting in a better effort than what we might have expected, especially on this second half of Cafe. But, I mean, DZ's DZ. If you ever have an opportunity to knock off a major champ, it's probably going to come in a best of 1. It'll be relatively fair ground with the map you play on, just because map pools won't be as important as a best of 3 or a best of 5. And I will say, the better team does not always win a best of 1. Maybe the better team that day and in that moment, but not consistently. The best team will usually always win a best of 5. So for here, Dark Zero, well, you might have suffered a scare. I don't think that's going to come to pass. DZ certainly looking like the better team. Jesse and For Fun still have some work to be done. But of course, anything can happen over the next 2 rounds, but DZ very firmly in the driver's seat.
Dark Zero hunting for their 7th win in a row. If they can win one of these next 2 rounds, they will be 9-1 in their last 10 games. Again, really going on a streak after their first loss in the Salt Lake City Major. They went undefeated throughout playoffs, of course, but also the last couple games of Swiss. So this Dark Zero team so devastating when you go up against them. For Fun Esports, frankly, they've not done too bad, Parker. I mean, on this map, Shopfire Bellion only got 2 rounds against DZ in the SLC finals. So by that metric, For Fun are twice the team SRR.
I don't think it really works that way, man. I appreciate what you're going for here, but I don't think it's quite that simple. I think For Fun has made some advances as an organization and as a team. And of course, now they've got funding. They're not playing for free anymore. For fun, not for free. They might as well have been playing for free when they were 1 of 30 because they didn't have a salary. But again, everybody is going to be improving. We had a massive sea change with a lot of these teams during kickoff, and because of that, so many rosters needed more than just a week or two to find their own footing. Look at 100 Thieves, for crying out loud. On paper, we thought this is a team that can definitely contend for a playoff spot, and they finished as one of the 2 worst-rated teams during kickoff. They've now obviously got a better roster, or so we think, with Hot and Cold and Kaysen, but again, speculation only gets us so far. So for a team like For Fun, you've got to ensure that your improvement outmatches that of your counterparts. And I mean, it's going to be really hard to tell how good this team is when the first team they have to play up against is Dark Zero. I don't think that gives us a really good idea of their potential.
Electroclaw on the freezer hatch means that Packer's going to have to take a little bit more time to clear this out, but if you toss 2 of those X-Kairos pellets right next to the hatch, the explosion is usually big enough to destroy the Electroclaw. Looks like it didn't find its mark that first set, so he'll go again on both the left and the right. And surely, the claw's still not blown up. Bro, where is this Electroclaw? He's doing his best. He's kind of hunting through it for the gates now. It's outside the building. You're kidding, bro. Oh, that is nasty. I was like, why is it the Habata destroying it? Surely it should be able to find the claw.
You think they'll find? You think they'll be able to pull it off here? They finally got it. Silo gets it, but there's a minute left to go in the round. The damage at this point surely has been done. And now Packer is completely out of X-Kairos. Did they manage to get it open? That is a great question. They might be locked out of a freezer drop.
They got it, I'm pretty sure. He had 8 when he called for his teammates to find it, so they should be fine.
Thank goodness. Our attention was focused a little bit elsewhere. Kino will pick up his 10th kill, breaking double digits, joining NJR and Newers. Down goes Newers at the hands of Silo and a drop into freezer. As you are correct, they have opened that hatch up. They're going to go for the death drop, and we call it that because usually you end up dying. Volspur understood the mission. He died at the hands of J90. Scorpion being unloaded into the freezer. It'll leave Bino in a do-or-die situation. He's hoping for coverage over on White Stairs. Down goes Fultz. No more gas canisters available should there have been any in pocket. Silo drop. There goes J90. NJR is gone as well. It's Kino to save the day. Mike W will look to watch over top of Bino. And Bino's gonna get the job done himself. Okay, never mind. Mike W, who? Excellent play from Bino yet again, single-handedly willing his team into the win column more than once, and we'll go to all 12 rounds as For Fun have an opportunity to win yet another and send us to OT against the defending major champs.
All right, so just a quick recap, right? For Fun Esports have won 5 rounds so far against Dark Zero. First, it was a 1v2 clutch for Bino. Then it was a 1v3 clutch for Bino. Then it was a regular round. Then it was a triple kill from Bino. And then it was this round where he perfectly pulls off the defuse kit to stop J90 flanking in from VIP, wins the final 1v1 against Kino. He had Mike W as a teammate around the map too, but took the 1v1 duel and found success with it. Bino has been the best player for Fun Esports statistically, and I think just by watching him play, the kills he is getting are so highly impactful, and he is dragging this team to go close with the best team in the world.
Again, best of ones are usually, pardon the turn of phrase here, but typically are a bit of a crapshoot. And I mean, I think DZ is seeing that right now. Definitely not the defender side that we had expected on Cafe. It's been an attacking game through and through. And I mean, if you go back and look at the Salt Lake City numbers and some of the kickoff numbers too, up is down and down is up with some of these maps, Jesse. Just nowhere near what we come to expect from what was a very defender-sided meta just about a year ago. Things have changed, and attackers actually have the upper hand on a wide variety of bomb sites and maps that we didn't expect. Is Cafe one of those? Well, it's far too soon to tell, especially with a new operator proving to be quite a menace. Dokkaebi obviously was banned out by Dark Zero, so we haven't seen her on this second half, but you did correctly point out that if we go to overtime, DZ will be able to use her for their attacks. So if For Fun prevail here, the newest revamped powerful operator will be seen yet again. And honestly, kudos to For Fun for the way that they're dealing with this without having Dokkaebi at their disposal.
Yeah, they're finding some good opportunities to get these attacks down. The shield play from Dino has been a highlight, but the clutch play as well has been huge for Fun. Now with one more round to go, they have to be able to win this bomb site that DZ have been so dominant on. 9-3 record now on mining and dining for those keeping track. They've won it once and lost it once already in this best of one. With the Aruni ban, Newers will have to change his operator up, but he just wants the DMR, so the two-brow is fine. The top floor hold yet to be disrupted from Dark Zero.
Oh no.
Not ideal, but he gets a little bit of an angle still, maybe? Not ideal.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think that was a swing and a miss there, Jesse. Newers on the board first, immediately traded off by Stylo. How many times have we seen a Snake very selfishly refrag? That's the name of the game for this operator at this current point in time, and with the FAMAS in hand, that thing can just absolutely shred. We've seen it since Snake was added to the operator pool. Nice play by J90, almost finds 2 targets. He'll settle for 1 at this point as NJR cleans up what remains of Silo. A really spirited effort by For Fun here, Jesse, but a 4v2 for DZ with a minute to go. I fear that we might not need overtime to settle this affair.
J90 gets kills in positions that nobody has any business finding frags in. Less than 60 seconds now. 2v4 disadvantage for Fun. The fuse kit being held by J90 as well, so they just don't have the tools to win this round. They're hunting for a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, a miracle is really all they can hope for at this current point in time. Down goes Mike W. A really disappointing series for him as DZ ends up winning this 7-5. I mean, that last round was a bit deflating for these For Fun guys, and DZ just makes it look a little boring, but hey, you can be a boring team when you've got a major championship. Big win for Dark Zero. The defending major champions get pushed to the brink, but ultimately outmuscle the debut of a new organization, the NA League of For Fun. 7-5, the scoreline for DZ.
The president loses re-election and the mayor finds the votes today, Parker. It is Dark Zero who are able to win the first match of Stage 1 in the North America League. Beautiful stuff coming through from our major champions. They're looking right back in form against 1 of 30.
Drop the bomb.
Check back.
Dark Zero take it 7-5. Maybe got a little hairy towards the end there, but the major champs come out and take the win. We're standing by with, well, one of those major champs now. Newers is ready to go. Congratulations on starting out the stage with a win. Tell me a little bit about what these last couple of weeks have been like. You lift the trophy, and then all of a sudden you have to prep for a stage. Have you guys been working hard prepping? Has it been a little bit of a break? Tell me what this has been like for you.
I mean, it's been a lot. We obviously know everyone's seen what we do during those games, so we had to switch up a lot of stuff and a bunch of different micros and stuff. So it was a lot of work, but in the end, it was definitely a good couple weeks.
Well, Newers, I want to congratulate you on the win. Obviously, I want to see more of a smile from you. I know you got those pearly whites going. I think he's frozen now. No way he's staring down me like that.
Oh, no.
Well, did he disconnect?
Yeah, there he goes.
That's what a lot of people do with you. Like, they just don't want to talk to you.
That's unfortunate.
They'd rather take the loss and just cut the internet. Yeah.
They took the win. They didn't take the loss.
Yeah. The loss in the
Like
the
EML
1v1
did in
team.
SLC.
All right.
Taking the loss.
I love this. I mean, we should just have this. This is a great time.
We're gonna have this the whole night. Oh, I'm kind of sad. I wanted to ask him a question.
Well, tell me a little bit about what you were going to get into here, because what we saw from Dark Zero was a little bit of a different look in some areas.
So here's the thing, right? You're on a different decided map, Cafe. You're winning 4-2. When you switch to defense, I'm expecting you to play safe. You don't play safe. You look at round 10, who's jumping out here? NJR going super aggressive. Oh no, Genino going super aggressive and getting a first pick. And you look at round 9, and it's the same story. This time on basement, what are these guys doing? Getting super aggressive again. The first will die, but then look, NJR will go and get the trade. And the round before that, again, still in the first minute of the round, who do we see with the SMG-11 jump out here off white? NJR again.
And honestly, he ran out of ammo. He probably could have grabbed that if he didn't waste too much on the first guy. But it just shows how aggressive that they play.
Yeah, it's a weird one for me because I think in the shoes of Dark Zero, I'm the better team here. I'm in a safe position. I've got a 2 rounds lead. And I'm on the best side. Why do I need to get super aggressive?
I think that's the thing, though. I think that will always stay true with this team and just how they act, is they will always be aggressive. Doesn't matter who they're playing against, and I think that's something that speaks true for them and that always will resonate with this team, is they will always be as brazen as they possibly can, and they're going to double down on their aggressive nature because it is what honestly carries them through a lot of their games. But I do agree. I think a little bit of discipline sprinkled in there. This could have been a cleaner series, but either way, they got it done in regulation. They get the full 3 points. They're sitting pretty either way.
Yeah, we can overanalyze this as much as we want in terms of, oh, it got a little bit closer. Maybe they could have done it a little bit better. But Leo, at the end of the day, Dark Zero, they came out and they got the job done.
Yeah, it was a bit too close for comfort, and it would be easy to say it's just on Dark Zero's fault not to be disciplined, but I actually want to praise for fun. We said it before, they have the potential to contend with some of the best of NA, and honestly, they've done it. You know, they brought certain rounds back. I think Bino especially.
Bino, for sure.
He brought 3 rounds back, a 1v3, the 1v1 with a Monty as well. Impressive.
I mean, and you don't necessarily want to rely on someone to have a pop-off performance, have pop-off rounds, but especially when your IGL's doing it, Bino's getting 3Ks back-to-back-to-back, keeping you guys in the series, keeping it going. I mean, it definitely speaks into existence that these guys still are keeping it competitive, that they aren't just rolling over. I mean, a lot of the opening kills, they were getting some going into their favor. Again, I think the biggest thing for me and something that you were hitting on, especially on those attacks, they were so spread out. They weren't really in scenarios where they're able to go for a trade. So if they were to go back and rewatch this and what they could have done differently, I think it's just simply just doubling up somewhere.
Yeah,
having someone ready to go for a trade. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, adapt. Like, that's the main thing for me, right? They were super spread out, like you said. And if you see that it's not working, if you see that you're consistently facing early aggression in the first minute, and there's no way for you to trade that opening kill, why do you not react and go with a shield and a core team that plays next to each other?
I mean, whether it's shields, whether it's claymores, whether it's more information, whether it's doubling out. I mean, there's a plethora of things that they could do to identify, okay, if a team wants to play aggressive, let's punish that. Let's constantly get the opening kill going in our favor, and then do exactly what DZ was doing really well with them, is once they got that opening pick, once they had that phantom pressure coming over from Newers, they would slowly converge onto that defense of that site and just constrict it where there was no room for movement. There wasn't no room for a play to be made, and it just would get scrappy where they would just try to make something work, and it wasn't. I think if they just take some of those, indoctrinate a few different styles of play, again, there's still a lot left where this is only the first day for them, so there's a lot more of improvement that we can see from this team, and I'm excited to see what we will see.
Yeah, it's clear that For Fun has that same spark, has that same fight that they had in kickoff. It's like, can they build from that? That's the question. We'll see. As you said, this is just the very beginning here, our first match of our first Playday here in Stage 1. Our second match, M80, and a big roster move that grabbed all the headlines over the last few weeks leading up to SLC. Well, we are going to get into that in just a few minutes. It is M80 SSG next. Grabbed the headlines after a lackluster performance in kickoff and then immediately dropping their legendary IGL. Hot and Cold was cast to the curb, was incidentally sent to the major, but they pick up Savage from Team Secret in his place.
Now listen, I'm not going to jump on the Savage bandwagon. No discredit to Savage. He's a phenomenal IGL. He's made tremendous strides winning EWC, second runner-up at the most recent SI. However, when you look at the pedigree and the team that he is joining, look at any one of those players. Who did they find their success with? It was only with Hot and Cold. Even when they split after Beast Coast, they went their separate ways. who was the only people that continued to find success? Hot and Cold, he went to SI, and Mady bombed out. They didn't find any success. They come back together. They bring Kino back. They find success. Now they split again. They had a horrible stage. They end up making a change. They get rid of Hot and Cold. So for me, it's less about Savage coming onto this team and what he can do. It's more so, how are the players going to be able to integrate Savage into them and be able to have success long term? Because as we know with M80, their success short term, they make too many changes to give any team in the roster a chance long term.
Yeah, I understand the point. Let me just underline the irony that they fired an American IGL to bring a European IGL. And let's just notice one thing. I think that Savage is bringing the modern vision of the game. I think that, yes, in fact, Hot and Cold was maybe the only available IGL that allowed them to reach that height. But I think that it's the risk worse to gamble. Because like you said, M80 was successful only in the short run. Bringing Savage, I think, just like Fabian tweeted, by the way, I think is the last missing piece they needed. A modern IGL, someone that has had the experience of winning a major event, EWC last year, that reached the grand final of SI. Look at what Fabian was saying. Very happy we could get Lucas on this roster. His style, his combination with the firepower and the aggression, everything that makes Savage one of the best IGL in the world is his knowledge of modern Siege, his ability to take some incredible firepower and make it work. With the stars on this lineup, on M80, with the firepower that you have here, you have some gem, and you put them B tier on your tier list.
Lax, are there any concerns that this is Savage's first big roster change in like 4 years? He hasn't had that chance to bounce around, build that chemistry.
Yeah, and I think that's also another big thing for me, especially when you're comparing the two of Hot and Cold and Savage, and just even in terms of their accolades, in terms of their history. We're talking about knowledge. Obviously, you're talking about a modern revolutionize and what they can bring, but Hot and Cold has been there since day one. He's played on Flipside Tactics all the way up until this point, now on 100 Thieves. I mean, that experience really does showcase. I mean, you can clearly see 19 S-tier events versus 8, 3 top 3 finishes, 2 for Savage, which honestly, I got to commend him. I mean, very early into his career, he's already making a very good headway, very good run. But again, you have to look at the players. You can't look at Savage. And what Savage did manage to do was with newer players. So he was easily able to mold these players while his growth was also with them, where he's coming onto a vetted team, a vetted roster that already has their structure. He's not creating that structure. And if you just even look, he abandoned ship of what's been happening on Secret. So are you going to bring that exact same thing where Secret started to fall off onto an M80 roster? Or are you going to try to now take on what M80 has been trying to replicate now without Hot and Cold?
Leo, I know you're skeptical of this, but we're going to get into the map bans to see exactly how this one played out just a little bit. A best of one. Anything could happen here, even though SSG is that younger
come on,
team.
I'm getting treated.
But we go to Bank to go for this one.
I am getting treated. Lax, I need you to answer one question. Who was the best Bank team in the world last season?
I think there's no secret.
It was Team Secret, 17 win streak. Who was the IGL on Team Secret? On Team Secret when they had a 17 win streak on Bank?
Savage.
All right. Shouldn't it be cool to see Savage play with M80 on the one map where he was able to build one of the longest win streak ever?
But what you don't understand is M80 has yet to play it. They have yet to play Bank. And on top of it, they're going against Space Station. They annihilated, dismantled Cloud9 7-1
M80,
in kickoff.
Cloud9.
I mean, this should
What
be...
is this hate watch?
This should be
This is
a
the most
barn
biased
burner
take ever.
of a map between these two.
What did M80 do to you? Like, did he... I don't know.
Nothing to me. I was happy to see them win. I mean, they put NA on top.
All right, well, SSG have a tall task going up against this. As Fabian said, a reformed roster that seems to be clicking. Can Aiden continue that performance and go up against this M80 roster? Well, we'll find out. Guys?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a real test of M80's mettle, right? This has been the organization that has been on the tip of everybody's tongues since this Hot and Cold roster move happened. You know, whether you're critical of the way M80 handled it, whether you celebrate the way M80 handled it, doesn't really matter. There's going to be people watching this with a lot of sense of pride, and there's going to be a lot of hate watchers. So for M80, this is a big test. Savage comes over. The team has had a chance to gel. As Fabian said in his tweet, Jesse, it is a bit of a blessing in disguise that we didn't have to go to Salt Lake City. And boy, oh boy, that's a big game that Fabian's talked. If it blows up in his face, well, it might be a bit humiliating for him, but I think Fabian's always been able to talk a big game and walk away with his reputation intact.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that when you watch a game from M80, it's going to be exciting. And I don't think the change in IGL is going to change that for them. It's really just going to be about getting back to that level that we've seen M80 play at before. This core of 5 players, previously to the roster move, had won a major. They had crazy successes over the last couple of years. They've got to be able to do that once again. They're up against a Space Station team who I think are better than they get credit for, but even still, M80 should be the favorites. And I think with 64% of the vote, that lines up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the matches that we have today, there are some clear-cut favorites, again, on paper. But I will say, like, every time this emerges, you don't play the game on paper. You play it in the server. Or if you're in the case of M80, it actually looks like they're playing in, like, a classroom. I'm not really sure what that setup is. I don't know if you're familiar with their facilities, but that gives me some major high school vibes there. And I mean, hey, you play where you're comfortable, right? Space Station playing for the comfort of their own homes. Neither of these organizations made it to Salt Lake City, so they have been doing some work in the off season. SSG keeping everything intact. M80 obviously attracting and courting quite a bit of controversy with their hot and cold move. They are hoping that Savage is the guy to get the job done, and we'll find out pretty quickly here on this map. As the desk said, Savage knows this map very well. It's Team Secret's inarguable best map. Does that translate to success for M80? Doesn't always work out so clean cut, right?
Certainly. I mean, we have to kind of see how it works on the server. There's no doubt that M80 have been scrimming this. Laxing said they haven't played this map since, I think it was Invite, which of course was a very different team, but if it's been going well in the scrims, if they've been able to use some of those insights that Savage will be bringing over from Team Secret, then I definitely think M80 could get off to a hot start here in these first 6 rounds of Bank. Dream just typed before this game began, happy birthday to Gavin's mom. Now, for all the stats that I have, Parker, I do not have the birthdays of parents. But going off Dream's word, happy birthday to Mrs. Black, and hopefully give some good luck to M80 in this critical game versus SSG.
The mom buff is a very real thing. I mean, we highlighted a number of players' mothers who were at Salt Lake City. It is always nice to see these competitors come from loving families where their parents support them. It's sometimes, I say this from experience, as much as my mom has supported me. Playing video games is often seen as a waste of time for a lot of people, but when you're playing in the big leagues, the hope is that your parents kind of screw their head on straight and, you know, show that level of pride. So to all the Siege moms that are out there right now, those of current and former competitors, thank you for your support, and happy birthday to all of the Siege parents whose birthdays Jesse so selfishly does not track.
Wow, this is about to be a rush, Parker, with the lobby hatch being opened up. The Lion Charge will come through. They actually didn't open it fully. I think maybe thought it was going to be open, so this stalls things a little bit, but now the rush can begin.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got that false start when it comes to a rush, things can easily get thrown asunder. Raid the first casualty, M80 starting off very well here. Gavin will die, so they trade them out. 1 minute burned on the clock in round number 1, and Space Station are not inside the actual bomb site, but as close as you can get on this basement floor. Right now investing very heavily in gold and in vault. Lion charges will go off. Dokkaebi banned out, so we won't get to see her for the first 6 rounds. It'll leave only a couple operators with intel available, one of which was that Deimos that died a bit earlier. This is a stalled push now, Jesse, as we hit the halfway point of the round.
Not a bad spot for SSG though, Parker. Aiden can drop, and now they got a bit of a pinch here coming in through Vault, so there's nobody who can play this position now close on the window. This allows them to maybe go for a plant inside of B. They can get past the hallway.
Oh, Savage is shutting down Aiden, and it's his very first kill in the NA League. Diffuser will be on the board too. There's Dream tussling with Diffuser inside of the elevator, and now as the sights lined over towards Ashen, who has his hands full, Giddy subdues him. It's Gunner and Savage up against Giddy. The Hibana, who failed to open that hatch earlier on before fixing everything, will now need to either retrieve that defuse kit or go straight for engagements. With 50 seconds to go, he's in a bit of a tight spot, especially with that angle being held on the stairs. Giddy's found a window of opportunity, though. He's against a soft wall. Gunner being compelled into action. Savage not too far away, and it's a 2-piece for the EU import. Now captaining this M80 team is... it's M80 winning round number 1.
Nice little 2-piece, as you said, from the newest player on M80 and the second newest player to join this org as well. Ashen having a really nice contribution, his own 2-piece in that first round here on Bank. You might not have caught it because a lot of it was elsewhere on the map, but Ashen wins a very early gunfight onto Raid. Raid was solo pushing Dirt Tunnel. Ashen wins that 1v1 from server. Ashen then flanks up through top floor and drops the hatch. So Ashen also follows up these attackers to get behind them. That's how he ends up in gold. You might be thinking, how the hell is there still a defender there? But you can see the excitement on the side of M80. You can hear the hype too as they win their first round in stage 1. It's not the cleanest round. SSG catch them off guard a little bit, but they respond really nicely to that lobby side rush.
Yeah, I mean, M80 looking cool as a cucumber, and things, despite it being a 2v1, did not look anywhere near as dire for this M80 squad as those numbers might have suggested. I know that the average viewer might see that, oh, only 2 survive. That can be a little scary, but I mean, just as we said, oftentimes with the Dark Zero matchup, we can repeat the same thing with M80. These are teams that historically and consistently are able to do well when at a numbers disadvantage, and also, while at low numbers, depth is the name of the game for every team that sits at the top of their respective leagues. And while neither of these teams presently, M80 or SSG, have sat at the top of the NA league since kickoff, I mean, we're not far removed from M80 making triumphant runs at a number of events, one of which netted them their own major championship back at Munich last year. So M80 now with the new IGL, hoping to go back to their winning ways in round number 1. If it's a good indication, or if it's any indication, they're in good hands.
Space Station have been very persistent with how they want to play these first couple of rounds, Parker. First it was a rush with the Blitz and the Lion and the Finka. Now you're seeing the Ying from Rival, the Glaz from Raid, even Aiden here on the Nook, likely to work his way up those lobby stairs if he wants to get maximum value out of this gadget, but there's still going to be util around to play with. Moves upstairs to toss out his nade. Won't get the castle, but I believe it should get the barbed wire that is directly under the window that he repelled in for. So opening things up, working through some of this utility, and there's the barbed wire cleared out. So good Uto clear coming out from SSG. They're not hoping to get aggressive early with some fights.
No, and I mean, you can be passive on a big map like Bank. You usually see attackers try to set a tempo. They did a pretty decent job in round number 1. It did not end up netting them the success they wanted, but now SSG will strike first here in round number 2. Halfway point of the round, only 1 casualty so far. Rival sustaining quite a beating. They put Gunner in the ground. He survived the entirety of the previous round. A nice jump out from Savage, who just can't ADS to take the second down. He'll settle for 1. I think that's definitely worthwhile, especially with the previous round that he had. M80 now reduced to just Gavin, as Space Station have pummeled the defenders in the span of about 40 seconds. 1 minute still remaining on the clock. And it's all up to Gavin. You'll hang your hat on a player who knows this position. He's won a couple clutches before, but there's 3 really good players on the side of Space Station that'll look to hunt him down, Jesse.
The highest rated player on M80 throughout kickoff. If anyone can do it, you have to imagine it's Gavin. Those 2 players are outside on the window. The third one, Dream, is down in ATM.
This is the patience game. A double swing in now as he'll hear that call. Gavin playing this about as patiently as you can get. He needs to be wary of those smokes that have been put out because the Glaz can paralyze him in that spot. The castle barricade will be his undoing. Down goes Dream. Down 2 goes the defuse kit. So for M80, their job now revolves around the final 35 seconds of that defuse timer. Gavin is playing this really well. I will give him a lot of credit for that. It just might be a bit more than he can chew. Nope, he gets Raid. Giddy will now go on the upside down rappel, and this will be a tough go of it for Gavin. He's going to attempt the long arm. A smart play to also get the angle onto the window above. He's compelling Giddy to get into this. Giddy will go for the swing. Gavin looking to shut him down. Giddy wins the scramble by the skin of his country teeth. And SSG are on the board.
I'm at a loss for words with what I just witnessed, Parker. Chaos all around. Gavin plays that absolutely perfectly. He could not have done that any better. He focuses the 1 solo player lobby side. He kills Raid, who had actually chosen to rappel in. Often you'll see 2 players just sitting on the windows, but Raid decides after the plank goes down, I'm just gonna stick around. I'm gonna play it anyways. And then just chaos over by the window. Gavin and Giddy in the 1v1. Clearly some sound issues happening for Gavin as he's looking the wrong direction when the repellent comes through from Giddy. maybe just thought he was coming in from the other side. I mean, it's tough where he's looking in that moment from Gavin. This is a beautiful shot to take down Raid, but right here, you have to rappel in to stop this denial. You cannot play that from the windows, and somehow wins the 1v1. Beautiful from Giddy.
I think this might be another exhilarating one for those that did not tune into the Dark Zero For Fun Esports matchup that preceded this. That For Fun Esports team was known as 1 of 30 last kickoff. That's the Packer-led team. Well, I guess Packer and Bino technically. Bino is officially the captain, Jesse. But that one went all 12 rounds. We're obviously not going to tell you what happened with the score line, but of course, as many people try to avoid spoilers, we are a live product. There are times where it is just simply unavoidable here. I don't know. I mean, again, in a best of one, the better and most prepared team does not necessarily win every contest. We saw that during kickoff. We've seen that during group stages of live events. Unpredictability can definitely win you a couple rounds. And in a best of one, a couple rounds is the difference maker. You don't have a second or third map to fall back on, right? So,
yeah.
M80, I have no doubt they've improved with Savage, as Fabian has said. I don't think any of them are liars, Jesse, but just because you've improved in scrims does not mean that will translate to game day.
It won't be relevant for a few weeks still, but in the new playoff format, teams only need to win a single best of 3 to qualify to top 4 and make it to the Esports World Cup. So being good at best of ones and trying to be consistent is oh so important to set yourself up in that top 4 where you can start in the upper bracket. You don't have to worry about only having one life for playoffs. Again, it is game 2 of the stage, so I won't lean into it too much, but every match matters. We're trying to make it into that top spot at the end of the stage. Another slow one from SSG. They'll keep the shield with Dream bringing the Blitz back out from round number 1 and are hoping to go for a top floor clear with this in hand.
Dream is on a quick one at the moment, and they will hear him galloping away on that top floor. It's a beautiful shield. Would you look at that thing? Oh, man. Gorgeous gold accents.
Skinnergy's good today.
Skinnergy's really good. I mean, you gave a shout out to the Ace Paragon skin earlier on. I mean, we got the skins team loves it. I remember back in Charlotte when we had them boo when the teams didn't use their appropriate team banners. Afterwards, a Ubisoft employee came up to me and was like, typically we don't like people booing our esport, but from a marketing standpoint, that was terrific. I was like, well, I'll send my check for my commission in the mail. Giddy, leadoff pick. He was the man of the hour on round number 1. He will strike first. Raid traded out. M80 has been very good at being able to shove an advantage back away whenever it appears on the side of Space Station. So rebuffing that numbers advantage as Dream has now found his way towards the bomb site. This round has gone by in a hurry. 35 seconds remain. M80 with the lead now as Aiden drops. Rival goes down as well. Gavin with 2 kills in very quick succession. Savage, another Ashen on the board. That one was done so quickly. Oh my goodness. Are they playing in St. Catharines?
Is that the university?
I will do some Googling here. M80 up 2-1, by the way.
Yeah, big round from M80 to win. For SSG, you know, they got good map control up on the top floor, but they didn't really have much to do with it, Parker. They didn't bring a ram. They didn't bring a sledge or a buck. They had no breaching charges. It was really just some, you know, secondary pistols and whatnot to try to work those floorboards. And in the end, it meant that they just had to funnel their way down through those main stairs and in through the beepers anyways. And it just ended up resulting in them walking in a bit of a crossfire as M80 were still in control of archives and tellers. Gavin went for a big swing there to stop the push as it was coming in. The coordination late round was really good from M80, so helps to get them this now lead back in their hands. They had it after round 1. They will have it again after round 3. And after a full site rotation, feeling confident enough that they can ban out that Glaz, stop any of the shenanigans that got away from them in round 2.
It's not St. Catharines, it's St. Clair. So they are in Windsor, Ontario. Oh my goodness. I thought I recognized that logo. I mean, I have to imagine it's because of the visa situation. Adrian on wildcard last stage secured a Canadian visa far faster than he did a US visa, and he was playing out of Toronto. If you recall, Citizen and Spoit have played out of Toronto before while they were awaiting their visas. Spoit and Canadian are in Toronto for this stage, and Rexon will be joining them as well. So playing in a school. I was correct. It is St. Clair, the St. Clair Saints. They are playing in Windsor, just affectionately referred to as South Detroit. So nice to have them here, and welcome to Welcome to Canada, lads. I imagine that, again, is because of Savage and the visa issues. Faster to get a Canadian visa than it is to get a U.S. visa, I suspect, these days, as that seems to be the case with a bunch of orgs. So, M80, though, taking the lead here 2-1. I just feel good. I feel vindicated. If I can make it about me for a second here, as I love to do, Jesse, I feel quite vindicated.
Windsor, Ontario also hosting an NA Open Cup July 17th to 19th. Registration is open if you're wanting to get involved with competitive Rainbow Six and you're in the area. It's the perfect opportunity. Hopefully you won't have to play against M80. That would be a disappointment.
We're here for the tournament? Yeah, we just got the Munich Major Champs here, by the way. You guys are cool to go up against them, right?
Should be tight, should be tight. Ashen equalizes Aiden 0-4. That is the #1 ranked champion in ranked at the moment, so watch out for him, but yet to really heat up here on Bank. Now it's going to be a 4v4 push from Space Station, and while they've taken the top couple of floors, Parker, I don't know if I love their utility. Losing the Sens means it's going to be really difficult to stop this plant denial when you go for your execute.
Off go those cluster charges. Dream will now drop in. Razor Bloom goes off in front of him. Razor Bloom, Razor Wire, suffering through quite a bit of damage as now he finds yet another opening towards the A bomb site, really taking his time, debuffed by that Razor Bloom. Again, a sticky team this M80 squad has been, Jesse. Doesn't matter who gets the first pick. Neither of these teams are really running away with that opening duel. Aiden 0-4 is not the start that he and SSG wants. He has to be better than that.
Aiden tweeted at 3:49 a.m. last night, #1 champ, never give up on your dreams, to which his coach immediately responded, please, for the love of God, go to bed.
I do like to remind people that time zones exist, so it is possible it was a reasonable hour for him.
That's
or
3:49 a.m. his time, to be clear. I know what time zone he's in.
You know what time zone his mother is in and her birthday? Because it seems like that is a part of your numbers you really need to work on here. Final 35 seconds now as Space Station are knocking on the door of the bomb site. They are slowed for a moment by the gas canister, tossed out by Savage, still 2 in pocket with 30 seconds to go. This is really good timing for M80. Another will go now in this old rigmarole, this dance, this rhythm. Right now, it's causing some problems for Space Station. They lose Rival to Gavin, but Raid trades him right back. You've still got Raid commandeering that open hatch from above, waiting for the crossover towards Garage. He'll drop with a shotgun in hand. Diffuser wins that fight. A thing of beauty from Diffuser is now the Cavalry are called on in. They will swarm Dream. Great coverage from Giddy for one. Dream will need to put matters into his own hands, but the Chicago boy himself, Ashen, will say, not today, Junior. M80 hops on the defuse kit with plenty of time to go. 3-1 for M80.
7-2 now from Ashen. I highlighted how good he was back in round #1, Parker, going for the flank, up server stairs, down through the lobby hatch. Got some really important picks in that first basement defense. They run the bomb site back. They have more success coming through from Ashen. Very different look, I'd say, going for SSG. They don't go for the Russian through lobby. Of course, it's tough to make that one work twice, so instead, go for something a bit more traditional, but the Toxic Babes are perfect. The time game is excellent on the side of M80, and even though the plant technically goes down, it goes down at such a loss. You're in a 1v2 with the Fuse Shield. It's not going to be ideal coming through from Dream there, so nice little defense round coming in from M80. They play it classic, they play it by the book, and they will secure that at the very least, they will tie this half.
It's been a good showing from M80 defending here on Bank again. We like to tout the numbers of these maps, and that will come, but I mean, we're not going to start talking about map, pick, ban, site rotation, etc. numbers when we are only a couple days in to stage 1. I know that APAC has been going on. Obviously, EML was going on the last 2 days. Quite a lot of NA League action this first week.
What's your favorite car?
We'll get numbers eventually. We'll be able to talk about it. So whether it be in North America or the other regions, we can always look back on the Salt Lake City major. The only obviously big change here has been to Dokkaebi, and she hasn't been a factor in a lot of the rounds where she's obviously being banned. So kind of hard for Dokkaebi to have much of an impact here with her scarier new icon. She's gone from wholesome eyes to angry eyes. So.
Oh, and she makes me angry. That's for sure.
Just gonna come up with a joke, but I feel like today I can be nice to you. Your wedding is coming up. I feel like not insulting you is important.
I appreciate that. It's good to get some goodwill between us before, at least on the very opening day of the stage.
We have to keep up appearances for the dozens of people watching our esport right now, so.
Here comes Aiden again. He goes down early, Parker. 0-5 now, and as the primary entry for SSG, you're hoping to get a little bit more out of this guy. He was so good, by far the best player for SSG back during kickoff. He's actually currently the highest rated player in the league since the season began, but with an 0-5 start here against M80, this is not the Aiden that we're used to seeing.
Highest EPS during kickoff was Aiden. He had a ton of rounds played. He had the highest KD first during kickoff, second highest kills per round, fourth highest entry rate as well. So we're not just talking about some guy who was maybe 15th in the league. We are talking top 5 numbers in almost every category, and today you would not believe that at all. 0-5 having negative impact on this team, currently rocking a 37 EPS. These are dreadful numbers for Aiden, and unfortunately, it is costing his team. He's getting shut down by the great guns on the side of M80, but I mean, if I'm Aiden, maybe I'm huffing a little bit of copium here. There's been a lot of really good players who've been shut down from M80 over the course of the last couple years. And speaking of M80, we're going to 4v2 with a minute to go. They are looking in mighty good position to push us to a 4-1 scoreline.
Rival desperate. Here comes the flashbang. It will blind Ashen, gives an opportunity, but he loses the long angle fight to Diffuser. Dream with 1, but that's all he will get, and it's an easy closeout from M80, who continue to play the clock, who continue to play the time game, and walk away with success once again.
I mean, they don't really look like they're trying too hard here. It just looks like things are going according to plan for M80. Space Station are putting in a performance that they will probably want to forget, at least on this first half, Jesse. They have... I mean, I will say, they've been doing pretty okay from an opening duels perspective. Very similar to what we saw out of our first series of the day. SSG has 3 opening picks through 5 rounds. The problem is not getting kill number 1. The problem is everything after that. And again, a lot of the times, they're not bona fide trades, but M80 is refragging within 30 seconds of most of these engagements. So you gain very little ground when it comes to numbers. Yeah, obviously getting the first pick means that there's utility that might not be available for the next step, but that really hasn't hampered this M80 team. Losing Gunner in both of his engagements, playing a passive gadget, whether it be on the Bandit or the Thorn. He's not the guy who dies with a lot in pocket. So you're losing a great player, but you're not really harming the team of M80 more than that. So Space Station, try as they might, this has been a tough go of them. A 4-2 scoreline still within their grasps, but frankly, they haven't looked very good on the last couple rounds here, so they are going to need to be better than they've been, I would say, up to this point if they want to salvage a second round.
It feels like almost a must-win, right? You want to see them get that 4-2 split at the very least, but we'll see how this defense goes from M80. Last time, SSG focused a lot on clearing that top floor, but they didn't have the RAM. They didn't have tools to actually use that top floor pressure. This time, Giddy hops on that operator, and SSG, if they can take top floor again, should be able to do a little bit more with it. At the same time, Aiden has worked his way solo in through Garage. There's nobody currently down here for him to find on the scanner, but Gavin's playing those main stairs on the first floor. There are players who could get a bit aggressive at some point. Good utility here from the Thorn. It's going to alert M80 if Aiden starts to walk up these stairs.
Hoping to kickstart some offense for himself and for his team. Kills have not been a hard thing to come by for Space Station. As you look in the bottom right corner of your screen, they've still been landing quite a bit of blows here. 14 kills. I guess across 5 concluded rounds, almost averaging 3 kills a round isn't terrible. That's certainly not blowout territory. They will suffer through an early opening death. Gavin, a minute and 15 seconds off the clock, will start the killing. Aiden hoping for some follow-up, but he can't do anything about it. He gives his position away as well, hoping to maybe draw out one of these players, but nobody is giving him the attention that he craves. So off he goes to lurk through the basement. That will buy some time for M80.
Gavin genuinely just so good. His stats were almost identical to Aiden's actually in kickoff. Aiden had a slightly higher EPS, but they were neck and neck for 1 and 2 here in the season. Completely different games though for the start of stage 1. They've got this top floor control, and as I say, Giddy can start to use some of that to his advantage, but the numbers keep going down. 0-6 now as Ashen reminds Aiden, and we're in a 5v3 for the final round of the half.
The dog's off the leash, Jesse. Aiden will, or Ashen will now come for the ankles of just about anybody on Space Station who crosses his path. And I mean, Ashen is 8-2 at this point in time. It's just a couple kills more than the remaining 3 players on Space Station have to their names. SSG losing their auxiliary players of Rival, and now Aiden is, I guess he's moved into auxiliary position because of his lack of fragging prowess. Gunner taking down Dream. A flawless round right now shaping up, but Giddy says not quite. It'll all come down to Raid. In a 1v4, I said they had to be better. This is one of the more dominant rounds for M80, so they did not heed that call. Gavin goes down to a kill through a wall from Raid. He went fishing for that. Again, will land something, not too bad, but he's got his work cut out for him. Defuse kit, not within reach. Not especially with M80 staring their sights down in this angle, and Ashen will get kill number 9. Talks in chat and then puts the exclamation point on that round. 5-1 for M80 as we see what the desk has to say about this game.
Well, Leo, when I asked you what stood out to you so far throughout this game, SSG on the attack, it sounds like you're just not seeing the map control that you need to see if they're going to find success.
Yeah, the realistic thing is that they're super slow, and that's fine if you've got the map control to back it, you know? If you've got everything that you need at the last minute, it's good. But look at this, it's round 1.
Interesting.
They're attacking basement. You can see all of the control they have. They only have Volt and Elevator. And so if you look at Diffuser, he's been able to flank up the main stairs and go down the elevator hatch and surprise all of them. And not even that. I said they had Volt control. Where's Ashen? He's dropped from Volt hatch as well. And you look at round 3. They're attacking open space. What control do they have? Beepers. That's it. 3 players are here in this corridor. And so they haven't even clear tellers. So Azami is just having a field of day. You know, she can just get aggressive, gets a double kill here, and within 10 seconds, the entirety of the team is scrambling. It is a huge problem for these guys. What's the main player who made Space Station good in kickoff?
Yeah, and this is something we didn't get touched up on. It's been Aiden. Aiden was by far their carry throughout the entire series during kickoff. I mean, he was the #1 rated player. And this was something that we talked about going into this matchup when we were doing all of our prep is Aiden going to have that same level of consistency? And that's something that we know as a player. It is very hard to constantly replicate that same level of play, that same level of success. And clearly what we're seeing so far in the series, just even in the half, Aiden has not contributed to what we've seen in the previous stage. And we talk about that control, which is kind of mind-numbing to me because I don't know how much of the NAL you really watched last stage. But the fact is, what SSG did really well is they took map control and they forced the opponent's hand into their crossfires, into their line of sights, where then they could pick apart a defense. They could use these mid to late round executes, use those shield operators to get control, and we just aren't seeing that.
Yeah, the fundamentals are not there, and when you were relying on one guy to carry you, the best rated player on kickoff, Aiden, and he's what, 0-6 right now?
It's definitely not great.
It cannot be your single win condition.
Well, and the problem was they were relying on that so far, like through kickoff, and that much is, clearly abundant. The #1 rated player out of every single person came from a team that did not even make the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, 144 to 87 deaths. I mean, that really speaks into existence just how much Aiden really contributed to that frag department and was getting kills. And honestly, he contributed to his success to his team, being able to set him up. But what is the disconnect here? Why is he not being able to be set up on a map like Bank? Yes, it is bigger. Yes, you have to cover more ground. But what's the big question?
The big question is the operator bans. Is Space Station going to throw something new at the wall? Not really. They're banning Hibana, they're banning Ace, classic bans, classic situation. Is it enough for them to come back? I'm really not sure.
Down 5-1. Definitely a long road ahead if they want to bring this one back. Guys?
I think long road is the correct one of it here. You know, you've got to keep walking. If you stop, the game will pass you by. I think there's a very large portion of this audience, Jesse, that thinks that the game might have already passed by SSG, despite what Aiden typed in chat a couple seconds ago, which was we're a second half team. Well, I don't know if the numbers back that one up, but I mean, again, you've got your star fragger, the best rated player in the NAL kickoff, just a mere month and a half ago, dropping 0 kills for your first game. That is terrible by any stretch of the imagination. Everybody's going to get the yips. Everybody's going to get those first game jitters, and Aiden is still an inexperienced player when compared to a lot of the people in this lobby, so you got to give him a little bit of grace here, but if he doesn't start to pick it up, I mean, SSG's not going to be able to beat a team like M80 with their best player going 0-6.
I mean, listen, there is some facts to what Aiden is saying for SSG. They can be a bit of a second half team. Last stage in kickoff, SSG had the highest defense win rate of any team, at least when you factor in the major and some of those stats going down for the teams who did attend. 62% defense win rate throughout kickoff. So SSG are definitely a better defense team than they are on the attack, but you're right. I mean, Aiden is going to need to find some success here. He is one of the most productive people you'll ever meet, but he needs to be able to find those frags, turn that productivity into some value for Space Station. And starting here on the Solus, he will have an opportunity to get aggressive, and Rival as well, struggling in the first half, could get aggro too.
I was wondering if he was going to get a touch distracted there. He takes care of Gunner. Nice early pick by Rival as he's on Amaru. Trying to go for a surprise play. Does not work. Raid will take down Savage. So Raid and Rivals with 2. Oh my goodness. What was happening there? Diffuser. Aiden was sitting right next to you and you didn't even see him. Oh, well, I mean, it's a bad day for Aiden. It's a really bad, rotten, no good day on his side of things. At least 2 other players on his team have managed to find some kills here in the first round of the second half.
Yeah, Aiden not looking to where his teammate just got the frag, so a little bit lost there on the bottom floor, but you're right, like, it's fine. SSG now with the man count advantage, because they banned those long-range hard breach, this position from Ashen is not that effective. There's not a whole lot you can do from lobby in terms of getting that elevator wall open. Forces a bit of a pivot for M80 now. In a man disadvantage, they look towards Stock, they look towards Square. Nobody holding close on these windows, so they can jump in whenever they want to.
This is a really good cross from Rival, who manages to do some damage, but has allowed that control to be wrestled away by M80. Down goes Gavin. Rival traded out. That is a frustrating one for Space Station, I am certain. Still got good utility, though, on the side of SSG. And frankly, this is a very winnable round for them with 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah, the players who have been fragging in the first half are all still up for SSG, so if you're ever going to have a 3vx, this is the players that you want to be in it. Ashen and Diffuser playing together over towards Stock. Ashen's still on the roof, but Diffuser's fragging.
Down they go. M80 now outnumbered 2-1. Diffuser was allowed to walk in, picked up a kill, but this is going to be quite the task ahead of him. SSG sitting ever so patiently. Diffuser also not with control of his namesake. He will need to retrieve it, and he doesn't have a lot of time. There's no way, right? Right? Right. Dream, the final kill. Space Station will pick up their second round and start off the second half pretty strongly. Maybe Aiden wasn't so wrong, Jesse, after all.
Yeah, perhaps. We are starting to see SSG come alive. I will say that was probably the best round that we've seen from Dokkaebi players so far. I would say throughout the NAL today, we saw her a little bit getting value on Cafe, but that round, those final couple of moments, every player was without a phone because they had already been blown up by Dokkaebi. So we were seeing that value from Ashen even while he was sitting on the roof. In the end, I think that early man advantage was a little bit too much. Again, Aiden a little bit lost on that fight versus Diffuser, but it's okay. Diffuser ends up winning the fight. He's got teammates around him to try to get those kills back. And even though this pick from Rival was kind of tough, like first you let them jump in the window and then you lose the swing onto you, it's a tough spot to be in. The mental fortitude was good, and towards that late round, SSG did a good job holding on. They win top floor first, so now they get to go down to basement, which is even a stronger sight.
You say Aiden was right? We're going to say maybe Aiden knew his team better than us? I think that's outlandish.
I mean, we're one round in. They could still lose this 7-2, but
no, I've seen
looks
enough.
Good.
I've seen enough. No, that's fine.
All right.
I've said this a couple times, and I hear Lax say it all the time on the desk. You know, it sounds cheesy, but comeback always just starts with one round, and it is true. And SSG's got that one round, so you know, if we extrapolate that, they'll win every round for the remainder of the stage and be the best team in North America. And I will take no, I'll take no guff from anybody there. I'm sure your numbers back that up too.
Listen, all I ask that you use statistics properly, and this is clearly that. So yeah, no notes.
So I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm no mathologist like you, but I've been studying, been trying to match your energy here.
We're already in the site, Parker. Not the site, but at least an open area, and it results in a frag. Diffuser finds Raid off the back of his Monty, and this roam game from SSG is starting to shake a bit.
And that was a tricky one. I mean, I understand what you want to do, and teams holding open area is not uncommon by any stretch of the imagination, but I am very, very happy with how M80 is cutting through this roam clear. This is a thing of beauty to watch. They've also pushed off that elevator control, and now SSG will have to consolidate themselves down in the bomb site. Aiden will gamble his 0-7 life on a desperation kill, as now Rival's been put in the same grave that the other two teammates have been dropped in moments ago. Down goes Aiden at the hands of Ashen. Dream, the only one on the board. He'll be hunted by the death mark. All the flames will go towards the stairs to either deal damage or waste some time from M80. Dream sitting at 7-6. Usually it's not a good sign when your support ops are carrying the weight. Giddy and Dream have been on the top of the scoreboard for Space Station. He is not long for this Earth, and well, just as I predicted, M80 goes back to winning. I definitely never said anything about Space Station winning the rest of the series, and it's match point for M80.
On all fronts, M80 just looked like a well-oiled machine. Despite the roster move, this team is looking on fire. Up against Space Station Gaming, they will have 4 opportunities to close this game, and they'll prompt attack timeout from SSG, a chance to talk to their coach, Kama. Kama was the assistant coach on this roster back during kickoff, but after losing DMC, they promoted him up to primary coach, and this will be his first stage as the primary coach of a T1 team. He has got his work cut out for him to turn this match around with just pure domination on the side of M80, and a couple different players still on SSG yet to really get active. Aiden, of course, the main one, 0-8, I believe now, but Rival as well has struggled throughout this game. They have to get all 5 players on board.
Yeah, right now it's been a 4v5 every single round. Aiden has a lot of fans, and by all measures is an incredibly talented player. I don't need to go back over the stats from kickoff, but just in case anybody didn't hear it, #1 rating, #1 on KDR, #2 on entry, just all of these numbers so good. I'd actually have to pull up the real numbers. Let me go through it again. Aiden, highest EPS during kickoff, highest KD during kickoff, second highest kill per round during kickoff, 4th highest entry stats during kickoff. This is not a fluke. This is not like a guy had a couple good rounds and won a couple categories. He was so dominant and was a huge part of why Space Station was in contention. Ultimately failed it, but still in contention for a Salt Lake City major spot. For him to go 0-8, this very well could be, and I don't have these numbers at hand, so you might, Jesse, this could very well be Aiden's worst performance in the NAL since making his debut. I mean, granted, it's good to get this out of your way here on day 1 than to get it in the later matches where the stakes are going to be higher. The thing is that Aiden just needs to bounce back and make sure that he's as confident as can be for tomorrow's matches. You cannot let this get to you. If he can salvage a couple kills before this game is over, and the end of this game might be coming in a hurry, good for Aiden. But I think the big thing is just a mental reset. You've got good leadership on the side of Space Station. I'm sure they'll be fine, but it is a bit of a disappointing day for them and Aiden in particular.
Listen, Parker, I think for every young player, there comes a time where you realize, like, okay, sometimes right before a big game, maybe I need to get my beauty sleep. Maybe I need to be well rested. Maybe I don't need to be up until 4 in the morning grinding ranked. And he got #1 champ. Nobody can take that away from him, but if you can have #1 champ or a kill against M80, I think right now he'd kind of prefer the second. Here comes the rush from the Blitz. Savage will force out Rival, and it is immediately cleaned up by Gavin. This is so clean from M80.
We get to see a Dokkaebi, and look at how methodical this is. 50 seconds off the clock. You have blue control. You have open control. You've got first floor control. You have shoved SSG into a box. They do have 1 on flank. So there is a player standing over near open area. They've got a good read on Ashen as well. So Dream could get active on that front as Ashen will now reposition. So, I mean, not bad for Space Station with their coverage here on this map. But frankly, Jesse, yeah, they just need to make sure they don't get caught out. Giddy spotted on the roam diffuser, had that flank watch drone sitting over by electrical. Now you can play a bit smarter if you're the Nook. You'll have Dream focused on Ashen. That leaves 4 players on M80 to deal with Aiden and Raid. Raiden now taking a bit of damage as Dream gets on the board, so no flawless round will be at hand for M80. He gets punished by Gunner. Aiden 0-8, Raid 5-8, searching for very important kills. Or this one's as good as gone. For Aiden, the goal, don't go out empty-handed. An 0-9 scoreline is not what you want to see. He gets 1, so I guess that's a win in the books for Space Station. But M80 have a minute with 3 players still to go, and they just need to find Aiden. Jesse, I'm fearing this one might be curtains.
So much time still to play with. They see 1 on the hatch, goes for the fight. Here comes the plant. He got Goyos. Oh, through the smoke. No way, right? No way, right?
He has an opportunity. Diffuse kit is stopped, so Savage wisely falling off of the plant. Aiden still hunkered down over by Red, doing some serious damage. This is winnable. If Diffuser drops that hatch and takes a bad gunfight, Aiden could very easily get this. Savage saves the day. My goodness, far too close for comfort. But ultimately, it is an M80 beatdown, and what a debut for Savage in the NA League. Windsor, Ontario buff on the side of M80 as they dominate Space Station 7-2.
They may have missed Salt Lake City, but Parker, they are right back in the action for stage 1. M80 looking so dominant here on Bank for their first time playing it this season. We'll go to the desk to see them break down this matchup before we continue our day.
M80, make it look easy. So far, the roster change seems to be working out, so we've got the man himself standing by. Savage, welcome to North America. You're here and you've already made your impact. Tell me, what has your experience been like so far in NA?
It's been okay. You know, I mean, Siege-wise, it's a new experience, so it's fun. Maybe was expecting a little bit more.
Wow.
I don't know, maybe, but no, it's been fun. Like the guys are like really welcoming. A lot of difference. The culture around NA, a lot of typing in the chat that I'm not used to, but yeah, it's
Gotta get
fun.
used to it now.
Yeah, I got to. I just mute them in the chat in the game, so I don't have to.
Savage, long time no see. You cannot
Yeah.
escape me. I will find you, even in a new region.
Yeah.
Listen, I've seen you bully players with your shield for 2 years in EML. You arrive in your first game on Bank, and you arrive on attack, and I see you play Blackbird, I see you play Montaigne, I see you bully players with a shield. Is it gonna be one of your main strengths that you're gonna bring to M80 throughout the season? Because I can already see it coming to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something they struggled last season, because Ashen was playing most of the shields, and that takes off a lot of his fragging power, right? So like with me being able to take that position and like playing it decently, like it allows him to play other roles that maybe he's more comfortable on. So I think that's like definitely a big plus. But I also hope I can obviously add with more than that. But I hope it's going to be alpha. Like, I mean, so far, like, if a team's not banning Monty on Bank against me, I don't know, like, there's a lack of respect on that.
I mean, you just flexed, by the way, because I think you played the 3 shields. You played Lit,
Yeah.
Blackbeard, and Montaigne for the 3 rounds.
Sure.
Just a quick one on this. You were used to playing with a lot of players that had incredible firepower and micromanaging them and IGLing them in a good way. You're now in a similar situation. You have some of the best firepower in NA. Is that something that you were looking forward to when you joined this roster?
Yeah, I mean, like when I knew this was an option, I was like I knew this would be the team to take if they offered me the spot, because like the firepower on this team, whilst as well like just in game IQ is just insane, right? Like they got like a super talented team. I'm really like glad to be able to play with such players. You know, like the things that I watch daily on scrims from all of them is like insane. So yeah, that's just like. I'm just really grateful to be given the opportunity to, you know, play against alongside such great players again. You know, like from Secret to this team. You know, like I'm really lucky, I guess, to be an IGL and have these players as my players. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Savage, I want to congratulate you on your match. I mean, 7-2, I mean, that's a phenomenal start. Obviously, your iteration coming into the NA, you said it was, you know, hoping for a little something harder. I expect something down the road, but I do, you know, something I do want to talk about that we did talk about going into this match. I am a little critical of my theory of you coming onto this. Not you as your own self. I think you are a tremendous IGL. You've obviously made great strides, winning EWC, second runner-up at the most recent SI. I kind of want to pick your brain. You know, you've obviously watched many different iterations of the M80 roster and how they make changes. They aren't a long-lasting team or structure, so to say. They make changes pretty drastically if things don't work out. Do you feel that puts a lot of pressure on you filling a role of hot and cold, where again, when you look at the roster that you're under now, they found their most success with hot and cold? So again, do you feel that there's a lot of pressure on you to replicate that success? If not replicate that success, push it even further and make this team better than what they were with hot and cold?
That's a good question. I mean, I wouldn't say so myself, because like I'm very confident in my abilities, right? And I wouldn't join a team and be worried about what some other player did. Like if they thought that the best thing was to drop him and to get me as a player, then they believe that I'm an upgrade for him, right? So I don't exactly see it that way, but obviously I think like with the players that we have, there is expectations, and obviously I think that's like a good thing, you know, like you can't like just live in a fairy world where you think, you know, like you don't have to show results and you don't have to play well. Like that's just how it is. We're competitors, and that's what we like to do anyways. Like we want the pressure. We want to show people that we are these players that people expect us to be, you know. So I think more than anything, it's like a privilege in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the response.
Well, yeah, Savage, thank you so much for your responses tonight, and I think we'll be talking quite a bit throughout the stage, so we look forward to that. Congrats on the win.
Thank you guys so much. See you guys around.
Have a good one. Well, what a win for M80, and you can hear it there from Savage. I mean, that was a well-thought-out response to your question of, yes, of course there's that pressure, but he's confident in himself to perform at this level to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just even to the questions of what he brings to the table that he was answering from Leo and just what he answered in mine, I mean, you can clearly see the confidence within him. And again, with so little in terms of his history when we compared him to Hot and Cold, clearly he has the rights and the minds and the workings to be one of the best players in the game, one of the best IGLs, to keep the consistency and keep that exact same tenacity that he shows.
And you can see the results directly. Who was the best rated player in this match? It was Ashen. And who used to play the Shields before? It was Ashen. So by playing the Shields, Savage now frees Ashen to play on his favorite role, and he can do exactly what he was doing on Secret, have 4 players that have incredible firepower at his disposal, and abuse them as much as he wants as the master mind that he is.
I think that is something also to take note of, is obviously realizing your player's strengths, already coming into the team, understanding, yes, Ashen can play the Shields, but why put him on him if Savage can take that role, take on that burden, take on that responsibility, and put Ashen in a more comfortable role where naturally that's where Ashen is always going to excel, is getting those opening kills, getting into your face, allowed to get aggressive, and really just relieving any bit of weight that he had on his back when he was on that SSG roster.
Well, on the flip side, right, that SSG roster, we saw some struggles, particularly from Aiden. Yeah. This was something that Jesse brought up on the cast a couple of times. Aiden tweeted last night at 4 in the morning, or just about his time, that he is now the #1 ranked champ. Congratulations to him and all, but the performance today maybe indicated a little lack of sleep.
I will say this, there is nothing worse for a pro player to not find success or to be dropping a donut the majority of the game. Thankfully, he did end up getting, 3 kills at the very end. Sure, it didn't contribute to the win by any means, but fact of the matter is he still has the right attitude. He's still cracking jokes, and I think there is something to take note in that aspect.
And most importantly, we're all having fun about this, but let's just remember, Aiden's still a really young player.
Yeah.
He just impressed everyone at kickoff, and most importantly, yes, he was grinding ranked too late. That's often a mistake that rookie players can do, is actually playing too much when it's your dream and you really want to be the best player. But it shows commitment. Yes, he is the #1 champ. He was grinding ranked because he wants to be at his TBD top. He wants to be the best performer possible. And yes, it was a mistake, but at the same time, props to him because he's still grinding this game and clearly he's passionate.
Yeah, clearly he is, and we knew this M80 matchup would not be easy for SSG by any means. So hopefully,
I thought with them stomping Cloud9, I thought this was going to be a close match.
So hopefully it's something.
Not your best agreement.
Well, maybe they could brush that off heading down the line. But right now, it was M80 who obviously grabbed the headlines in the break. But at the Salt Lake City Major, it was Wildcard grabbing the headlines with the Hot and Cold Revenge Tour. They now go up against, well, the team that Hot and Cold is currently on with 100 Thieves. We'll start with Wildcard, though, Leo, because this team has always been an international force. And despite not having their IGL, who they'd been practicing with all kickoff, they still had a pretty good performance at Salt Lake City.
Somehow they always come alive at LAN. It's just beautiful to see because I was part of a team that was the opposite.
Well, it's horrible to see up until that point.
Yeah, exactly.
From an NAL standpoint.
But I just, from a standpoint of a player that used to qualify to every event, and then you know what happened.
I can relate.
Yeah, I just love to see a roster that can actually outperform and play so much better when they're at LAN. But like you said, it is a problem, and it is a worrying problem in an NAL that has, first and foremost, young teams like For Fun or Outlast or even 5 Fears, players that were, or teams that were not supposed to do so great, that are actually able to upset big teams, and then big teams that have heavily invested in the rosters and are now looking more competitive than ever. Teams like this that struggle online, I'm just afraid for them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make Wildcard in a worse for wear situation here, because when we look at every single group stage since them coming into this and with these rosters, they haven't really looked that impressive regionally. It's almost, I don't want to put them on the same level, but just like a cross-reference. Think of Furia, for example. They were never good within their own region. Yeah. Obviously, they would squeak into playoffs.
Inconsistent is the word.
Once they would get to international event, they absolutely dominated, and that's the exact same thing with Wildcard, but we're just getting to a point now where something has to give, and it's either they're going to continue to squeak by, make playoffs, then continue to their major runs, or they're going to miss out on an event, because they can't squeak by, and they're going to make a roster change. Because as we know, during SI, this might be some insider, there were talks of them making a big roster change after SI. That didn't come true. They did end up sticking together, but I can't imagine if they miss out on a big event such as EWC with a lackluster performance in a domestic sense. I can't imagine a world where they sit there and think, okay, let's give it another try. I think a change will be made.
Well, one of the 3 rosters that did make a change coming into this stage was 100 Thieves. And the big change, the big pickup was Hot and Cold, right? That revenge tour that he had on Wildcard at the Major, that now shifts to this 100 Thieves banner. And what they have now added with the addition of Kason as well, there's a lot of potential here.
And Vivas, because you said the most important pickup was Hot and Cold, and I find that debatable in a sense that I do think that he's one of the most accomplished IGL in the world, but Kason might just be the next big thing. And Vivas, you know, he's the mastermind behind the success of so many teams, and you know, he maybe brings the depth that they didn't have. And I'm just thinking of Kason, and here's a clip of him as a streamer, as a huge content creator, 90K followers on Twitch, and very impressive with like a mechanical skill that we recognize from a console player that switched to PC.
Xbox players, man, I'm telling you,
yeah,
have it in them naturally.
You said it to me before, right? It feels like a stomping all over again. Does he have that potential to really come alive from the ranked games? And into you know, the top level of NA.
Listen, and it's hard not to believe that he is going to deliver on that front, because every single time we've heard about these up-and-comers, whether it was Spoit back in the day, whether it was Bolo, whether it was Stompin', whether it was Newers, whether it was Aiden, everyone so far has been delivering on that front. So I have no doubt in my mind that Kason is coming into this roster, especially with the change that they made of, like you were saying, getting Vivas as their coach, bringing in Hot and Cold as an IGL. There is far more structure for him to be able to come into and develop and grow as a player, where if he joined this team prior, if he was turning 18 before this roster got put together, 100 Thieves announcement, then maybe he wouldn't find that success. But I think this is a perfect time and a perfect scenario for him to come in and really showcase and have the structure behind him and a leader behind him to help him improve and develop as a player.
Right, it's a perfect kind of situation where this all could fall into place really nicely. You have a leader in Hot and Cold. You have a new young star on the newest organization.
Big old former players for Hot and Cold to automatically gel with, outside of Gomez kind of being that outlier. I think there's a lot of success with this big change for 100 Thieves.
And I like Vivas. I will say this again. I think Vivas will bring a lot of depth to that roster, even from the sidelines.
And who better to learn under than Vivas, then Hot and Cold as that new player, right? Sky's the limit here, I think, for this roster. But as we said, not the results they wanted in kickoff. That's where they're going to have to improve something. Let's take a look at the map and see actually where we're going to end up going here to see exactly if 100 Thieves can start to get improving from the jump. Lax, they go to bank. What do you make of this?
We're either cashing checks or stealing checks at this point. And for wildcard, again, I got to see something from them. This is a perfect time to pounce on a team that's brand new, to really showcase. Obviously, they didn't get to have Aiden throughout their series in SLC. He is going to be, Adrian is going to be brought back. However, Hot and Cold was playing with them, so I'm sure he's going to have a little bit of counterplay, given the fact he played with them. However, on the side for 100 Thieves, it is a very big map, and trying to make a new team work, filling in Kason, filling in Gomez into the roles of what he wants to do, I could see some problems arise there.
I do see some positives, though, for 100 Thieves.
Absolutely.
And the positives is exactly the same story as for M80. Hot and Cold joins the roster, right? So he's going to give more space to Spirits, who was the IGL before. So Spirit is going to be able to play his main role, which is the shields play, which is huge on bank. And now he can solely focus on that, and Hot and Cold on the IGLing.
Well, I assume Parker and Jesse are tired of talking about Hot and Cold at this point, considering how much he was present at the Major. But now, with Kason in the mix, Parker, excited to hear your thoughts as we get into this one.
Not tired of talking about people who deserve to be talked about, and I think Hot and Cold is definitely on that list. Kason also is very much on that list. We got to spend a lot of time talking about Hot and Cold's former organization of M80 in the matchup that, that came before this, but we're going to go back to the same map, and we're going to get to see a guy who used to play on M80, but obviously a very different look. This is the match of the day for me, Jesse. What does this new look of 100 Thieves do in their maiden voyage? Does Wildcard once again playing with Adrian? Are they able to prove they are consistently a top 4 team domestically? What are your expectations here for our third match of the day?
Honestly, this is a cop-out answer, but I'm going to say no expectations coming into this. I'm giving 100 Thieves a blank slate. You know, you go back to kickoff before they had Hot and Cold, before they had Kason. That team really wasn't built, I think, in the way that 100 Thieves fans were hoping for. It didn't really have the juice that people were wanting to see out of this team. Now you throw in a world-class IGL alongside an 18-year-old kid who is just dipping his toes into Tier 1 for the first time. And you've got what a new organization like 100 Thieves wants to be starting with, right? You've got that foundation that I think they were hoping to have back during kickoff. Now it feels like the real deal. I'm a big fan of Wildcard, Parker. I think this team is really good back during the Salt Lake City Major. The only teams they lost to were FaZe Clan, the world champs, and Dark Zero, the eventual Major champs. So this is a team who really only struggle against the best of the best. 100 Thieves, it's tough to say if they'll be at that level as of now, as of yet, but the potential is seriously deep on that squad.
I'm assuming Adrian got his US visa, as he seems to be in the same room as all of them. lest Wildcard also play out of Canada. I know Adrian was playing out of Canada for the kickoff here. 100 Thieves are playing out of Los Angeles at the 100 Thieves compound. That fun fact, when we worked for a particular TO that was based out of Culver City, we would drive past the 100 Thieves compound every single day, so we got to see it and in all of its glory. It's nice that these teams will be playing in person. They've got their coaching staff nearby. They'll be able to do team bonding. It will obviously help these squads. For Wildcard, I don't think a ton of improvement is really there, right? They're already a good team. They've already consistently been one of North America's best. Even with Hot and Cold subbing in for Adrian, they were able to make top 8 at the Salt Lake City Major, which frankly it was quite surprising. They weren't the only team with a sub to make top 8. Twisted Mind made top 4 with a sub. Dova playing, or guards rather, playing on that team. But 100 Thieves had a really miserable showing in kickoff. They made 2 moves, one of which was a bit more surprising than the other. That was Pamba getting shuffled off of the team, Yaga getting shuffled off, Yaga finding new life with Geekay over in EML. Pamba will be playing in that Cloud9 matchup later today. And bringing in Hot and Cold, which, I mean, when Hotten's available, you scoop him up right away. Hoping that the rest of 100 Thieves, Spirits in particular, will be able to play better with a veteran presence like Hotten on the roster.
Bottom floor is going to be our site, and Adrian still playing for Wildcard now, of course, back on the team. Inside Garage will be a bit of a solo player as the rest of his team starts to take these top couple of floors. Not a very fast map clear coming through early from Wildcard, taking their time and showing their respect to the players on 100 Thieves. Gomez inside of Archives, protected from those drones thanks to his Mozzie Pest. It's going to be really tough to get eyes on him, but through the other doorway, they can start to clear this space. And it's a Nitro from Spirits that sets us going.
I mean, they said what Hotten on the team would do for Spiker on Wildcard during Salt Lake City. How will that impact Spirits? Spirits and Hot and Cold are probably 2 of the best shield players in North America. I don't think there is a big argument there for either of that. Obviously, both of them with a lot of veteran presence and leadership. Gomez has some leadership qualities too. I think all of that will be really good for Kason as he makes his debut at a Tier 1 level. He obviously brings a huge spotlight on him. The desk talked about it for quite a bit of time, so we don't need to delve into it right now. But he's certainly going to be somebody to watch. He comes from that same console clique that we saw Raid come from, that Aiden came from. You're really hoping that Kason has a better game today on this map than we saw Aiden muster here. 100 Thieves with the numbers advantage will have an even greater advantage as Kason gets his very first kill against Adrian. Hotten outduels Baby Shark, and suddenly it's 2 remaining on Wildcard up against everybody on the Thieves. They'll lose Hot and Cold to a hatch peak after that last gas canister goes off, and with 30 seconds left, Spiker and Kansan are gonna have to make a lot of lemonade of these lemons that have been dropped on their lap.
Yeah, not enough time. Kason, an opportunity. Does get fried by Kansan. It's tough up here in Tier 1, but he's done more than enough, Parker. He's wasted so much time inside a server. Now they can just play behind their utility. Still an impact from Gomez. And I say that, there's actually not a lot of plant denial. There's a world this goes down.
I think that might just be the case. Adam looking for the dead drop. Kansan, great coverage. Spiker trusting him. Both of them firing away as they back up. Excuse me? Kansan breaks the backs of 100 Thieves, and Wildcard steals round 1.
Florida's finest comes alive in the very first round from Wildcard. What a play from Kansan. Again, good start from 100 Thieves. Felt like they had that round on lockdown, but you can never count out Kansan in those low time situations. Recognizing again that there just wasn't that plant denial available for 100 Thieves. They killed Hot and Cold early. That's this kill on the hatch right here. They don't exactly find it, but eventually Hot and Cold does die. This is the eventual swing from Spiker. A 2v5 from some of the most veteran players on Wildcard comes alive with those classic server plants, and I mean, it is just beautiful watching Kansan sing. And we're alive in the NAL.
He's heating up. He's heating up. I just want to let you know, by the way, chat, and by virtue of him co-streaming this, he's going to hear what I'm about to say. Mint has always called him Kason, but everybody else seems to call him Kason. Right? That's what you call him. Kason?
Yeah. Yeah, Kason.
Literally, first time I said Kason, I get a DM from Mint that says, "What is Kason?" I knew it was coming.
All right.
Chat, weigh in. How do you pronounce it? Kason, Kason. Give me a pronunciation guide here. What does it say in your notes, and when is his mother's birthday?
we'll work on those stats, Parker. We'll work on it. But Kason, decent start, I think, down inside of servers. You know, he has a good bit of value from that one frag and wasting the time. I don't blame him for getting smoked by Kansan in the midst of that, but no follow-up, unfortunately, from his teammates. It's only good enough for one. Plenty of time still to get some rounds on the board and to grow his kill count. He's playing the stock position just outside here, and as he gets droned by his arch rival Kansan, he will have a difficult time holding down this position against the Snake.
Kansan and Kason, the two players that we will be keeping an eye on. Of course, Kansan almost single-handedly winning that previous round to give Wildcard a thriller, and I mean, we expected this to be a close matchup. I think the community poll was 54 to 46%, so you also agree with us. As there's Kason to the rescue, finds the Blackbeard. He's in a tough spot here to knock the shield away, but it's a team effort as Bay has the window, and down goes the newest member of 100 Thieves. Still, the Thieves with an advantage for the time being, half the round to go.
All right, good count now for 100 Thieves. The last round started strong for them as well, Parker. So Wildcard will slow this down and try to hunt for another miracle. They do not have Kansan alive to get another 4K for them. So somebody else will have to bear the load in order to make this round happen for them. Very spread out at the moment. Players outside of stock. You've got the Dokkaebi flamed by Adrian just outside the window. Still 4 of those logic bombs that he can try to use to put pressure on these site players. Everybody is still remaining with their phones, and even if they weren't, Kason through the grave can start to watch these cams.
All this action happens so early, Jesse, that you're not really pressed for time right now, right? You can spend some time outside, especially when you're outnumbered. Kansan or no Kansan, I think that the likelihood of them repeating round number 1 is pretty much 0. I don't even think the likelihood of round 1 happening the way it did was more than 5%, and yet it did. Spiker's hoping for the same success now as there goes the Black Mirror. Trying to bait out a kill. How does Wildcard do it? Excellent lockdown, but there's Gomez with the Nitro Cell. He's picked apart. Houghton will need to be the savior. Bay shuts him down. Goodness gracious, it happens again. Wildcard start off 2-0.
What a testament I think it is, Parker, to how consistently Wildcard are taking these man disadvantaged plant positions and are making them work over and over again. Wildcard will do this time and time again where they're just going to slow the round down to a snail's pace. It's okay that they lost some of their tools in the early round because they're so good at adapting and making sure that the few numbers they have are holding the right angles, are in the exact right spots. They're not rushing in for a plant after they lose a couple of bodies. They're happy in the 3v4 because they know if we can start threatening a plant down just inside a CEO, then all of a sudden the movements will come from 100 Thieves. If we're ready for them, if we're watching, that is going to favor us. Spiker dies going for that plant in round number 2, Parker. They don't quite get it down like they did in the first round, but it doesn't matter because the gunplay is so good from Bay, Adrian, even Spiker getting one himself. They're ready for the movements being pulled out and forced out by 100 Thieves. This has been really, really good recovery from Wildcard. Even if the early game isn't going their way, I've been loving these executes.
imagine what the damage this team could have done if they were fighting with their proper 5 at the event. I mean, again, Hot and Cold was a pretty good substitute for Adrian. It did put Spiker onto maybe more comfortable roles that he was used to, but top 8 being your ceiling with a sub. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite unlikely that a sub joining a team will allow you to be better than your official squad. I think the only real time where I can think back to the profound impact that a sub had was when Kanto subbed for Penta, if you recall, back during the Atlantic City Major, where they finished second to Team Liquid after Shate had dropped off of that team, and then Kanto ended up becoming a permanent addition, and that's when G2 looked... That's when they were ultimately picked up by G2 and went on that reign of terror that they had. But I mean, again, Adrian fits this team like a glove. Savage fitting that M80 team through a single game like a glove as well. And because of that, it's good to see teams back to the potential that they have. Adrian obviously has not been a huge part of these 2 rounds for Wildcard, but just being able to play with your 5 gives you a different level of confidence. And I think that's Wildcard's shown that off clear as day.
I mean, I know the team definitely felt like they could have shown a bit more in those quarterfinals had they had their full 5-man stack. Not that they weren't appreciative of Hot and Cold and the effort that he put in, but he signed with 100 Thieves before the Wildcards run was even over. Signed with them mid-tournament, subbing in for Wildcards, so he knew it was never a long-term home for himself. Now he's got the opportunity to try to use some of those insights and tactics against them here on Wildcard. Their 3rd defense is going to be tried on open area. Not much of a top floor hold, I guess. Adam, Kaysen, and Spirits still trying to lock this down. Wildcard not engaging with it so far. They might just try to hold from the square window up top and then jump in these site windows and walk in through Janitor, but the drone hold is going to make it awkward. Biding their time, happy to go slow.
There's a vault in from Spiker as he stares down the bomb chassis in hot pursuit of Hot and Cold. Oh my goodness. Teammates mere weeks ago, now enemies inside the server. Kaysen taking down Spiker. He'll find his 2nd kill. He's loving this Scorpion. It was the gun he had in hand for the highlight clip. He's finished off by Bay 94. And Wildcard will have a 3v3. Hard to believe that they're up 2-0 at the moment, Jesse, and yet this is the closest round for Wildcard with only a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, we know how good Wildcard are late, but they've lost their IGL. Spiker's going to have to call this one from the grave. Positioning's not bad, but they still don't have top floor control, so watch out for Spirits up top, and a Nitro punishes Bay too, so now at the man count disadvantage, Kansan and Adrian will have to reposition.
Adrian on the ground. Kansan still upright. Things have gone pretty bad for this Wildcard team, but again, you can never count them out when they're in this position, and Kansan's still alive. He's always a secret weapon, and oh my goodness, Gomez learning that the hard way. Kansan breathing in some gas as he now maneuvers himself. He knows this map well. This is the exact part of the map where he pulled off one of the best clutches we've ever seen in pro play. He'll be brought back from the dead by Adrian. In a 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. Kansan attempting the defuse plant. Adrian to cover. Right now, 100 Thieves being a little bit sluggish, but taking up map control. Spirits will find one. Kansan running out of time. He'll survive. 100 Thieves will win their 1st round based on the clock.
You know, you have a little bit of an IGL entry in the midst of that, Parker. Spiker really just said, screw it, we're going to send it right into the site, and I'm going to do it myself. These are the types of plays you can make when you have a 21-year-old IGL who is in the peak of his career. Did a good job finding that space, getting the gap into the bomb site, but as that was happening, they lose their shield player. The trades don't favor them. It almost feels like he's in a bit alone. There are a couple of players on that printer window, but when Spiker dies, no one's able to get that quick trade onto Kaysen, and eventually, things do wind up in the ball court for 100 Thieves. They get 1 through this 1st quarter, but imagine how this game could look. We could easily be staring at a 3-0 for 100 Thieves if it wasn't for some miraculous play from Wildcard in the late round.
Yeah, again, we've had how many events where we've done that, where we're like, yeah, this could be 3-0. Yeah, this could be 4-1. But you have to just shut that out. It's just noise at this point in time. So ignore it. Get into the server and play with what's actually in front of you. Yes, there is a very good argument that you could have here that 100 Thieves should not have lost those first 2 rounds, and Wildcard should not have clutched them. But Wildcard does this against teams. They did it against DZ during kickoff. They did it with come-from-behind victories throughout the course of this team's existence. They don't make top 4 or top 8 at almost every single event they go to if they are not a tough team in the closing moments of a round. And I mean, Kansan and Bay, Spiker as well, all of them have tons of highlight reel clutches to save their team from the brink of defeat. 100 Thieves obviously have to be aware of that. And I mean, late rounds being good is something that a lot of teams in North America practice. DZ is an excellent mid to late round squad. They close out very effectively. The depth they have, the way that they use their utility on support, it's excellent. So 100 Thieves need to manage that. They need to be aware of Wildcard being a threat throughout the entire 3 minutes of the round. I think they're aware of that, but sometimes, Jesse, just knowing it doesn't mean you're actually able to do anything about it.
Well, we go back down to the bottom floor for round 4, Parker, and this time we're a bit more standard on the op lineup for 100 Thieves. This is going to be way more utility dedicated to denying that plant. They were not successful in stopping it back in round number 1. That was the 2v5 for Spiker and Kansan. So this one should be maybe a little bit less chaotic coming through for 100 Thieves, as they do play a 5-man anchor. Adam up inside of open area. It was really the Grim that was being played by Spiker here in round number 1. So with that banned, he'll just go to another displacement op and grab the Capitao. Adam not looking to stick around, so this is going to be a slow burn, Parker. Do they try to focus on clearing server, dealing with spirits on those blue stairs, and then getting past all the nitros into the chunk of fire? Or do you just say, screw it, we're going to ignore that and hit the back? Based on these can openers, they're at least leaving that up as an option right now.
Here the ex-Kairos going away in the background, doing the job that they need to do. Spirits might be in some trouble here, Jesse, as Adrian needs somebody to cover him. Very rarely do we see a shotgun swing blue to contest somebody opening that hatch, because if they do, there's almost always a set of eyes staring in his direction. Yeah, you might get the person on the hatch, but then you die. Blue control is gone. You know how important blue control is. They've got a good read on Spirits as they drone him out. He's now trapped, though. With that hatch being open, there is no real way for him to get back to servers with his life intact. So at this point in time, as long as somebody from 100 Thieves, or as long as somebody from Wildcard watches this position, 100 Thieves will be without Spirits. They can just isolate him. There will go the nade. They're going to flame off the bottom as well. They can follow up with a gun. Spirits has a shotgun. That's the thing that's most dangerous, as he now tempts Fate around this corner. Good collapse by Wildcard. They do that with 45 seconds still left. That is excellent execution.
Yeah, it's perfect, but the time is the big problem. There's still Tachanka, there's still 2 Nitro cells. There's a lot of utility being brought by 100 Thieves that was not shown back in round number 1. So if Wildcard were looking at this thinking, okay, we'll get an easy plant just like the first time we attacked the site, that's not going to be the case. They need pressure elsewhere.
Oh, a missed opportunity for Bay. As Kaysen now finds his back turned to the weapon, and Bay does incredible work inside the bomb site. This bottom floor is in firm ownership of Wildcard. 100 Thieves, with their 2 new players, have yet to find the success, at least immediate success, that they had hoped. Wildcard showing off the same brilliance we come to expect from them and have seen over the last year or two.
I really like that push from Wildcard. Again, they're just playing with their food in these late rounds. They're always subverting expectations. We were so focused on Spiker over inside of servers, right? They committed all of that utility just to clear Spirits. You've got to think, okay, well, they're going to be going for a planting through server. But Spiker was the only player actually in that position. When they went for their actual execute 5v4, sure, Spiker was locked out of the site, but Baby Shark was running through it. Bay was pushing down those bottom floors. You saw Kansan having some value from the lobby hatch as well.
Let's fucking go, boys! Let's go!
It is clear to me that Spiker is calling an incredible game. The late rounds have been put together really well by Wildcard, and 100 Thieves need to do something to disrupt it, because right now, Wildcard are just getting everything they want in these late rounds.
I don't know if we're on an extended tech pause or what here, but some deep meditation going on in the faces of Wildcard. It does appear that there is a tech pause at play. As we said during kickoff, and we tripped over ourselves to say it with every single team that made quite a number of roster moves, especially those surrounding their IGLs, there is usually a break-in period where you need to get comfortable with your team. M80 had instant chemistry with Savage. You saw how effective that team was against Space Station, demolishing them in the matchup right before this game. Hot and cold, for what it's worth, obviously can have an immediate impact on teams, be it Mirage, be it Space Station, be it Dark Zero, be it M80, be it Wildcard when he subbed in at Salt Lake City. But I mean, if you watched 100 Thieves matches, there was a lot of things that they needed to work out. Just simply bringing in a new IGL might not be enough to fix those in the span of a couple weeks. Do keep in mind that 100 Thieves likely made that roster change at some point in the last 2 weeks since Salt Lake City, or 3 weeks since Salt Lake City ended. So there hasn't been a lot of time for them to prepare. It was something that Fabi and Jesse talked about in that tweet that was shown during the desk, where he said, not going to Salt Lake City gave us more time to gel with our new IGL. 100 Thieves didn't have that benefit because Hot and Cold was competing for Wildcard. And you also bring in a rookie. Kaysen is great. I don't think anybody's going to argue that, but there is still an adjustment period as he gets the hang of Tier 1 play. So 100 Thieves could still easily win this matchup for all we know, but I mean, they've had a couple heartbreaking rounds. They need to be able to put that behind them and get back to winning ways and be a team that, frankly, we haven't really been able to see them be since kickoff, but are hoping that with the potential this roster has, they're able to meet.
I mean, I felt like coordination was a bit of an issue for the original 100 Thieves roster too, Parker. I mean, Adam comes into this with the lowest trade percentage of any player here in the North America League. Gomez and Spirits both have quite poor stats on the trade stats too, so it definitely feels like getting those trades, playing together, being coordinated was something the 100 Thieves were going to have to worry about coming into this stage, and certainly they didn't have a whole lot of time in kickoff to practice some of those small moments, so this will be their opportunity to work on that some more, try to get that trade game in, and frankly, they're not out of this game. I mean, they're still holding on bank defense. They can still run up these next couple of rounds, put themselves in a winning position. Maybe not right away, because everybody on Wildcard has just left the game, but
I have to imagine that we lost the face cams as well, that it is highly likely that they were having internet issues or connectivity issues, which last I heard is not... Well, which players you have and visa problems you might have don't really impact your internet. So
fair.
In that sense, we'll wait to hear. There was obviously a bit of a pregnant tech pause before we got into that round, and then they suffered through whatever is going on there. But that is also one of the rare downsides of playing at a team house, is that if the internet crashes, you don't lose one player, you lose everybody. I have to imagine they lost internet or they lost power or something like that. And I mean, if you're in Los Angeles like 100 Thieves are, you can see them playing at that 100 Thieves compound. You best bet that Nadeshot's got some internet service provider on speed dial should there be a problem for this team, and they seem to be okay for the time being. So I don't know if we'll go to a break or if we'll just continue to yap on while we wait for Wildcard to get back in, but we'll update you, of course. 100 Thieves will have to sit in silence, Jesse, because tech pauses mean, no matter what the reason, you don't get to talk.
yeah, we did get word that this is a power cut on the side of Wildcard. So your speculation is correct, Parker. We're just going to wait to see if Wildcard can get back in with some speed. Hopefully they can. Again, they've played a really good game so far today. It'd be a shame to not see them continue that. I think 100 Thieves have also had some strong moments. Kaysen's struggling statistically a little bit, but I think he's again shown some promise with the positions that he's been forced to play. He's often getting one, if not getting a multi-frag, but then sometimes getting traded back. So there have been some glimmers of hope, I think, for 100 Thieves, and down 3-1 is not the worst spot to be, especially with a couple of defense rounds still to play here. Get that 3-3 split absolutely in the cards. So we'll have to see how it does move along and how it goes. I've been excited to see Spirits as well. He hasn't really had the big pop-off moments that we were hoping to see since moving away from the IGL role and giving some of that responsibility over to Hot and Cold. I was thinking, okay, are we going to get old Spirits back running and gunning with his shenanigan operators? On the defense, we haven't seen that so much so far, but get excited for those next couple of rounds in the second half when we start seeing Spirits jump on his Ying, jump on his Glads, jump on his shields. That's really where he's going to thrive as a player.
Absolutely. If you look at the 100 Thieves roster, just to add on to what you're saying, if you look at the 100 Thieves roster from kickoff, granted kickoff was relatively short, and because 100 Thieves got blown up so early on, they didn't get to play anywhere near as many maps as all these other teams. You know, most teams played 8 maps. 100 Thieves played 4, right? Because they went 0-4, and that was it. They were done. So small sample size. Adam was the only player in the top 30 from 100 Thieves. Now, To be fair, Pambazoo was technically 30th. It was just a tiny bit ahead of Volspur. At the rest of the team, the support in particular, were way in the bottom. And Spirits is a guy that you don't expect him to be the 43rd of 50 players in a league. That's just, it's way below what his expectations are. It's way below what his standards are. And frankly, it's way below historically what we see out of him. That whole team was bad. There wasn't really any good looks on it. Adam was the only guy collecting kills. Sometimes you have one player popping off. The rest of the team is not great. Sometimes the entire team suffers, which is more of what we saw with, say, Outlast, for example. But you bring in a guy like Kaysen, you expect him to be near the top. Period. Of the team, of the league, that's your expectation. You bring in a guy like Hot and Cold. Yeah, Hot and Cold's numbers have not been that great since playing Shields and being more of an IGL. But he's still a guy who can have big pop-off moments. Saw it with the wildcard roster when he played as a sub in Salt Lake City. There's a lot more fragging prowess on 100 Thieves with them getting rid of Yaga and Pambazoo. So the kills department should be doing very well. But again, there might be an adjustment period as they try to find a new identity. Hot and Cold and Spirits will need to settle in, working together, and they'll have to sort out some roles here. And, you know, Wildcard's a tough opponent for you to have to go up against for your very first day. So I don't envy the guys on 100 Thieves. To be fair, tomorrow they do have a bit of well, they don't. I was going to make a joke. They play M80 tomorrow. So it'll be a great grudge match. Then they play Cloud9 on Friday. So they've got at least one easy match on paper. But it is a hard start for 100 Thieves here. I mean, they're going to have to go through the fire and the flames really early as a new team.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for Kaysen, right? I mean, this guy turned 18 on Monday. He is barely even eligible to play in this league. He's been waiting for this opportunity for over half his life at this point. He started playing Siege when he was 8, so he has spent more of his overall life playing this game than not, and now he's finally made it to 100 Thieves. He's finally made it up into tier 1. You're going up against Wildcard, one of the most tricky teams to play against here in the North America region. M80 will be a tough game, you're right as well. Cloud9 maybe something to shine a little bit more. But I think the future looks bright for 100 Thieves, regardless of how this first week goes. You've got such a capable captain in Hot and Cold. You've got some really good core players around Kaysen to play with, like Gomez and Adam too, who have been in the scene for quite a long time. They've brought that history. They've brought that experience. They've brought that really just, I think, knowledge that Kaysen can really grow from and learn from. And I had a quick chat with him the other day just about kind of his journey getting up into this point and his movement onto this team. And he said he's mostly just excited to play against some of the roller guys that he's been playing with for years at this point. And I'm excited to see him, again, continue to take over this league and have some more big rounds.
And frankly, I mean, the console community of Rainbow Six Siege is huge as well. And I mean, there's no denying that if you watch any type of content creation that's been done over the last couple of years, a lot of it has been driven by controller players. You know, obviously Jinxie led the charge many, many moons ago. And dear God, I don't need to hype up Jinxie. A lot of people hold the opinion that he almost single-handedly saved this game and its relevance and brought a huge spotlight to it. And he's done it with other games now as well. He's been playing like League of Legends and Rocket League, and there's this Jinxie effect. He just starts playing a game and suddenly the numbers of the game spike, because when you're getting 50, 60, 70,000 average viewers as Jinxie does, it's going to bring attention to the game. But Jinxie hasn't been the only one, right? We already talked about Aiden. We talked about Stompin. We talk about Raid. We talk about Kaysen. We talk about these guys who are young and they have a huge followings. They bring in a ton of attention. They bring in a ton of fans. And a lot of them come from console. The console scene used to have a pro scene, 10 years ago. I think it's unlikely that we ever see console Siege come back at a tier 1 level. But there's tons of amateur tournaments, and it's really great to see controller players and console players make the jump over to PC and see those skills immediately translate. Hell, Laxing, who's on our desk, literally won a world championship at the very first Six Invitational on console, playing on Xbox, on that Elevate team, jumped over to PC when Xbox was no longer supported, and he immediately became one of the best pros in the region and competed at numerous LAN events on a completely different set of equipment. So it's great to see console players coming over here, and frankly, Siege is nowhere without the immense amount of support on console, irrespective of what console you play. So great to see guys like that come over here and make immediate impact. Obviously, Aiden had a bad day today, but we're still hoping that Kaysen can do some serious damage here as we're it looks like maybe moments away from getting back into the match.
Yeah, sounds like we've got players loading up into the lobby, and we should be starting in just a moment here, so we do appreciate your patience. Parker, you mentioned some of the open tournaments and some of the lower level competition that a lot of these players have come up in. And again, I'll give a shout out to the NA Open Cups that have just been announced across North America. The first one will be in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, June 12th to 14th. Enrollment is open if you'd like to jump in and play some competitive Siege, and that's the home state of Kaysen as well, who's making his professional debut up against Wildcard. It is 3-1 if you haven't been following. Wildcard really struggled in a lot of our earlier rounds here on Bank, but they've had some excellent executes. They've been really good at focusing that defuse get down, and 100 Thieves have let a couple of rounds slip from them so far today. So they can sharpen things back up. This 3-1 scoreline is not something that could be so devastating. They can absolutely bring this back and tie us at the half.
It's been a thrilling one for fans of Wildcard who've been enjoying this. We had a lot of vocal supporters in Salt Lake City on that improbable top 8 run that they went on. I do think a lot of that was the hot and cold effect. And of course, he's just somebody that we're going to talk about a lot at this point in time. One of the most experienced players in the history of this game. You know, if you look at the best players in North America and you were to do just like, say, a Mount Rushmore of NA players, I don't think you could argue for him to be off of that. I think he is certainly on it. I mean, obviously, no matter where he goes, he's going to get a lot of attention. 100 Thieves has a lot of players that will have a ton of attention, and Wildcard's going to give them that. Exactly. The attention that they desire. Off to the races they go. Logic Bomb called by the Dokkaebi. Immediately Spiker chasing down Hot and Cold. He manages to drop one, but Spiker's now retrievable. They worried about the immediate follow-up. This is a bottom floor bomb site. All hell is broken loose. Kaysen on the board. Down goes Adrian. Wildcard will need to retrieve Spiker as they technically trail in players that are still upright. Baby Shark looking to cut off flanks. The Spiker is retrieved from the dead. Adam now dropped Kaysen in the ground as well. There goes Gomez. And Spirits with a Boss G is the last man standing. Jesse, I don't like this one for Spirits and 100 Thieves.
Well, he'll get back towards the site, and he might be able to pick up Adam here if they're not fast trying to punish inside a server. It looks like they're taking their time to drone, as Wildcard have consistently been doing this game. So this will be a successful res onto Adam. Now it's only a 2-on-4, but as the spray comes through, not even a chance. Nice couple of kills to come through at the end there, and Wildcard will take the lead in this first half.
I mean, really good stuff from Wildcard. You can look at rounds number 1 and 2 and say, maybe, you know, flip a coin, 100 Thieves likely wins that, you know, more than 50% of the time. You rerun those first 2 rounds 10 times, Wildcard probably doesn't win them every single time. Those were both stunning rounds with come-from-behind victories. But a win's a win, and the scoreline right now is 4-1. Yeah, you're 100 Thieves. You could possibly look at this and go, you know, it should be a 3-2. The problem is that the last 2 rounds have been really good for Wildcard. A single kill for 100 Thieves in rounds 4 and 5 is just not going to get the job done. 4 players surviving on Wildcard when they are going for these rush strats, somewhat unconventional plays on this bottom floor bomb site. That's not good. This is 100 Thieves going to locker CCTV 3 times, Jesse, and losing this bomb site every single time. I mean, obviously you call your timeout here, but you gotta have a better rotation on a map like Bank, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I mean, you can see some of the frustrations coming through from the coach as well. That's Vivas, the new head coach for 100 Thieves. Was with Team Secret for all of last season and the beginning of this season as well. So we talked about Savage coming over from North America, but of course the Brazilian coach Vivas as well, making a bit of a trip coming in from EU. Previous experience on M80 and XSET as well. He's been around the block across all 3 of the big regions, but wanting his team to be a little bit sharper on some of these holds. And I really think you have to give continuous credit over towards Wildcard. You look back at that attack and how well coordinated it was with the Sens walls coming out at the same time as the Logic bombs from Dokkaebi at the same time as the shield making the entrance. Wildcard are presenting really difficult pushes, but it's still on 100 Thieves to come up with solutions. It's still on 100 Thieves to keep their guns up and stop these pushes as they're coming in towards the bomb site. Something to work on for this final round. You don't see coaches calling tack timeouts before round 6 very often because you only have 1 round to put into practice the coach's words, but feeling like it's necessary to get this 4-2 half on Bank.
4-2, of course, the common scoreline that we are used to in Rainbow Six Siege. If it's an attacker-sided map, you expect 4 rounds by the attackers. Defenders the other way around. You'll see the odd 3-3, 5-1, quite unlikely to unfold. But this one, I don't know. I'm feeling like this might be another 5-1 here, Jesse. I haven't really liked a lot of what I've seen from 100 Thieves, especially going back and hinting on that bomb site rotation. 40 seconds off of the clock. Wildcard assembling outside of the building right now. And 100 Thieves, if they present themselves and surrender an early pick, this might be curtains on the final round of this first half.
Well, it's not like Wildcard to get early deaths to struggle too much, not unless it's a rush strat, but it doesn't seem like we're immediately going in for that. Hot and cold, the first one down, so it's a man advantage unless he gets recovered. The second firebolt goes through from Spiker. They're not able to secure any frags with it though, so they continue to sit and bide their time. Hot and cold does get secured, so that will continue to keep us at 5v5. The smoke bolt's now put out, but it's a great shot from Gomez. Slams the head of Spiker and drops the kit to the floor.
Really nice play by Gomez, and honestly, Gomez was one of the guys that the broader community assumed would be dropped alongside Yaga to make space for Kaysen and Hot and Cold, but there was great conversation about his usage on this team. Gomez is, I think, a better player than he's been given credit for through most of his career, and while he likely won't be the standout performer on this 100 Thieves roster, he's going to be somebody who you need big moments and correct calling from. If you can have a couple big impact kills per game, that's really what you're looking for a guy like him, especially on his role. And I mean, hey, that's a pretty big impact here in round 6.
When Wildcard lose bodies, they slow things down and start to call for their actual executes. They've done that once again so often today. That has resulted in a round victory. Worried about the stock player. Kaysen's outside in the hallway. He will hear the jump in and will go for the swing.
And down goes Adam at the hands of Baby Shark. 100 Thieves losing out on those engagements. Kaysen down 2. 100 Thieves now outnumbered, but with Kansan cleaned up as he's on the ground, there's Gomez once again. A 4-front press from him as he has another one lined up. He'll have to do even more damage now as Spirits is gone. Gomez and Hot and Cold, last 2 standing. Wildcard with the upper hand for the moment, especially with Hot and Cold's HP being so low. This is a tough go of it, but Gomez is having his way with this round. 3 so far for him. Trapped inside a paper, looking for a 4th. They've narrowed him down. Hot and Cold coming to the assist. Stacked up now over by the bomb chassis, blocking Wildcard from getting on in. Gomez will need to survive. Oh my, Baby Shark gets him at the last second. A nail biter that looked like it was going 100 Thieves' way, but Wildcard takes the round, and with it, 5-1 the scoreline for the first half.
Honestly, looking at this last round, I just think of Wildcard. They're incredible at closing rounds they should not win. This 2v2, what a great example it is. And so I have another example of that round 2. It's a similar story. It's a 3v5 for Wildcard. They're on the attack. And realistically, no one should win that round. But Wildcard, the experience on that roster is paying off in a certain way. The first thing in this situation is you want to find an easy target, and that's going to be Kaysen. He's alone, he's isolated into stock, and so what is Spiker doing? He comes in with Blackbird, and what he wants to do is try to bait him, try to keep him as much as possible occupied so that a player will come behind him and kill him from the window. At this point, it's a 3v4, and now what do we see Wildcard do? They're droning the bomb site, they're getting information. They want to know where are the last remaining 4 players. They're aware there is a player in paper, there is one in meeting, but what about the bomb site itself? And here, they spot Tuberao going into checkers, and that triggers the final part of the plan, getting CEO control. Why are they doing that? The smoke onto the mirror windows, Adrian rappels in, Spiker is getting into the plant spot, and unlike many teams, they're not going for the plant, they're faking it. Because if you look at the positions, Adrian, who's deep inside, can look towards checkers. Bay, all the way from square, has control towards banana and towards broom. And Spiker, he's not planting. He's just waiting for Atom to picking from paper. Effectively, this is a whole trap. They're not here to plant, they're here to kill. And so Bay, he wins the gunfight towards Spirits. Spiker, he wins the gunfights towards Atom. He eventually gets killed by the C4, but it's too late. From a 3v4, it's already a 2v2. And most importantly, they've got side control. Adrian can take Gomez from behind. Bay is just waiting for Hot and Cold to swing. And in this scenario, instantly, that's 2 1v1s that they win. What's the main difference we're seeing here? The main difference is we have a team that has experience, and then we have a team that is inexperienced. And that's why Wildcard, they keep on winning rounds that they should not win.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference here is Wildcard is playing at the level that we usually see them at the international play, where they do a very good job at being able to problem solve, being able to isolate, being able to force their opponent's hand. And exactly what you broke down is exactly what they did. They forced 100 Thieves' hand by going for that post plant, faking it. Adam swings out, gets that pick. Spirits dies trying to come from Banana, and then they just completely collapse onto the site. But again, that's where the experience really shines. And it's not to say that 100 Thieves necessarily is playing bad, but it just shows is, yeah, sure, Hot and Cold has some camaraderie with some of these players, but they haven't had that structure yet. They don't have the trust in one another of the positions that they're holding, how they can compromise and take other bits of control while doing it together, and Wildcard is punishing them on each and every single front. And honestly, I could say when you're looking at the stats, 100 Thieves is going 4 out of 6 of the opening kills. They're getting these kills going in their favor. They just need to know how to fall back and play into their layers and force Wildcard's hand.
I love how both your brains work. The fact that you're able to see that and identify their plan. Great breakdown. Well, we're going to get into this second half because it is already underway. We need to see 100 Thieves if they can really start to step things up.
Really not the result I think they wanted through that first half. 100 Thieves on paper at least looked like a far more competitive team, but the numbers have not been good for these players whatsoever. I mean, Gomez, off of the back of his hero play last round, is still leading the team, but is also 6-6. I guess I will say, Jesse, if it's 5-1 and your best player is 6-6, that's not terrible, but then next best is Spirits and Kaysen, both sitting at 3 kills. It obviously gets a lot lower after that. And Adam, your highest rated player, is 1-5. Fraggers have been having a rough day of it so far today, so maybe it's just a different thing. But I mean, yeah, talk about a really rough go of it for 100 Thieves, and also the game condition. We might actually have a rehost here if Adrian's game has actually crashed. And yes, looks like it's confirmed by the admin, so we will go back yet again. Jesse, your thoughts after hearing the desk?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the breakdown that Alfama was able to showcase us. I mean, the desk is absolutely right. There were so many rounds there that Wildcard should not have been winning, but they were able to put together that late round execute and find the success anyways. And part of that, of course, is credit to Wildcard, no doubt about that. But you also got to look at 100 Thieves, and at some point, you have to ask this team to, I think, start getting a little bit more active. It was a pretty safe defensive half, I thought, from 100 Thieves, where they would get the advantage in the early game, and then they would really sit back on it. 100 Thieves were not a roster that seemed like they were hunting for more frags, that they were hunting to extend their advantage. And that's not inherently a bad thing, right? It can be the right call sometimes to play it a little bit more safe, to sit with your numbers and not try to get unexpected and make those plays. But consistently, when Wildcard were given that space, when they were given the room to set up for their executes, they were finding success no matter what the odds looked like. So you have to wonder, maybe 100 Thieves, if they could do it again, would they try to be a bit more unpredictable? Would they try to send Kaysen in to get some aggressive moves to catch the enemy off guard, rather than just sitting in a specific position and holding their angles like we saw from Kaysen a lot through that first half? I'm hoping, if nothing else, we can start to see that evolve here on the attack. If 100 Thieves can be let off the leash a little bit, go for some of those more aggressive picks to try to go off on your own and make an advantage for your team, that could be maybe what tilts this back in their favor, but it's a long road for sure.
Absolutely it is, and I imagine the stop-go start of this doesn't help 100 Thieves either. I mean, Wildcard obviously look like the more experienced team. They look like they're able to play off each other and trust each other more, which really does stand to reason. I mean, you've got the same squad you played kickoff with. Yeah, you lack that LAN experience, but you best know that when they came back from Salt Lake, they were scrimming and practicing with their full 5 again.
Yeah.
It looks like Adrian's visa issues have been sorted out, so now they're in the same room. You know, and then you've got 100 Thieves who have had relatively similar time to gel as a squad, but obviously have made a lot more changes, and Hot and Cold and Kaysen coming onto this team means that they're not going to be at their full potential just yet. Wildcard, just based on how much time they've had as a team, they're definitely going to be able to rely on each other a little bit more. So hands full for your very first game. Again, 100 Thieves will play up against M80 tomorrow and then Cloud9 on Friday. So they've got one tough game and then one what might be an easy game on paper. We honestly don't know. Cloud9 could end up being a tremendous foe depending on what happens today and tomorrow.
True. That's the other rookie that we have being picked up just for the first time this stage. Monk will be making his debut for Cloud9 in our next match up against Shopify Rebellion. He and Kaysen were the only 2 players to debut here for stage 1. Of course, we've got a lot of players that debuted back during kickoff who now have a little bit of experience under their belt. Many of those players playing on Outlast or Five Fears, who will make up our final contest of the night. That'll be map 5 here on the stream, as every team gets to play once today and get their stage 1 kicked off in the right fashion. At least that's what they'd hope for. There's a couple of players that I think are really exciting to come into this. Maybe none quite at the prestige as Kaysen will have coming on to 100 Thieves, but you look at guys like Monk and even some of the guys that didn't perform quite to the level they were hoping for on Outlast. Guys like Millie, guys like Veronix, guys like Trevmac. You know, there's a lot of big names, I think, that are hoping to redeem themselves or prove themselves for the first time this stage. And I don't know, it could be a really great story later in this first couple of weeks to see some of those come to light.
I think the matchups today are all pretty intriguing on paper. I don't know if you've been watching the EML games, but I mean, I looked at the EML lineup and I've never been particularly good at predictions, but I saw the matches for EML and I was like, oh, some of these seem pretty clear cut, and then boy, how wrong I was. So I mean, you look at the matches for today and it's like, I think for the most part, the winners should be somewhat easier to guess. I think a couple of them have been tougher, but I think by and large, this was the one matchup where I was like, I think it could go either way. It will obviously hinge upon whether Wildcard goes back to being dominant and whether 100 Thieves have made substantial improvements. I think Wildcard definitely look like they're doing really well, but again, it's hard to judge because of those first 2 rounds. Incredible moments, but not exactly the stuff that I think you can really rely upon. 100 Thieves have made a step forward, certainly, but just as we said with that 4Fun roster, the former 1 of 30 team that played up against Dark Zero in our first match, your improvement is not necessarily as important as how much everybody else has improved, because if you go from a 6 to an 8, but everybody else has gone from an 8 to a 10, it doesn't really matter what level of improvement you do. You're still just as far behind and are going to look just as outclassed. So 100 Thieves still obviously have a lot more work to be done. The scoreline being 5-1 in favor of Wildcard is a tough one to come back from, but crazy things happen. Crazy things happen in best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 1s. You never really know. All we know is that up next, we have Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9, then 5 Fears versus Outlast, as you pointed out, for our final 2 matches of the day.
Should be a fun opening day, I think, across the board here for North America. But again, we appreciate your patience. Looks like Adrian is back in the lobby. The crash has been resolved, and so we are good to go for the second half. Despite some really close rounds, 100 Thieves were only able to get 1 on the board through 6. So this is going to have to be a turnaround on the attack here of Bank. Not that I think it's super relevant because, again, they made 2 big roster moves, but 100 Thieves did not get a chance to play Bank back during kickoff, so this is their debut on the map, and you're going up against Wildcard, a team who have had mixed success on this map, but have looked competent on it. Like, certainly this is not a bad map for Wildcard. Maybe expect some of those struggles to be coming through, especially in some of those late rounds. But now is your chance to turn the tides. Now is your chance to find a little bit of an opportunity on the attack and disrupt what Wildcard have been doing through 6 rounds so far. I like seeing Kaysen on the Snake. I like seeing Spirits on the Dokkaebi. I like seeing Gomez and Adam on these drone operators. The information is going to be very big for 100 Thieves this round. You can already tell.
Knock, knock!
Undeniably so. Dokkaebi escaping the clutches of the operator bans. We have seen a lot of teams opt to not go with the reworked Korean operator, who is oh so strong at the current point in time. So strong, in fact, that if you have kept your head buried in the sand, you wouldn't have seen that Ubisoft already announcing that they are going to nerf her because of her immediate impact on the game. I can't say I will miss an overpowered Dokkaebi, and I will give massive credit to Ubisoft for being so quick to make that change, you know, especially when you look at Lion and Blackbeard and Ella and some of these operators that were just so oppressive for so long. So when Dokkaebi gets more in line, will her ban rate and pick rate continue to be the same? Honestly, don't know, but there's no lack of information on intel, even without Dokkaebi. And 100 Thieves have used that very quickly, Jesse. 115, already in the map, already chasing around these roamers.
Yeah, one escapes, but Spiker has been misdroned. Parker, he's on the admin hatch, and unfortunately just misses those shots, brings up the shotgun and the nitro, but it's from behind. That's where Hot and Cold is with the SMG. It's a rat play that doesn't pay off for the captain, and if you think that's all, you are in for a surprise. Wildcard still one more roamer. Baby Shark just flanking in through open area and shut down by Gomez. So 2 aggressive players on this Wildcard defense, and both of them in the dirt early.
Jesse, tell the truth. Are you actually a round ahead of what we're watching? Do you know this? Did you write the script? Because you have called this so well so far. And I mean, information is always the name of the game. You know, Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi, Lion is backup if absolutely necessary. Lots of drone operators, lots of Twitch, lots of Bravo, lots of Flores. Maybe not so much Flores these days, but all of them obviously also work as information operators. It's been a good conversation had by the community. 100 Thieves are using it really effectively. Down goes Spirits. He's the only one on the team that's died. Bay is bleeding out, so 100 Thieves have lost one, but they at least land a bit of a counter punch. They just need to get Bay up off the ground, and Wildcard will have more of a fighting chance. If not, it stands on the shoulders of Kansan and Adrian. Bay finally finished off by Hodden. Gomez low on HP, so Kansan and Adrian have their work cut out for them, and oh my goodness, it is a wave of kills, of which 100 Thieves comes out on top. They'll pick up their second round coming here on the second half.
I think it's really a round where Wildcard are trying to play with the momentum, right? You just get off a 5-1 half, and you've had some tech pauses here in the midst of it too, so you want to keep the energy high. You want to keep the momentum rolling for your squad. Why not go for a bank basement defense where you're playing a little bit more aggressive? Both the top floor roamer and then also Spiker playing on the Mozzie just inside of admin were not found out by 100 Thieves, at least not right away. Spiker was hardcore just misdroned, and then the player on the top floor was either unexpected or maybe they kind of had an idea, but they didn't dedicate their push to going through and clearing out Baby Shark. So there was a lot of aggressive positions being played by Wildcard in the midst of that. Despite some of the intel game not going perfect for 100 Thieves, it really still was a great job shutting that down. They reacted really nicely to Wildcard's aggressive moves. And I think it's maybe a lesson going through these next couple defenses from Wildcard, where it's like, you don't have to make this messy. You don't have to overcomplicate things. If you play a standard game of Siege that's focused on the util, you might have a bit more success than trying to go for these flanks.
100% agree, and I mean 100 Thieves are also deshackled from that bottom floor bomb site where they lost 3 of the rounds that Wildcard used to pad their lead. So now that they can play on attack, they don't have to worry about being stifled by a potential poor bomb site rotation defending. So maybe they'll go from walking to running in this second half of the game. It is honestly hard to say. Wildcard is still a formidable team no matter what, and they do still have the leg up when it comes to player prowess and experience. Those things don't necessarily guarantee you a victory, be that in a single matchup or in an event. Either way, 100 Thieves looking like a better team with Houghton and Kaysen. It's just a matter of feeling comfortable with each other. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on Adam. His numbers still really quite poor. He's at the bottom of the team right now. Again, a very far cry from his potential. If he is not able to find that next gear, I do worry a little bit for 100 Thieves. I don't think a guy like Kaysen or potentially even Gomez is going to be able to carry all that weight.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Adam really the only player with his head above water back during kickoff for 100 Thieves. He was their best player by far, so we want to see a bit more out of Adam, the Southern California native who joins Hot and Cold now from that region. Here playing from the Los Angeles studio, as you mentioned. So a lot of hometown heroes playing for 100 Thieves. Trying to break up this top floor attack. Once again, these players are hunkering down. They're being a little bit more standard, and this is what I wanted to see. After you tried a crazy 2-man roam game in round 7, rein it in for round 8. Play behind your electricity. Play behind your mirror windows. Force 100 Thieves to try to crack this egg.
Jess, you don't usually want to crack egg. You want the egg to stay intact. If you crack the egg spills. Well, that's messy. You don't.
100 Thieves are trying to make an omelet. They got to crack a few eggs.
Are 100 Thieves in the kitchen yet? It looks like they're still outside the building, Jesse. You crack an egg too early. I digress. I'm not taking any advice on cooking from you. I have seen your streams.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I saw you spill an entire thing of mac and cheese all over your stove, Buster. I'm not buying that. Everybody's still alive in what is one of the slowest rounds so far between these two contestants. And Wildcard is really hoping to move to match point. It's going to come a little bit harder in this round in particular. They've lost Bay. They trade out hot and cold. So Spiker on the scoreboard. Spirits marching his way in, reflecting bullets. Adam on the board. Spirits takes matters into his own hands. Now another lined up on the Kansan, and that is the round. Goodness gracious. Blink and you missed it. A third now as 100 Thieves win back-to-back rounds.
And a beautiful push to the top floor, Parker. They take their time and they look quite a lot like Wildcard did on their attacks. It took over 2 minutes and 15 seconds to get our first frag in that round. It was played so slowly by 100 Thieves, but they were able to bide their time out on the windows, get Spirits in on the Blackbeard. This is what we wanted to see from this team. We talked about Spirits moving over to the attack, getting in his comfort zone, playing these shields. Well, we finally saw him taking that space. One of the best aggressive shield players in the entire world. He's able to get that momentum going for his team. They lose a couple of bodies here and there. It's not a perfect attack, but in the end, I'm really surprised by how coordinated it was from 100 Thieves. They were all moving together, and for a team who have been a roster for less than a month at this point, I was really impressed by how good some of these attacks have looked so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you bring on a guy like Hot and Cold. I know that M80 were unhappy with him as a leader and felt that maybe he wasn't as relevant to the current meta and they weren't able to adapt as quickly. These were all things that were said by the team after he was dropped. But I mean, he's given a bit more structure to these attacks here on 100 Thieves. They are sharp. They know how to take map control. They are quite quick. They are thriving in this current meta with information. You so rightly called it in round number 7. Intel is going to be huge for this team. And the guy on your screen right now, French Canadian, Spirits, you've also got Hot and Cold. You've got 2 really good minds for the game. If they are able to work together, they can get so much out of Deimos. They can get so much out of Snake. They can get so much out of Dokkaebi and immediately pounce upon it. Wildcard showed that off in the first half with their attacks, winning 5 of 6 rounds on attack. Now 100 Thieves are 2 for 2 on their attacks. This is just a very lopsided attacker-friendly bank with only 1 defender round victory so far. If you're Wildcard, that's making you a little nervous because you're defending for the remainder of regulation.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, you gotta find some way to be able to break through on this half. It's not usually thought of as the difficult side in Siege, but in this matchup, it seems like that's the way it's going. Archives and Tellers will be the answer for Wildcard, and I'm honestly kind of shocked by this, Parker. This is your last chance to play these bomb sites before the 4th quarter. That means the new operator ban's gonna come through after this round. That also means that if you win a site in these next couple of rounds, you're not gonna be able to repeat. I thought they'd go back towards the basement, play it a bit more standard, go for a little bit less of a roam game, but instead they will risk it on not even the tertiary, but the 4th site for the vast majority of teams, going to the mid floor to try to throw off 100 Thieves. This is a risky bet from Wildcard, but I think after their attack timeout, they've clearly got something up their sleeve with it. It'll be their 3rd time defending on this bomb site so far this season. They have a 1-1 record, so anything is possible for this round 9.
Just as we saw from these previous rounds, a bit slower on these attacks for 100 Thieves. And I mean, if you feel confident in the operator lineup you're bringing, and you've got a plan, and that plan involves a full clear of a large map like Bank, you can take your time. You managed to chase Baby Shark off of this top floor. You almost got busted by those railings that had not been shot out. Spirits could have very easily collected that kill if he was a little bit faster with his ADS. I mean, as Valkyrie, non-integral that you stay alive because you can always go on your cams afterwards, but I mean, you know how good a lurking Valk can be here.
Always threatening. Baby Shark, one of the scariest players here on Wildcard. Never know where he's going to end up, so you've got to watch out for that. Minute 23 here. We've got full top floor control from 100 Thieves, but look at this. The information is so good from Wildcard. If they can play around these Valkyrie cams and try to just guide these Nitro cells being played by both Kansan and Shark, they might have an opportunity to disrupt this push before it gets going. The worst case would be allow 100 Thieves in for a 5v5 execute. They've got so many good tools with all this vert pressure, the shield from Spirits, Kason here on the Snake as well. They'll have lots of tools to try to get in and take site control.
$45 seconds, everybody's still alive. Again, a very sluggish pace here. Last round, first opening pick came with 42 seconds to go. It was the slowest round. This one will be even slower now as 10 seconds have transpired and not a single kill. So 10 players still upright with 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be a really tough one. Typically, these situations favor the defenders, but Gomez will get the leadoff pick. Bay fighting his way over towards square stair. Spirits has found an opening to get the defuse kit to the halfway point. Gomez drawing the attention of these wildcard players, and right under their very noses, 100 Thieves gets the defuse kit off. The comeback looking very real at this point in time. Wildcard need to be quick to pounce on 100 Thieves, but have allowed them to reposition with defuse kit down. This does not bode well for Wildcard. Hansen inside the site, had a lineup on one. He'll find Gomez, taking towards the top floor, shooting through the wall. Hansen's not alone. He's got a whole whack of teammates that need to do some serious work. Kaysen, a kill, down goes Spirits. Wildcard losing out on the time. They're gonna need to watch Spiker as he gets down on the kit. Adam shuts him down, and we'll find two as 100 Thieves have closed this gap in a hurry. One round separating these two teams as Wildcard is on one hell of a streak.
And we are slowly unveiling the personality of 100 Thieves, Parker. This is not a team who are going to explode into the server and take things quickly. They take their time, but damn, do they produce some excellent executes after that time is taken. It's just so methodical and so ready to play around their utility. You saw them take top floor control. They had a buck and a ram, so the vert pressure was phenomenal to come through and make that bomb site feel so small. They were holding angles on square. Those were very advantageous fights that they took kind of on that east and south side of the map, whilst these players were winning gunfights over towards square. Spirits just gets in with the smokes and the shield and gets the plant down. Nobody is really aware of this going on, and even if they were, with the vert pressure up above, it's so difficult to position yourself to stop that plant. It's really, really tough. And so 100 Thieves, after watching Wildcard go through 5 of those 6 attacking rounds with brilliant executes, by taking their time, by slowing the game down, they've really stolen the playbook away from the Jesters and have used it to great success themselves.
Absolutely. I love the Jesters callback here on Wildcard. Not to glaze a little bit, but Wildcard is one of the few rebrands in recent memory that I think is better than the old logo that they had. I think they really nailed it with the rebrand of Wildcard. Obviously, I'm not the barometer of what is a good rebrand, but I do quite like it. And obviously, as casters, it's nice to be able to play off of that. 100 Thieves being able to say the Thieves, Shopify Rebellion in our very next game, being able to say the Rebels or the Rebellion, also quite nice. And for Wildcard, you can make jokes about stacking the deck and royal flushes and the Jesters, the Jokers, etc. Typically, when we call them Jokers, though, that's not a good thing, so we try to avoid that one. But Wildcard obviously suffering through this. 9 rounds have been played here on Bank, as you can see on the top of your scoreboard, and only a single round of those has been won by the defenders. So both of these teams have really suffered through the cavernous map of Bank. Being an attacker's paradise for 100 Thieves, I'm pretty happy about that one. All Wildcard needs to do is match the tally of that first half. One single defending round win, and Wildcard guarantees themselves a shot at overtime. That's not going to be good enough for them, though, Jesse. They're going to want to win in regulation. For 100 Thieves, you are hoping maybe a perfect half. That nets you a win in regulation, and that would be hard to come by, but with the way 100 Thieves is playing, I don't know, I kind of like their chances at the moment.
Wildcard have lost 3 bomb sites on Bank and have said, let's try a 4th open area for round 10. They have yet to repeat a site, and they have yet to find success. So all bomb sites continue to be unlocked, but here comes the clear immediately as Zombie drops down through. That's going to be Bay finding success back down towards his team. Kaysen finds Adrian, and we're in the site with Spirits.
And there's a nade that will go off. The Azami now running for the hills. Bay yet to get a kill since coming back from this rehost. Kansan dies at the hands of Kaysen. A really good round so far for Kaysen. There goes Baby Shark. 100 Thieves showing why the attackers do so well. Spiker and Bay, last 2 standing. There goes Bay. This has gone from bad to worse to just downright no good, no hope whatsoever. In comes the Blackbeard. Spiker has his hands full. He takes down Spirits. Still 2 remain, but with the defuse kit going down, this one's going to be mighty tough. Spiker playing ring around the wall with the Nitro Cell now going out. Houghton finished off. Hold on a moment. They did it in the first half when they were attacking. How is their luck on this second half? Spiker with Nitro Cell looking to thread the needle onto Adam. There she goes. Adam survived for the time being. Spiker hopping on the defuse kit. Adam punishes him. Oh my goodness. Exhale, 100 Thieves fans. We've got ourselves a tie game.
Very close, probably too close for comfort, but Adam is able to stop the shenanigans. Wildcard, their captain of Spiker, can only do so much in that impossible situation. It's a world tour from 100 Thieves as they win all 4 bomb sites on bank, and they do it on attack. You don't see that every day, feeling confident no matter where that bomb site ends up being. Really nice play from Kaysen, probably his best round that we've seen from him as a professional player. Just ended up jumping in the printer window while all that other chaos was going on, with the top floor clear, the stock push from the Blackbeard, Spirits dropping back down towards the site. All eyes were on the shield, and Kaysen took full advantage of that to get a beautiful little triple, give his teammates that man advantage, and then Adam again played it perfectly in the 1v1. Knows the pros don't fake, so go for that frag, take down Spiker, and win the round.
There were some concerns about how exciting a matchup this would be at the halfway point when we saw that 5-1 scoreline, and then of course got hit by a wave of tech issues that seemed to be befalling Wildcard disproportionately, and we were like, okay, well, you know, this one might be pretty quick, and you know, off to Cloud9 Shopify Rebellion we go as our 4th match of the day. And then the Siege gods smiled upon us and said that would not be the case whatsoever, and we are yet again destined for all 12 rounds. Overtime, I want to say looking likely, because I do think it is very unusual for a team to go 6-0 in the second half unless they are deeply unmatched. I don't necessarily agree that these teams are as unmatched as they looked through that first half. There's a reason why we played 2 halves of Siege, Jesse, and right now it's looking like attackers are doing well. But I don't know. I know I said it last round that it's definitely possible, and it still is. But I have to imagine Wildcard win a single defense, which is what propels us to overtime.
I mean, momentum is fully with 100 Thieves. Something different has to come through, but the advantage for Wildcard is that they've played all 4 sites, and they can diagnose whichever problem they feel is easiest to solve. They start with the bottom floor. They say basement's going to be what we can count on to try to pull this game back. It's not an aggressive roam game. They brought a couple new tools to the site that they didn't have last time. One of them, Adrian, here on the Pulse. The other, Spiker, over on the Mira. So they've got a couple different resources to play with to try to work themselves into an advantaged state. Lots of nitros to play around, and with this Pulse, do you ever try to call for a flank? They don't really have anyone in position to go for that. Getting out of bank basement and trying to aggress into one of these players can be really tough unless you're doing something silly like an Oryx, so I don't expect any aggression, but if they're trying to play for the late round, if they're trying to go for a plant, that Pulse can still find great value in knowing when it's going down.
The fastest first blood that's been spilled in this second half, which for the record, 100 Thieves are a perfect 4 for 4 on striking first. It's just, again, going to show the dominance of these attackers. 100 Thieves absolutely dominating in first blood, period. Wildcard's only done so 2 of the 10 rounds. And they'll get a third. Huge time to break some momentum here, but every single one of these attacking picks from 100 Thieves have come at about the halfway mark or later. This time, we're at 1 minute to go. 100 Thieves will find their very first pick of this round. It's on to Baby Shark. That'll equalize on numbers. Spirits watching his bullets whiz by him. Hot and cold now on the board. Spirits taking matters into his own hands. It's Adam to actually get the kill on that one. They immediately turn their attention towards the elevator as Kansan and Bay are the last 2 standing from Wildcard. Kansan patrolling from above, Bay in the thick of it. He's been forced out of the back of the bomb site, now sitting by A, watching B. He's worried about the cross for good reason. They'll need Kansan to distract them, or else Bay is as good as dead in this position, and 100 Thieves will gain their very first lead of this map. There's Bay to take out Gomez. Spirits pulling off the defuse kit. Where is Kansan, though? Defuse kit goes down successfully. Kansan finished off by Adam. It's all up to Bay, the weapon. Will he be employed well against this 100 Thieves attack that has now stolen your bomb site? No! Adam shuts the door. 100 Thieves take the lead. What a comeback it's been for them.
The game is falling apart, Parker. 100 Thieves have been running with it and flawless through 5 straight attacks, 4 different bomb sites, different strategies and different approaches with different ops. It has been miraculous to watch 100 Thieves rally for a lot of these pushes, and I continue to be impressed by their late round reads. They're taking their time, clearing through those top couple of floors. They're waiting for their moment, and then you saw the opportunity from Kansan. He finally finds a time to sneak up those main stairs, But when they notice it on the side of 100 Thieves, they don't kill him, but they catch him rotating up those stairs. They say, screw it. We've already lost a player in Kaysen, but let's just go hit site. Let's go make this magic happen. We know a player is roaming up above, so let's just make him irrelevant. Kansan not able to really have an impact in that round until it was way too late into the post plant. It's a great shot from Bay to make that a 2v2, but really 100 Thieves were able to just flood the site, and now up 6-5 from a position that previously looked impossible to close out. Wildcard are potentially losing in regulation up against this 100 Thieves team.
Attackers have discovered
Been an unbelievable run, and Jesse, I'm going to have to do something that we said we didn't really want to do, which is I'm going to go back to rounds number 1 and 2. And I'm going to say both of those rounds were won by desperate attempts from Wildcard in the dying moments of the round. The 100 Thieves that we've seen in the last 20 minutes or so is not the same 100 Thieves that started this map. They are playing with a lot more confidence. It took them time to find their game. If that 100 Thieves, if we flipped these halves and 100 Thieves was defended, and it was still to come, I honestly think 100 Thieves walks away with this victory. I don't think we see Wildcard as close as we do right now. So Wildcard, if anything, benefited greatly from a much slower start from the Thieves. And I mean, basically everything is going in favor of the team on the left side of your screen right now. So a 6-0 half is shaping up to be the most likely option. And if that's what happens, 100 Thieves walks away with an incredible 7-5 victory. A little over 2 minutes to see if that ends up coming from thought into reality.
Adam 7-0 since our last rehost. He had just 1 kill on the defense half. Adam was really struggling, and we mentioned it a couple times because he was their best player back in kickoff. But now, how he has come alive, 7 straight kills here against Wildcard. They've got to find some kind of an answer to him and to the rest of this 100 Thieves push. Spirits has consistently been on these shields, whether it's the Blackbeard or the Blitz. He's been taking really good space, and there's not been a good answer to come through from Wildcard so far. The top floor site, the util looks good, right? Laser gates, mirror windows, this is all strong utility, but 100 Thieves, they will take their time and clear this. They will spend 2.5 minutes making sure this utility isn't a problem before they go for their execute. You have to start thinking, if you're Wildcard, we need a hero, we need to make a play, we have to do something to disrupt the status quo.
Who's going to emerge from the phone booth with the Giantess on their chest, the cape on their back to save Wildcard at the moment? Numbers across the board for Wildcard have fallen off a cliff. Kansan and Bay leading the way on this team. Spiker technically positive. Adrian at the bottom, he'll find his 4th kill so far, but it comes on to Kaysen. That's the Zofia down. There goes Gomez. Bay will get traded out. And now they're burning Adrian alive in his position over on that double panel, often referred to as Kanto. He now needs to get out of his spot. This is a good opportunity for Wildcard, and they have a rare moment where they have a numbers advantage in the second half.
Baby Shark is such a rat. They have no idea. They suspect someone's down below, but they don't know what door he's playing. Already in behind the teller's desk, is waiting for some information from Adrian before he goes for his play. But if Baby Shark chooses his timing correctly, he could turn this round completely on its head.
He's given his position away and will be hunted down by Hot and Cold. Hot almost losing that duel. That was 1 or 2 bullets away from a potential end to this piece of regulation, and then overtime obviously would happen in front of us. Wildcard does not get out of this without a win in regulation. A swing in now from the Blackbeard of Spirits. Down goes Adam. Kansan can square away on that engagement. Down goes Adrian. Suddenly it's Houghton in a 1v2. Him versus Kansan, 1 second left. And he will run out of time. He had the read. He just did not have the time. Wildcard survived the scare. 5 rounds in a row, 400 Thieves. Wildcard break the streak, and off to overtime we go.
And Hot and Cold, the new captain, knew exactly where that last player was at. He had the pre-fire, but unfortunately not able to find that last kill. So close. Overtime is upon us, Parker. After losing 5 straight defenses, Wildcard will pull out a 1v1 on time. It is not the most dominant or confidence-inspiring win, but they don't ask how. That's going to be 6-6 now on the scoreboard, and they kind of did what I was hoping for, right? Whilst we were waiting in that mid-round, once 100 Thieves were getting set up, they were using their Capital bolts, their ace charges, their smokes, all of their util to try to force those players out of position. Somebody got aggressive. It was an initial move from, I believe it was Adrian, up from top of elevators to get that frag, and then even Baby Shark going down below, playing inside of tellers. Does he get a kill? No, but he distracts enough players, he distracts enough time that the rest of his teammates can continue to get aggressive, can continue to throw a wrench in the midst of that plan. It's good enough for a round win. Wildcard will get defense in overtime. I'm not sure that's a blessing at this point.
No, not at all. 2 rounds won by the defenders of the 12 rounds in regulation. The tide did shift a little bit on some of the underlying numbers that we look at in those final 2 rounds of regulation. 100 Thieves dropping opening picks in both rounds 11 and 12. And they came with a minute to go. 100 Thieves, we've noted, have been a bit slower on their entry than what we saw out of Wildcard. The problem is that if you're slow and then you concede the first pick with only, say, 45 to a minute left in the round, that's usually quite devastating for you on attack. You lose valuable utility ops. You lose a guy like Kaysen both times. He's playing a very important position for 100 Thieves and has been so critical in the mid to late round that when you lose him early, you're in rough shape. I mean, hey, look at what he just did. He catches Baby Shark. They drone Baby Shark out of open area. It's not just Kaysen by himself, but he's the one credited with that kill. That's huge value. Losing him early in 2 straight rounds, that's enough to doom this team, and that could be a huge part of why they ended up in overtime against Wildcard.
Baby Shark with that death now 6 and 10 on the combined statistics. He has really been struggling since the rehost. The complete opposite story than what we just mentioned for Adam. Seems like since we hit that half swap, Adam has sucked the life away from Baby Shark, and it's just been so difficult for either of those players to find value on the defense. Baby Shark all alone on that roam gets hard punished. I cannot imagine that Adrian sticks around long enough to die in this elevator position. The second he feels pressured or like he's in danger, he should drop, and in fact now he has. So 4 players left alive on Wildcard. They will all return to the basement. I'll say it before, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The utility is good, but is it going to be good enough with 100 Thieves having half the round still to go? They're going to have these Sens walls inside the site. They still got all of their Grim charges from Gomez to try to make some space and clear out some of these player utilities, player positions. Kaysen with still a ton of util here as well on the Deimos, and now they've spotted out Bay. This could be bad.
I mean, this is a bomb site where, again, you have that rotation, right? You have to wait out the fire. You have to wait out the gas, the nitro cells, the Goyo canisters, whatever lays in front of you. You cannot be behind the clock on this. 100 Thieves will just simply run at a time. They will fight Bay. They managed to secure that kill pretty easily and can now immediately translate that. 3 bodies still upright for Wildcard with 50 seconds to go. I actually kind of like this for 100 Thieves. They just need to wait out the nitro cell and then all the flames from the Tachanka, providing they've managed to take out the Goyo canisters. That is the big question, Jesse. If those Goyo canisters are still around, the job of getting the plant down could be mighty tough. Hot and Cold maybe looking for a back execute here, Jesse. So I don't know whether they changed, but Kansas surprises Hot and Cold. Oh my goodness, that might have just won the round for Wildcard right then and there. Kansan can now fall away. Defuse kit retrieved by Spirits. Gomez takes care of Spiker. 15 seconds to go. Kansan can still quarterback this from far enough away. He'll have to do it all by his lonesome, but they are looking to mob him in this position. Defuse kit getting planted. Kansan on his belly. No hope whatsoever. He clutched out that round back, or he clutched out that map on that bomb site back on the first round of this map. Cannot do it again. The first round of OT. A triumphant take by 100 Thieves, almost derailed. And they go back to match point.
One of the newest orgs in North America is quickly cementing themselves as one of the best attacking teams in the region as well. They continue to impress on these early rounds, Parker, where they're winning these opening duels. It's Baby Shark all alone, and then it's Bay all alone. And with these players, again, Wildcard, they're almost relying on 100 Thieves to be a bit sloppy on some of these moments, you know? When 100 Thieves are planning things out, when they've got full information, when they're able to go things slowly and pick apart your defense one player by one, they're finding so much success with it.
Let's go! Come on!
The Mistrones just aren't really going their way. They're not being able to play aggressive, and the one thing that gives them a bit of a shining hope in the midst of that round, it's Kansan finally catching someone off guard, swings them on the hatch, but it's too little, it's too late. Already the man advantage is deep enough for 100 Thieves. They move back to the defense for one final time on Bank. Even if they lose this, with how good their attacks have been, round 15 is going to be really hard for Wildcard to win.
There's still at least 2 more rounds to go, but yeah, I am a little worried. The writing is on the wall just simply based on how dominant this has been for the attackers.
Attackers'
I
objective
will
is
say
to
one
defuse
maybe
the bomb.
saving grace, a wild card, if I can be the devil's advocate for a second here, Jesse, is that things tend to flip when we get to overtime. You'll look at a map where 10 rounds will be won by the defenders, and then the attackers will win every single round of OT. It does happen. I don't know why it happens in overtime. Could be a lack of familiarity. Could just be if you're starting on a different side, you're not as locked in. Sometimes teams will literally just blow up their strats and try different things. There's a lot of reasons for it.
Sure.
But, I mean, if I'm wild card, I'm a little bit worried at this current point in time about their mental. They were able to win a must-needed round back in round number 12, so there obviously is still some staying power there, but you mentioned Baby Shark. He's the first one to die. Adam, 9-1-1. And yeah, I'm calling the police if I'm wildcard because right now, Adam is mugging these guys. We're going to get an immediate highlight. Oh my goodness. It's never good when you get a highlight with 2 minutes to go. And
Oh no. Everybody
that
sees. That's an unfortunate. I mean, they were down in the round, but even still, this is a... We'll wait on admin call to figure what is going to happen throughout this round, but
this is a nightmare. What do you do?
Yeah.
Like, and if you're having tech issues and the internet is crashing, and I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because I'm accusing any teams of this, but you know,
wow.
There are certain teams where tech issues seem to come at very convenient times. Wildcard do not strike me as that type of squad. It's not like they're, you know, hey, Baby Shark died, someone kicked the router. I think this has just been a problem that's been happening. But I mean, 100 Thieves got the first pick. They're in good shape, but it's been anybody's game so far. Attackers obviously have a huge impact and have been very successful. Wildcard was attacking even down on numbers. Wildcard, while attacking down on numbers in rounds 1 and 2, won both of those rounds. But the rehost is likely coming after the point of no return. So if you're an admin, what do you do? What a nightmare that is for them to make a decision here.
Yeah, no doubt. There have been rulings in the past, and I don't want to say this will for sure happen. We'll wait to hear, but in the past, it has been where if a player dies, then the rehost does not come through, and any tech pauses that come through, any tech issues that happen, you just kind of have to roll with. That would mean 8-6 for 100 Thieves at this point, of course. They get the default round win. I mean, how poetic is it that it's Adam taking down Baby Shark for the one frag that we got to see in that final round? Because Adam has been the guy who, since the half swap, has completely leveled up, and Baby Shark was the guy who has fallen apart since moving on to the defense. This could be a devastating turn of events for a wild card. They will try to get back in, and they will try to continue this overtime, but with 100 Thieves firmly in control here, again, even if we can get back and resume this matchup, it's going to be the deck stacked against wild card, frankly.
No way you just said deck stacked against wild card. Come on. Come on.
This is what they got to deal with when they lose 5 attacks or 5 defenses.
I mean, this is going to be a rough one because what's the right decision to make here? You know, you're going to be pissing somebody off no matter what the call is. I think there's really good arguments here that, you know, obviously in a perfect world, you would say, okay, look, you can't help tech issues like that. We just have to replay the round. But if you're 100 Thieves, you're saying, we got the opening pick. This isn't our problem. Why are we replaying the round? Like, this is not our fault. If you're wild card, you're saying, well, we were down numbers attacking back in the first half and we won those rounds. You can't just immediately discredit us.
True.
There's really, I don't know the rule book and I'm not an admin. I know that a lot of people seem to think we are just because we talk about the game, but I probably know the rule book less than a lot of the people watching this because it's not my job to know the rules. That's up to the admins. But I don't know what you do here. I think there's really good arguments for just about every decision you can make in this circumstance, but no matter what, you're going to piss somebody off. You're either going to piss off 100 Thieves and their fans by, you know, forcing them to go, but another round if you make it, or you piss off Wildcard by handing the match to 100 Thieves.
Well, Parker, I'm a bit tired of yapping, so let's bring our desk in quickly and see what they have to think so far about this situation.
Thanks, guys. We were off to a really great start tonight, and then all of a sudden this game has been just completely derailed by tech pauses while we wait for a decision on the end of this. We wanted to jump in here. I mean, this has been a very good game.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily unfolded the way we expected with the 5-1 to 5-1 split, Leo, but this is a competitive matchup between two teams who are just going blow for blow.
Absolutely. I know that Lex is going to like what I'm about to say, but I think it's just a great testament of how good of a region NA is becoming. Because we're not talking about the two best teams in the region, not talking about Shopify Rebellion, not talking about Dark Zero. We're talking about two teams that have had their struggles, Wildcard that historically struggles online, and at the same time 100 Thieves that had a terrible kickoff, that have brought on now real leadership, a young rookie in Kason that I think has been really interesting, and most importantly, Gomez. Really showing up here in this matchup, and Adam as well. The two core players seem to be enabled by the vision of Hot and Cold, and we're left with a bank that is heavily attacker-sided. It's beautiful to see. It's supposed to be in the long run the harder side. It shows that it displays that these teams really has good vision and really, is able to make these two core players shine.
Yeah, and that's why we're really being able to see them thrive, is because they don't have to take on any other IGL roles. They don't have to ask questions of what's happening. It's really Hot and Cold being able to lead that front and allowing these players to really focus on what they do best, and that's being able to take map control. That's being able to get frags. That's being able to play off each other, and that's why we highlighted how important and how crucial it was for 100 Thieves to actually get a proper IGL. I mean, even Spirits on the Shield, he wasn't very pivotal. He wasn't finding a lot of success during kickoff. Now we're seeing him lead the charge. So good. Getting a lot of that control with players immediately following up behind him. And then as we were talking about with Kason, I think Kason as well, he wasn't having the strongest start to this, but the fact of the matter is he's 9-10 right now. So it goes to show even his mentality that he has the mentality for this. And that's something for a newer player that is always going to be questioned is, do you have the mental resilience when you look at the scoreboard, you're not at the top, you had all the expectations, but the fact of the matter is he's putting that aside. He's focusing on what he needs to do as a player, as a teammate, and so far, I mean, their attacks have been absolutely flawless. They have 10 opening kills going into their favor out of the 14 in the match. I mean, it really has been a good performance. I would say more so from the side of 100 Thieves, just to show that they have the resilience of being down in the advantage, where realistically, those first, couple rounds should have gone to them and they would have closed the series.
Well, Parker said it. He said the first 20 minutes of this match, 100 Thieves looks like a completely different team than they looked like in the last 20 minutes. And I think, yes, they were very close, but that is also kind of true, right? They've clearly warmed up. I mean, this is play day one for them, a completely new look to this team, a new leadership to this team. I mean, we are seeing a very improved team in these last few rounds.
Yeah, and even in the early rounds of this match, like Lex said, I don't think we were seeing a poor 100 Thieves whatsoever. I think that the first part of the rounds were really good. Like you said, they were getting the opening kills. And yes, it was the experience of the side of Wildcard that allowed them to win rounds where they had a huge man disadvantage. But except for that, I think the game plan for 100 Thieves is sound. I think that the map they're playing is really good. And I think we can display all of that in the attacks. Like you said, I think everything is clicking. We have a rookie that is fighting hard. We have a great shields player. We have an IGL that's doing its job. And we have the two core players, the two backbones of Adam and of Gomez, really delivering the double digits here. I think overall, we have, that's it, a real good team in 100 Thieves.
100%. And just to even add on to what we're talking about, I think where they were struggling again on defense is because they are a newer team. And when you're on defense, you don't necessarily have an IGL leading you, telling you what to do. You just have the blueprint from your dry run of understanding the cans and can'ts and where you should rotate, how you can rotate. And you have to do that together in a scenario where someone's not telling you what to do. You have to be quick on that. But that's where we're seeing them thrive on attack, is because Hot and Cold is able to facilitate that. Hot and Cold is able to tell them, okay, these are the steps that we need to get to the 1, 2, 3 to go for the execute, which is why everyone then can come into unison and understand, okay, Hot and Cold's going for this, Spirit's going for this, I need to do this. And it's a reason why we saw a complete difference from their defense into attack look far more strategically sound than what it was on defense. And I can only imagine with a matter of time, and especially when you get through a series like this, I mean, to be honest, no player wants to play a game like this. It's grueling, it's back and forth, you start losing the lead.
Multiple connection drops at the same time.
Like, and then even for 100 Thieves, you're getting this momentum, and then if you start to lose it and you lose it, I mean, it's a win-win, lose-lose in both scenarios. But the fact of the matter is for 100 Thieves, if they can get over this, they can get a win like this, this is only going to set them up for even more long-term success than what we're seeing in the short term.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to get that decision on exactly how this one is going to proceed. If it's an 8-6 victory for 100 Thieves and it is over right now, or if we will dive back in and see potentially 1-2 more rounds of this overtime thriller. But I think it's worth talking about Kaysen a little bit more here. I mean, I'm a sucker for guys that can come in, rookies without any T1 experience. Kaysen,
I'm a hater naturally.
Of course. But Kaysen doesn't even have any Tier 2 experience. It was Roller, it was some PC T3, T4 experience, and then here he is in the show.
Newers was an exact replicant of that. He never played T3. He never played T2. I think he played something in T4, but we picked him up because we saw how mechanically gifted he was, and sure enough, boom, he's an SLC major winner. So it goes to show you don't necessarily need to have to go through the trenches if you just have the skill, you have the backing, you have the support from the community. But obviously, it's a nice step to get you into it. But I mean, again, 9 and 10 so far. It really speaks into his own mentality.
Right. The point is, we are seeing that gun skill. We are seeing that ability to play the game well, and well, maybe that can be the exact thing that pushes this team over the line. We are going back into this 7-6, 100 Thieves. See if they can wrap this one up. Guys?
The admins have had their moment to discuss it and have decided that a rehost is the best course of action. Again, this is never an easy thing to go over because I feel like what just occurred, Jesse, is not necessarily defined in the rulebook. Don't flay me, don't put my head on a pike. But I just think sometimes you got to just say, hey, I know it sucks, but let's just start the round from scratch. Obviously, terrible if you're a defender because you've probably given away a lot of your strats, but we'll see. We'll see how it unfolds. I think no matter what, it's a really tough decision to make, but they've arrived at one. So 100 Thieves still with the lead. Wildcard still very much in this as we go to our potential last round, potentially second/penultimate round of Bank.
Well, they will get, of course, the opportunity to change the bomb sites, change their strats around on the side of 100 Thieves. They are opting to go in for open area for their one and only overtime defense. I believe it was open before as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did see this bomb site earlier from them. Yes, indeed it was. So they're not actually choosing to change much up in terms of the site, but they've made a couple of op swaps. Most notably, Kaysen moving over to the Ella, and then that leaving Hot and Cold open to pick up that Thorn. So no more Mira being played, and the Ella will be rotating in.
This is... Baby Shark was ratting before. Hot and Cold right on electrical door. Oh my goodness. How many times do people not opt to drone that, or at least just send the drone all the way through and then smack the door? And that's going to be quite a brutal surprise if Houghton is able to get away with that. You're putting a lot of trust in Houghton though, right? Because if he dies and he's not able to do much impact, he's only thrown out, what, one Razor Bloom so far? So if he dies, he's dying with full utility other than that barbed wire in pocket. That is a tremendously bad death for a guy like him. He doesn't seem to be much of the execute at the moment. The smokes are going in, and Spirits' brain disconnected for a moment there. I think he might have been flashed and disoriented. Adrian gets the kill. That was quite the thing to witness, Jesse.
Baby Shark's taking the space. He's not the shield player we're expecting to see from Wildcard, but here he is jumping on the Blackbeard just like he did back in round 3. Now in round 3, when he played this op, he was the opening death, Parker. This time he helps to enable the opening pick, and the information continues to be good. So Wildcard still very much in this game. The attacks continuing to look strong. Baby Shark did not bring a single shield through all of kickoff and the major, by the way, so this is some new tech from him. 90 seconds past, and 100 Thieves still with a man disadvantage are fishing to get this man count back, but right now they've just been forced back to site, forced back to tellers.
Kansan now hunting over towards the stairs. 100 Thieves on the ropes. They did get the leadoff pick in the previous round. They will not be as lucky this time. Wildcard already a better start here, and with a minute to go, they can take their time to work through this defense. There goes Baby Shark to Gomez. 100 Thieves will narrow that gap. Back onto even footing. Gomez twisting and twirling a pirouette, and he's taken down, as is Adam. 100 Thieves now outnumbered 2-1, and it will continue to get bad for them. Hot and Cold now last alive in a 1v4. And he's dealt with by Bay. We will go all the way. 15 rounds needed between these two teams.
There's no momentum that's really been driving the bus, Parker. It's just really strong attacks after really strong attacks. Both of these teams feel so comfortable on the offensive side here on Bank, and we're continuing to see that in through overtime. Wildcard, a perfect little push up on the top floor. Again, you don't expect Baby Shark to be the main shield player for Wildcard. That is almost always the role of Spiker, and then maybe Kansan if it's not him. But Baby Shark did a great job of taking this space, constantly bashing spirits there on the Azami for the opening pick. And then while he does go down here, I mean, he's distracting the smoke a little bit. He's pulling attention away from his teammates. And I mean,
Let's go, boys.
Good job, guys.
the tall angle is not a common one that you'd expect, especially for a person who doesn't play Shields too often. So I think we can forgive that one death. They tie us up at 7. The back and forth will have to end, Parker, and in 3 minutes, we will have a victor one way or another.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
No
bomb.
unlimited overtime for best of ones. That would be a very silly thing, wouldn't it? We just play forever. I hope people are expecting a long fight between these two teams as they lose their defenses, win their attacks, and we'll still be in this matchup with unlimited OT into tomorrow. So I hope nobody has any plans. Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 are up next. Cloud9 will be debuting a new look for its team. And then we'll be concluding the day with 5 Fears versus Outlast, 2 of the newest teams to make it to pro play. Outlast will be looking to immediately do better than they did during kickoff. 5 Fears hoping to prove why they were NA's #1 team heading into the Salt Lake City Major.
Top floor is our final location for 100 Thieves Wildcard, and Wildcard will have to do what they have not been able to do so far, which is win a defense. They won a single defense round back in round 12, and it was on this site, but straining more together has been such a difficult task for them. You saw a bit of an interesting stock setup as well. It looked like Bay only had 1 reinforcement to play with, so they don't have footholds on the stock jump in. They've reinforced those over, and they've put footholds over to the right side instead. Thank you, Observer, for showcasing that. Not a push on the square side just yet coming through from 100 Thieves, but if they choose to pivot, that might offer some different opportunities. Gomez on the Cali. He doesn't have anything crazy he's looking for. Mostly just going to be these Kivas and castle barricades. And then with the smokes, the util clear begins.
First exothermic charge will go off as well as Gomez is still out on rappel. Spiker.
Oh no, dude.
All right. Well, we will see what happens there.
There was kind of an interesting tweet that went out from the former player of 100 Thieves, Yaga. After his first game in EML, he said, "I just ordered a supercomputer first thing tomorrow morning, was stuttering with only 150 FPS despite spending $2.5 grand on the current PC. Sometimes when you're in a new environment and you're playing your first game of the season, maybe the setup that you have brought to this new environment is not quite as good as you were expecting." And I think that's probably where Wildcard are at tonight, because they've been having some really difficult tech issues so far today. And this one, when you're on round 15 of your opening game, I mean, continues to strike at just the worst moments.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling an electrician. I'm calling a utility guy, and maybe I'm even calling for a priest for an exorcism of that team house to try and get the ghosts out of the machines here. Is we got another full team disconnect for Wildcard. I don't know exactly what we do at this current point in time. Again, it's up to the admins. I'm not familiar enough with the rule book, but typically it used to be you were only allowed like 1 rehost for your team for like an act of God. You were only allowed like 1 rehost per team per match. I remember, and I actually remember, Jesse, I don't know if you recall this. I actually got into a bit of trouble with this because we were casting back in the Poland days, FaZe versus Liquid, and they were both playing in Brazil during thunderstorms. And there was something like 6, 8, 9, I can't say the other number, rehosts in a single game, because they kept losing power because of the thunderstorms. Now, typically the rulebook says you're only allowed, I think at the time it was only like 1 rehost per team per match. That was it. But obviously they broke the rules for that because what can you do? It's thunderstorming out, right?
Yeah.
I was doing a qualifier game where I did multiple rehosts, and one of the coaches on the other team protested and was like, well, technically the rulebook says 1 per team. And I was like, brother, we just saw FaZe Liquid have like 10 rehosts. The admins in NA upheld it, and the team that called for a second rehost actually ended up losing the round, and they lost the qualifier because of it. So honestly, I don't know. I don't know if the rulebook has changed, but I don't know. I don't know what you do here.
It's a rough spot for 100 Thieves. You got to feel bad for them showing up. Of course, they're showing off their new facility. They weren't playing here during kickoff. I know it's a facility that the Orc has had for a while, but the Siege team is new. And to have your first game go like this with so many start-stops, especially with how well I think both teams have played. I mean, there's no doubt it's a shame that the tech issues have been so persistent, because I think the attacks in particular from both these teams have been so well crafted from both teams. The battle of the IGLs, Spiker and Hot and Cold, not too long ago, playing side by side, now going head to head in a battle of wits. It feels like both captains have done an exceptional job at orchestrating some really good executes, with or without the man count advantage that has brought this game all the way 15 rounds deep. But if we didn't get a finish, if we didn't get to see this final round, I mean, it'd certainly be a shame. We can only hope that we get back in quickly and that they do continue this matchup. But it's at some point, you're right, Parker. Like, at some point, enough has to be enough, and you got to just cut some slack to the team who haven't had any tech problems tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if this is obviously us talking purely from a hypothetical standpoint, but, you know, competitive integrity is important to uphold. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves are sort of being punished for not having tech issues befall them. So is it, you know, again, this is why I said it's a hard, I imagine it's a hard decision to make for the admins, because I can see it both ways. I can see why you'd want to be rehosting these rounds no matter what, right? I don't know.
It's a tough spot to be in, but of course our fantastic admins are working through it as we try to find a conclusion to this game. There is still plenty of Siege to be played. Again, I would imagine, much like Yaga, he was able to upgrade his PC after the first day of EML. I imagine we will see wildcard update there set up a little bit after today's issues. So this shouldn't be a problem for them going forward, but we do have back-to-back-to-back play days, and sometimes the turnaround can be kind of tough. So hopefully they can get there in the end.
Sounds like while the admins are working this one out, we're going to have a break. So thanks so much for your patience as always. And hopefully we'll return shortly with a decision on what happens between Hot and Cold's 100 Thieves and Spiker's wildcard.
Elbows up and my money out, 'cause I came to get down, so
See for wild cards. It'll be 8-7.
I will fly to Canada. Good fucking comeback, boys.
Well, you see the reaction from Kaysen there. The reaction after the win declared for 100 Thieves, the 8-7 win awarded by default after the second wildcard disconnect in a row. It's not the way you want to win a game, but it is a win regardless that 100 Thieves will be happy to take. Hot and Cold is standing by, so we'll chat with him now after this chaotic matchup. Hotton, first of all, welcome to 100 Thieves. You look great in the jersey. Not the way we necessarily wanted this to end up, but bringing this one out, zooming out a little bit to the match as a whole. I mean, how are you feeling about the synergy with this team, being a leader on this team? What are vibes like so far?
I think the match really didn't show how good of a team we are. We started off very slow. I think that, that's pretty obvious for everyone watching. But I think the vibes, I mean, we never let them fall too hard. I was kind of getting on people's ass early on, and they kicked it into overdrive. Once we got onto attack, we started racking up wins. The momentum shifted, and then the constant rehosts, kind of sucked, especially after, 2 of them we got first picks. So, but I think overall the team environment's been great. Nothing really bad to say.
Well, Hot and Cold, congratulations on your guys' first win. Now, I know you said this probably wasn't the best showcasing of what you guys can replicate inside of a match, but I do want to talk about, I mean, I think there is something to really take away. Obviously, it wasn't the strongest defensive half, but it really does show the resilience within the team. Obviously, you have the chemistry with the other 2 players on the roster. And then to be able to have the significant bounce back you did on attack, I think that does speak at least something into existence, that clearly you bring a lot of structure for this team that just simply wasn't there in kickoff.
I mean, I would like to say it's just me, but I don't think it's just me. I think obviously the boys are putting in a lot of work. The new coach has been good for us, and Kaysen, I mean, he's just a beast. I feel like today, most rookies, starting off 1-5, not him, but just the round count. I feel like they kind of just would have went into their shell and let the game just kind of take over. But he kept his calms in it, and I feel like if a rookie's keeping his calms in it, even when you're getting shit on, that's you can't really ask for much more. And we just kept strong and persevered.
And that's something that also we highlighted here on the desk. I mean, also something that you can attest to. We all were players. You're still a player. I mean, coming in for your first debut, I mean, it is really important to just understand, to not look at the scoreboard, not focus on the negatives, and focus on what you can as a player. And we also highlighted from the beginning, sure, he wasn't finding a lot of success, but then towards the very end, he's right neck and neck with everybody. So again, I mean, for a rookie to come in that way, have all the expectations looking over him, and to honestly meet them, I would say he definitely met them. I think it's a really good step in the right direction for his career.
I agree. I mean, the sky's the limit for the little dude. I mean, he knows that. I know that. That's why I wanted to join this team. And I'm just looking to get some more dubs on the board. We'll start off with the freebie from the admins. We'll take it.
Speaking about you joining this team, Matt, how has it been for you? Obviously, changing your gear, coming into this new roster. You said it yourself. You have a young rookie full of potential. You have a new coach coming in as well.
Former teammates.
And 2 former teammates. A big name to represent. What's a cool organization as well for you to represent. So how has it been for you joining this team, preparing the team to maybe, join into your vision, join into your strats? How has it been for you?
It's been really nice for me. I think towards the tail of any team, the longer with them, I felt like the stress and just kind of just pressure of not getting to where we want to just keeps adding up. And I feel like it was kind of hitting that on M80 for me. It just, the practices just felt longer than they were before. And then, I don't know, I needed a reset. I think it's a blessing in disguise that I got dropped. Maybe it is for them too, who knows? But I think overall, yeah, it's really good. I think another thing is I realized after Kino leaving M80 is I just need a good shield player on my team. Having Kino or Spirits on your team is a literal cheat code. It just makes the game so much easier to call as an IGL. He's great. I love him.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for your insight. As always, congrats on the win. A weird one, but you get the 8-7 victory, and we'll see you hopefully in more interviews down the line.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
See ya. Well, what a finish to this game. It was odd, but it was a really good show. I mean, we were talking about this backstage, Leo. This was an impressive performance from both Wildcard and 100 Thieves. It is 100 T who come out and take the win, but, you know, bright spot on the Wildcard side. Kansan was impressive, right? We saw a lot of the experience and the clutch potential from them. We did see a lot of well-rounded siege from both teams.
I mean, from the very start, if you take a look at round 1 and you look at Kansan's performance, from the very get-go, he was the main carry of Wildcard. If it wasn't for him, honestly, Wildcard would never have been in this position. They would not even have been in overtime. You know, it's him getting here, you know, as the staple player to save rounds. He gets a 4K in this round. It's a 2v4, by the way. It is just amazing to see a player that has, you know, so much experience, years of experience. I recruited this player. I actually trialed him and recruited him on United. 6 years down the line, he's still delivering some of the most impressive stuff ever. Like, it's not only the 4 kills, like, it's him getting the kill onto server, smoking off the angle, covering the plant, and getting a triple kill after that. And then later, like round 5, he gets another triple kill and then once again confirms another round for Wildcard. And then like later down the road, in defense, he has this very important gunfight against the Blackbeard, manages to kill him, and then hides off time and wins the 1v2.
Yeah, and that's where the experience really shines right there. I mean, I think other people in that scenario, they maybe panic, they maybe crouch up, they try to go for the kill. You just see Kansan just outline, just slowly crawling further into that desk, and that's really where their experience shines for him. Yes, it is unfortunate for Wildcard to lose here, but I think there is still a lot to be able to take from them. This was their first match. This was their showcasing. Yeah, can defense be a little better? For sure, but their attacks did look good, and they were definitely down in a lot of man deficits, as we saw. Kansan had a big clutch. We had that big round that you had a Telestrator, where if we can see that on their attacks, great, perfect. Defense obviously needs a little more work, but still, to go without saying, sometimes that's just the nature of a matchup where it really is either a super defensive-sided map or it's a super attacker-sided map, and today it really was an attacker-sided map.
Well, that attacker-sided chaos was what really defined our third matchup of the night. But as we move into our fourth clash, it is Cloud9 and Shopify Rebellion, as the, well, challengers of Cloud9 have to take on the major runner-ups from Salt Lake City. Shopify Rebellion have had a lot of pressure on their shoulders over the first few months of this year, Leo. They have been attacked by the community and then supported by it when they make the main stage and take on Zark Zero. It has been a roller coaster for them, but right now it feels like they're riding a high.
I think they've been attacked by the community for the longest times, because when you have such big names on the roster, when this team was first put together, think about it. Canadian was the face of NA and the most accomplished IGL of all time. You look at Ambi. Ambi has been seen by many players and many fans as the best NA player, at least the best young player of NA. You have Spoit as well. So the pressure is there, the social pressure about this team to perform, the pressure to deliver. And to be a runner-up in a major, it's all good and well, but they are still chasing that title, and the pressure is still there.
I think the important note, especially in kickoff, was we saw that big roster change. We saw that big shift in the dynamics, and SR was one of the only top teams that didn't make a change.
Yeah, they trusted
wanted
the
to
players.
believe their system. They wanted to trust their players, and I honestly think it was a make or break moment for them. Had they not made playoffs, had they not even made the run that they made at SLC, maybe we wouldn't be talking about this roster in the same way coming into this. But fact of the matter is, they believed in their system. They made it all the way to the grand final. Unfortunately, they did get decimated by Dark Zero, but to be fair, that head-to-head matchup, if you look into that, DZ heavily outweighs that. But it's the fact of the matter, for me, that was the first time where I really felt good about SR. That was the first time I saw a brand new team. They looked revitalized. It wasn't even what we saw in the first stage when they came in, when they absolutely went flawless in that group stage. They looked on a complete different level, and I'm really hoping coming in today, that's the exact same sort of tenacity that they're going to bring into this match versus Cloud9.
Well, I want to bring up that Ambi full screen if we can one more time here, because he was the man of the main stage, right? We talked so much about Spoit, about Canadian, about that dynamic at the major, but Ambi turned into a deity. He ascended to a higher plane on the main stage. 21-1 was the scoreline that he dropped against G2. A jaw-dropping performance unlike we've ever seen.
For a response.
21 KD against the best of EML. Shaco, stomping as well.
Stomping.
Yeah.
I like how you just casually stomp.
Stomping as well. But Shaco, 21 KD.
Yeah.
I mean, man, that's just insane.
Doki came out in the interview after and was like, I hope in map 2 we can play against SR and not just Ambi.
I mean, not even just that. I mean, obviously the 21 kills was super impressive, but even in the Twisted Minds match, I mean, that 4K that he got when he got flashed by Blitz, it was match point for Twisted Minds. If he didn't get that 4K, I believe it was a 4v2 in that situation, or 2v4 rather, if he didn't get that kill, SR would have been out of the running. It would have been Twisted Minds in the grand final. So, I mean, a lot of that really came off the back of Ambi, but that entire team as a whole really stepped up and ramped up their performance throughout SLC. There wasn't a single outlier. Obviously, people give shit of Troy not being able to perform. Fact of the matter is, he isn't a player, and we talk about this time and time again, he shouldn't be at the top of the leaderboard at any given time.
Well, Cloud9 are one of these teams that are hoping to climb their way up the leaderboard here. An 8th place finish over in kickoff. They did not make the major, obviously, and they are one of the few teams here who did make a roster change coming in. We need to see this team rejuvenated at the very least.
Yeah, it's something that my grandma would say to me, mañana, 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 meaning tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. It's kind of the same thing for Cloud9 as we always hear next stage, next stage, next stage, and it's always the exact same result. It's very lackluster in their performance, and you can clearly see here's the record of them coming into the NA. It hasn't been pretty. Now, I don't want to doom and gloom by any means. Obviously, there was some things that we did highlight into their series and kickoff center being on your right side. They have a new player, Monk, being on your left, and they also have another new player that we all do know and love, which is Pamba, coming off of that 100 Thieves roster that didn't find success. But as much as I want to talk about Monk, I'm not too familiar with him, but I can easily talk about Pamba. And Pamba, for me, I think for me in this situation, it's kind of grasping at straws.
Yeah, if I look at Pamba, I'm thinking like, this is the moment of redemption, like you said. Like, obviously, he's failed on 100 Thieves. He was dropped or had a break after DZ. And now is the moment where he's like, is it the end of a pro career? Can he actually shine? And two positive things for me. Monk, young, rookie, he's got the hunger, he's going to bring something new to the roster. Pamba, he needs to prove himself. And so, yes, he has some kind of pressure, but what better way to do it than to be surrounded by players that may be not the star of the show like he used to be on 100 Thieves or Dark Zero. It's easier for you to shine if you don't have the star players next to you. And so he will be given the best role. He will be given maybe the best operators for him to really thrive.
He'll be given the most trust.
Exactly. And I think that that's two good signs, or two positive signs I can at least mention for Cloud9.
Well, we saw earlier in our first game, for fun, taking Dark Zero to the map that they won at the major, hoping that that information could help them out here. We'll see if Cloud9 adopt a similar strategy here in the map bans. SR did show a lot in Salt Lake City. We'll see exactly what map they wanted to end up going to here. Leo, I know you took a look at this, and it looks like it's going to be Border.
Good luck playing a TDM game against someone that dropped 21 kills against you.
I was going to say, I mean, Bank out of all maps, we know it's a frag fest. We know SR has players that loves to take engagements, and for a team like Cloud9, I mean, realistically, I don't think there's any map that they were going to find themselves comfortably on going against SR. The only thing that you can maybe contribute to the side from Cloud9 is that they did have a close game versus Wildcard in a 6-8. But, I mean, how much are we really holding on to that in terms of them going to a map like Border?
Realistically, I understand, like, you want to throw away the strats and you want to bring it down to a ranked game in a BO1 against some team that you should never hope to take down. Okay, I can understand that game plan. Realistically, you're playing against Spoit, you're playing against Rexen, you're playing against
Ambi, you're playing against Surf, Canadian.
I mean, mechanically, literally, you've got 4 out of 5 of the best players in NA. Like, I'm not sure I back that game plan, but hey, who knows? I'm here to get surprised. I'm here to get entertained. I've been entertained so far in NAL. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe why not?
It's the only thing they really have right on their shoulders right now is that element of surprise. They won one game. It was against Outlast. They take on the second place team at the major. What are they supposed to do?
I was going to say, I think best case scenario in any of these situations is that it is a best of one. And what we've seen, I mean, we've seen crazy things happen. I mean, we saw Cruelty beat M80 a couple stages back. I mean, it's not to say that it can't be done. If you show up on that day and the other team is struggling, you can get that win. But do I think that's going to happen here today? No.
I love that. Just for this.
Perfect. That is exactly where we'll end it as we get ready for this one. Fair warning, Parker and Jesse, I've got a sneak peek at what the lobby looks like. None of the Cloud9 names make any sense. I'm so sorry. Good luck.
Just another day. Just another day. Yeah, I mean, What more do you say? This is players decide to play with silly names, and they're not even remotely close to what their real names are. So we'll see how this shapes up. As you know, the people think that the Rebellion are going to walk away with this one pretty quickly. It might not even matter what their names are if it ends up being a quick one. We'll see, Jesse. What are your expectations for this match?
Parker, I'm expecting a fun game. You know, there's no doubt SR has shown a lot more impressive stuff than Cloud9 have over the last couple of years, but for the first time ever, we got brother versus brother in the North America League. It's a huge day in the Medina household as Surf and Center go head-to-head for the first time in their pro careers. Center, of course, making his rookie debut back during kickoff, but they were not in the same group as Shopify Rebellion, so they didn't actually get to play against one another. When Center's playing, you'll often see Surf come in and walk in and be in his face cam during the matches. I don't think we'll see that here in this game, but no doubt there'll be some fun around the dinner table tonight.
I don't even know who the C9 players are. Like, I know Monk. I know Monk's name, but well, I guess we're good. We're gonna try to have fun with this one, I suppose. I think all the names on Shopify Rebellion were normal.
Shopify Rebellion have been around the block a couple of times. They know to
I
keep
mean,
their name proper.
no. Don't excuse this. Cloud9's players have been around the block a long time too. They should know better. But I guess, you know, Torta Pounder and Zootopia are making their debuts at this point.
Lovely.
I mean, there is Bungalator on SR, so they're not even. You can't even compliment SR on that one. Okay.
That should be Surf by process of elimination.
Surf and Center are playing themselves as brothers, like they're finally playing each other, and neither of them are competing under their actual names. It robs us of an actual good opportunity to talk about this. So, Bungalator is Surf. Zootopia is apparently Pambazoo. Tung is Eddie. Center is a Torta Pounder. And I guess Uzi is the guy on the left whose name I do not want to say. So, yeah, we'll get started here with round number one. So.
Well, the desk broke it down. I mean, border can be hell in a cell, and sometimes that is an advantageous position for the underdogs, but you're going up against SR. These guys are nasty when it comes down to the gunplay, so you're going to have to be clean. Top East is going to be the Azami playing here behind the Kiba barrier. This will be Uzi, who's trying to lock this one down. Siege Canadian back behind him, and Rexton will toss in the Capital bolts, but he is immediately caught by Ambi as he tries to rotate down those stairs. A clean finish on that East stairs position starts things off right for the Rebellion.
That's Uzi, right? I'm assuming that is the... Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Chat, I want to give you fair warning. We are professionals, but when over half of the lobby, or exactly half of the lobby, has completely different names, do try to give us a little bit of credit here, because this is going to be really quite challenging to do this. I think that's Surf killing his brother. I imagine so.
Yes.
And that's Eddie? Killing
yes.
Surf? Yeah.
Correct. So a couple of trades back both ways, and the space is, I think, still good for Shopify Rebellion. We got pings on this security player. This is going to be Monk making his Pro League debut and hits a beauty shot straight on the Rexton. Okay.
SR's really hitting their shots. It's all up to Tung. He gets dealt with, and SR takes round number one.
Unfortunately, not able to really play together there, Cloud9. They did a very standard hold on that top floor of border, making sure that they can hold on to East and to break room, but Shopify Rebellion, it's just another day at the office for them. I really like the coordination with Canadian on the Monty, finding that space for his teammates. You saw the Capital bolts, you see the coordination. Surf ends up getting in there, as you mentioned, to take down his brother in the very first round that they play up against one another. So nice to see that little family rivalry coming true. But yeah, Shopify Rebellion, we expect them to be dominant here on the attacking half. And so far through one round, that is the case.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jesse. Didn't really get a good chance to deal with the cut and thrust of that round because I was too busy trying to figure out who the hell each person was on their names. So, I mean... it's gonna take a couple rounds for us to get this right. But I mean, yeah, when you look at these two teams and you look at what happened during kickoff, Shopify Rebellion were a bit of a weaker team during kickoff. I think that's pretty fair to say. They were the weakest team in North America. They entered through the phase one, the play-in phase, and they ended up being one of the 4 teams ultimately to qualify. And I mean, each of the, the 4 regions had their teams playing, or at least 5 regions, I suppose, at this point, because CNL had 3 of the 4 teams competing. So you've got Shopify Rebellion, who are a weaker team compared to some of their contemporaries, but as that tournament went on, they started to improve. And now we're at a point where, as the desk said many, many times, you've got too many weapons on the side of Rebellion. And they need to be a top 4 team with this roster. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Cloud9 obviously picking up Pambazoo, picking up Monk. They're going to take some time to figure out how to play as a unit, particularly Pambazoo playing with some players that maybe he doesn't have a ton of experience with here. So you'll be a little bit cautious and patient with this C9 team. I don't have the highest hopes for them in their first couple games, especially since their first match they have to play against a team that finished second at the major.
Yeah, well, it's a big change for Pambazoo in particular, right, Parker? Because he's coming into this younger team. I had a chat with Vivid, the coach of C9. I asked him about the roles. He told me Pamba is IGLing this team, so they've got a little bit more roles changing up. He gets the opening frag in this one, finds his former IGL of Canadian on the opening frag with the Blitz, but immediately does get traded back. So we'll have to see how he adapts to this new role. Now we've got a nice little frag to come through here between Surf and Eddie. Opens things up continuously, and Monk will explode from the Doke call. Okay.
All right.
We're getting goofy.
Was the first one we've seen in the NA League, Jesse. So, I mean, hey, that's pretty good. 2 remain for Cloud9. Rebellion still with 3 upright at this point in time. We saw the heroics that Ambi did at Salt Lake City. I mean, I feel like there was a period of time where you could literally just tweet Ambi's name and the thing would spawn in with 300 likes on Twitter. So, I mean, the man really did eat his Arby's and play very effectively. He's now got Rexon and Surf with him to try and contend with these 2 remaining players of Cloud9. They've got plenty of time to work with on the side of Rebellion too. They've got just a little bit over a minute left, and I mean, C9 have 2 players, one of whom is on lower HP. Ambi and Surf also both on low HP. They'll dot their I's and cross their T's here, Jesse, as they look for an execute. Ambi holding the defuse kit.
Yeah, I'm nervous about Ambi with Diffuser on 1 HP. They did drone out some of the Thorn traps. That's going to be your biggest worry with that 1 HP Diffuser. So hopefully SR will be ready for it. It's going to be a very late round push, of course, as it comes through. So they've got to be clean to make sure they're not running into any traps. They need to know these last couple positions on the defenders. One is Workshop, which they've just spotted out here, and they should know the Thorn and Bathroom as well.
Ambi will now attempt the defuse plant. Rexon and Surf will watch for coverage. C9 attempting to get back to the bomb site, and they will lose both of their engagements pretty quickly on. SR off to a hot 2-0 start.
Very clean in the execute there. Again, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the Rebellion. Canadian is the opening death is never something you like to see, but what's important is that the trade was there so perfectly, right? It's all right if Canadian's going down because the trade is immediately there, and even though, you lose your shield, that's a big space maker. We saw everybody come alive on the side of SR. Surf had another really important kill in the midst of that top floor clear. The Dokkaebi menace from Spoit was able to claim a life as well, and when they had that man advantage, and they knew those last couple positions from C9, leave it to Canadian to call for a perfect late round execute. We saw how many times in Wildcard versus 100 Thieves it come down to the last 30 seconds and the better attacking IGL being the one to come out on top and secure that victory when they needed for their team. I think we saw that again from SR in that previous round.
If we're having a tech issue here, or are we just on player cams for a little bit longer?
Sure, we'll be getting back into it very shortly.
Well, I was asking you. I'm assuming
I'm not in the game, unfortunately, Parker. I have simply the same access as you.
Well, it's strange because didn't you call some things? It looks like we have a tactical timeout called by Cloud9. I mean, obviously never a good thing for Cloud9 to call a tactical timeout 2 rounds in. No team is going to want to call a timeout 2 rounds in unless there's serious cause for concern. I mean, Cloud9 was not the strongest team in North America during kickoff, so there is plenty of opportunity for them to improve, but there's a lot of long faces already, and you are only 6 minutes into this match. You have to change those vibes pretty quickly, or else... I mean, you've already got your hands full going up against a good team. You got to make sure vibes are high. So maybe it's a strategic timeout, Jesse, or maybe it's more for emotions.
Yeah, I think in your head, on straight a little bit here in this game. We so far have most players getting active at least with a couple of kills. I think Monk has actually been very good for C9 so far. The shots that we've seen him hit have been really, really clean. One of his 2 deaths coming from the Dokkaebi call after he took damage early. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I think when Monk has been called upon to hit some nasty shots, he's been quite good. So that's probably the biggest bright spot coming through from Cloud9 for these first 2 rounds. I had a quick chat with him the other day as well, just ask him about his history, because he isn't a name that most people will be familiar with, like they will of Kaysen. But he started playing Siege back in Operation Health. He switched to PC almost exactly a year ago, made T2 back in September, and has been slowly grinding his way back up. I think it's kind of a surprise to people how quickly he has been pulled into this tier 1 position alongside Cloud9, but 2 rounds deep, and I've been impressed. He's hitting some really good shots today.
Absolutely. I'm the one person that I'm most familiar with too, and I know Laxing said this almost word for word, is Pambazoo, right? I mean, for somebody like Pambazoo, I know that him being dropped from that 100 Thieves roster kind of caught some people by surprise. We actually did spend some time talking about this during the 100 Thieves match that happened before this, but I think it was Mint actually on his co-stream kind of spilled the proverbial tea and just said that sometimes Pambazoo could have a bad attitude and be a hard teammate to work with. If vibes are important, sometimes players get moved off of teams not because of skill, but because of attitude and how easily they get along. SR, it's not really about vibes at this point, but Jesse, they have found a way into the building, and immediately Rexton gets handled. He's the first casualty. He goes down at the hands of Pambazoo, I believe. Not ideal to lose your main hard breacher, and there's no follow-up hard breach, but Ambi is there to get 2 very quickly. Look at that twitchiness. He finds a 3rd from the same position. Monk will find 2, shutting Ambi and Canadian down. The damage has been done, and SR is now reduced to just Spoit, who's outside of the building. Oh my, how bad that went for the Rebellion so quickly.
Everything falling apart. It felt like Ambi was going to carry it on his back, but now he's forced Spoit into a 1v2 already towards the bomb site, knocking on this door, but both defenders have played up above Parker. Spoit does not want to waste any time with this. Already flashes himself, comes right back down through the floor, not what he was hoping for, but can start to play around and fish for these kills. So much time still on the clock. Nothing above him here, so go for the plant.
Shut down by Uzi, I think. C9 wins the round relatively easily. Spoit was kind of left out, hung to dry there. There was really much that he could do. Immediate translation from the timeout, though, into success. That's got to bode well for Cloud9 and be a bit of a motivating factor.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see the aggression. I think you see the confidence coming through after that tack timeout, Parker. It's an early move from Pamba that gets them off with that opening pick, and then it's Monk who finally gets aggressive and shuts down Ambi down below. But you saw player after player after player throwing their bodies at Ambi, trying to get that trade, trying to shut him down, and that is rarely a good strategy up against what is mechanically maybe the best player inside of North America. The one person who leads the season globally in frags enters this game with 344. I believe he'll be at 350 after this round as he hits the 6K. But all in all, it just feels like they're willing to throw their bodies at the problems. They're willing to go aggressive and try to make these kills back, try to get this man count back in towards their favor. And it really did work out for them there. So playing with confidence, playing with some aggression, trusting in your own gun skill, maybe that's going to be the key that pushes Cloud9 deep into this match.
One thing I do want to note about Ambi is that in that position where he was standing, those were not necessarily isolated engagements. It's just Ambi's sensitivity is so insanely high that he can do a 180 flick without even breaking a sweat. Like, usually you're not able to walk through a doorway, kill one person, immediately do a 180, kill the other, right? Like, that's why Crossfire's trades, that's why they're so strong. Ambi literally was flicking almost 180 degrees to get all 3 of those kills back and forth and back. So I can understand why C9 thought, oh yeah, we're gonna throw 2 people at this, no problem whatsoever, and then both of them die to the most improbable of gunfights. And I mean, Ambi dropped, what, 21 kills against G2 in the quarterfinals of Salt Lake City, doing very similar things, so Cloud9's a decent team. G2 are inarguably a better team when it comes to global rankings. If Ambi can do that against one of the best teams in the world, oh boy, and he's got 6 kills through 3 completed rounds.
10 seconds remaining.
Obviously, those numbers can be a little bit below his own standards, but still a really strong start for him. If Ambi has a life game, he can easily drag this team across the finish line. So still a bit too early to turn our eyes towards the other players of SR. But I mean, Surf with 3 kills, Spoit with 2 kills. Things are okay, I suppose, for the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cloud9, it's kind of a relief. Ambi hits a life round, and you're still able to win it out, close things down. Cloud9 should be feeling confident after that previous one, so if they can string another one, tie things back up at 2, all of a sudden we got a game on our hands. Lots of information being served up around this defense. Cloud9, they've got the pulse being brought out by Center, so they're going to have a bit of info as to what this Rebellion push looks like, and you can see already a couple players. Maybe it's going to be Pamba, maybe it's going to be Eddie, but if somebody wants to get aggressive and try to make some kind of a fast move to disrupt this SR push before it begins, then that could be once again the start of the final domino.
Let's proceed slowly.
Or the first domino.
Wow, but the start of the train that tilts the final domino, I should say.
And then he's a final. Oh, okay, I understand.
It was clunky on my end. I'll work on that.
No, but that's okay. You know, one day dominoes will make it to Alberta, you know, and I hope you get a chance to use them yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really here for you. Maybe I'll bring some to your wedding, by the way. Pambazoo now on the run in his position, being abused by that logic bomb, hunted down. It looks like another will go over towards Monk too, as out go those ROU projectors. That's Surf trying to conceal the bomb site. C9 with 2 kills. Rexon answers that one right back, but the damage, like we said in the previous rounds, already been done. Spoit and Ambi in the grave early is not great. Spoit, in fact, has been a bit of a lightning rod on the Shopify Rebellion team. His usage changed in Salt Lake City, and he was far more a formidable threat. Hasn't really been the case here so far on Border. Largely been using Ambi as the main point of this spear, so I don't know if things will change up or not, but Rebellion on the ropes, down by 1 player with just a little over a minute to go.
You can see the damage that's been done. 3 players on C9 down exactly 40 damage, 2 of them from a Dokkaebi call, as they will just choose to let their phone explode. That's how most pro players are responding to the Dokkaebi. They frankly just let the phone blow up, and then you can't get called anymore. They're happy to eat that little bit of damage in a headshot-focused game, so that's going to be how C9 are choosing to defend this. Very close to the bomb site, but hard walls are separating these players. Now with the hard breach coming through, Rexon has an angle into sight, but they're really focused on Pambazoo.
Canadian not in any position to do any damage here. This is something, again, that the desk talked about. I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of people trying to carry water for Canadian's KD over the kickoff and event we just witnessed. But I mean, when he's fully extended as Monty, he is not risking anything for an engagement. He's relying on Rexon and Surf to cover him. Canadian attempted it. There goes one of those hard breach canisters. Canadian shot. I don't know where this is coming from. It seems to catch SR by surprise. Everything exploding in front of their eyes, and Cloud9 has tied up the game just like that.
Tell you exactly where it came from, Parker. That was Yuzi down below the bomb site. Pulls out the deagle. He's playing inside of bathroom. He's got the vert angle down below, which is the one position that Shopify Rebellion were not anticipating, that they weren't ready for. It's great if you've got Canadian able to get in deep and stop those horizontal angles, but the vert play was something they just couldn't respond to because they didn't have the players for it. They lost both of their entry fraggers early in this matchup, thanks to some really nice play by Eddie. So without that aggression, it just didn't feel like they were having the opportunity to get that plant down. Perfectly played again by the Azami in that round. And the spirits are high for Cloud9, now 2 apiece on board.
It's been a wild ride so far. You know, I remember back when we used to talk about Oregon quite a bit, we'd always say, you know, it's the map where good teams go to die. I feel like Border has taken over that position at this point in time. I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think so too. I just think it's a chaotic map where anything can happen, strategy be damned, and there are a lot of times where if somebody on defense does something a bit unpredictable, if they jump out of a window, they break a particular floor or a window or a board or something like that, and they get an early pick, you know, your whole strategy kind of goes belly up. And because of that, you need to make adaptations. The teams that are really good at adapting and kind of living in the moment tend to do really well on this map because it can be hard to stick to the plan. And if you talk to some of the pro coaches, they will openly tell you that. And that's why there are teams that are not particularly comfortable going to border on big moments or in big matchups. For a best of one, it's going to be a crapshoot on this map. Most best of ones are kind of a coin flip depending on if players load in or who had, you know, a good sleep, etc. Maybe they're playing ranked and tweeting till 3:45 in the morning. But I mean, for Cloud9, I do have to think this is a pretty decent map. You'll be able to nullify a lot of the advantages that the Rebellion have over you.
Information is flowing for SR. You see how good the drones are. They know about Monk's position inside of security a couple of times now. He's been caught on a drone. Spotting the Solus as well, so here comes the Lion Charge to try to force themselves in for a pick. No aggressive swings being given by Cloud9 though, so Shopify Rebellion are left waiting for these frags. Finally, they take down Spoit. That's not the engagement you were hoping to see if you're a Rebellion fan, but one comes back as Surf is able to take down the Oryx. An answer straight back as Surf will get put in the grave. So man advantage leads Cloud9. There was some really good early pressure from the Rebellion, but it just keeps getting worse. Now Rexon will fall to Pambazoo. And it just feels like Cloud9 have done a really good job of trading things out, even when they don't go their way.
There's some real struggles with SR getting into the building here. Now Canadian's got a gun in hand. He's not going to be hiding behind that shield any longer. So this is where the captain needs to come up big, but I mean, it's a death drop. Plenty of people lose that engagement. There was no chance whatsoever. It looks like Centaur got that final kill, and Cloud9 will take the lead. Things falling apart for this SR team getting into the building. They were very confident through rounds 1 and 2, Jesse. Immediately, Cloud9 slaps that timeout button. Things have been working so well in their favor since 3 uncontested rounds.
Yeah, it feels like we're starting to get into a dangerous scenario for Shopify Rebellion. The thing about this team, and long-term fans will know exactly what I mean, is it feels like nothing ever comes easy for Shopify Rebellion. It feels like no matter what, even against teams that they should be handily beating, things might go 15 rounds. They're usually able to get the job done in the end, but this is a team that maybe sometimes play a little bit to their opponents. They don't seem to steamroll games very often, despite their consistency with making deep runs and being one of the best teams in the world.
Second best team in the world, technically, if you only look at Salt Lake City's results. And, you know, much to the chagrin of Leo, North America, the undisputed best region in the world at the present moment. We're gonna take this, we're gonna hold on to it for a little bit of time. Let us enjoy it as much as possible.
We got 3 months at least.
Attackers are heading
At least. I mean, if anybody watches my casting, especially North American fans, you know that I actually take a lot of joy in dumping on North America when they do poorly. It's great fun, but it's not how I actually feel. It's all part of the game. It's part of content, I suppose.
Sure.
Like choosing the name Zootopia, for example. I'm sure that's for the content as well at this point in time. Final round of the first half, Jesse. Rebellion won both of their rounds at the very start of this map and have been empty-handed since then. And not just empty-handed, but they have just looked downright bad. Nobody able to match C9 through these last 2 to even 3 rounds if you want to go back that far.
Yeah, and I mean, we go back to the one site that C9 were able to win the first time around too, so no longer having to fix previous mistakes. They're going back towards Vent's Workshop where they got the dub back in round number 3. That started this trend of C9 winning round after round, and that was a quite aggressive round from C9. That was where everybody threw their bodies towards Ambi, and eventually Monk was able to secure that frag. This time it's a little bit slower. SR have taken this east control on their inside of offices, but plenty of positions still to clear.
Activating Selma.
Ambi amassed quite the kill total through the first 3 rounds and has been very silent since then.
Oh, they're shooting from below.
It was. I think it was the Razor Bloom that got the first one, but I'm reasonably certain it was the Kaid who got the second. A rough go of the Kaid, who now sits at 0 and 6. I think that's center. So he is so far not able to find any kills, but really huge value shutting down that wall from being opened up by Ambi.
I don't know if it's good enough value to trade a kill for it. I think I'd rather be in a 5v4, but in any case, you know, it's worth something. You can hold on to that top floor a little bit longer. It's mostly been vacated with the exception here of the Warden. That's what the gunfight's coming through from Ambi, trying to get this frag to be able to equalize things, get that number advantage, and here we go. Canadian actually secures the kill. Monk is not done yet though, Parker. This guy has been insane in his pro debut.
Incredible debut for the only person on Cloud9 actually using his real in-game name, and he is aura farming right now. He understood the mission, spawn in with your real name, so all of the kills get attributed to the right person. 8 kills against Shopify Rebellion when it sure looked like Ambi was going to have a hero game yet again. Canadian will ride out the Dokkaebi for the remaining 30 seconds as there goes yet another logic bomb. Uzi now on the run down below, under fire. UMP in hand as Canadian finds an opening to get the defuse kit down. Monk will take the upstairs portion, run right into Ambi and lose the engagement. Uzi will lose it as Canadian picks up 2, and both of these teams tied up through 6.
The question we asked before this game, can Cloud9 handle the firepower on the side of Shopify Rebellion? Would they dare go up against Border and Shopify Rebellion? The answer, Lax, thanks to Monk, kind of yes.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I mean, like I said, I wasn't too familiar with what Monk was going to bring to the table, but honestly, he's being aggressive, and I
wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't familiar with your game, Monk, and I apologize. But fact of the matter is, he is bringing the fight to them. He's clearly not scared to take gunfights. He's taking control of some of the rounds. He's also taking map control and holding the position, which I think is important. It really speaks into how well of a player he is. But again, then you have to look on the other side of the coin, and Ambi. I mean, Ambi has been lights out so far. I mean, both of these two have been punching at each other, punching at their teammates, and landing their shots pretty aggressively. But we have that one clip from Ambi. I mean, I think we all kind of were in awe. This is an Ambi moment. It was the 3K underneath metal stairs inside blue that, honestly, if there was going to be one person that was going to shut down Ambi, it was going to be Monk.
He's got a gift for these moments, right? Like, honestly, I just want to rewatch that moment from Ambi. Absolutely insane. Like, he's got Nuck, and he gets, like, some of this. The only thing that he's able to do that I don't think I've seen a lot of pro players do is that ability to be able to, like, spray down and then flick mid-spray and get all of the kills that he needs. Like, instantly gets the headshot, pre-fires here, and then he's ready. He's just flicking around, and boom, look, another one. I mean, flicks away and flicks back on him.
And again, of course, Monk is going to be the one to shut him down. I mean, I'm starting to think Ambi at this point is just really playing with walls. I mean, some of the stuff that he's able to pull off, his pre-fires, where he places his crosshair half the time. I mean, he really is a miracle.
So focusing back the discussion on the dynamics here, we criticized the game plan and we said, okay, it makes sense in their head. They don't think they can take down a big team like this if they're going on a more traditional map and where a lot of strategic depth is going to happen. So they go for a TDM match. Now,
which you said this in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Which is always going to favor them when they're in defense because they can go super aggressive. Who's the player who's doing that? Monk. What is he playing? Thorn all the time. And all he's doing is going and running around the map on the other edges and making sure that getting in the map is a struggle. Cool. That's great. Game plan worked. You're at 3-3. What do you do in attack? No, but realistically, what do you do in attack?
I mean, you're going to have to bring shields to get into the building, or you're going to have to immediately take gunfights from the second you enter break, the second you get into top east.
Or it's going to be chaos, it's going to be rushes. Anyway, I'm thinking it's going to be unpredictable. That's what they should aim for, because realistically, they cannot kill a team like Shopify Rebellion. They cannot take them down with playing traditional.
Well, it's clear that firepower from both of these teams is on full display right now on Border.
For Monk, we've had a number of debuts so far today. For fans of Kaysen, you got to see him in action with 100 Thieves earlier on. There will be no debuts from this point forward, as our final matchup of the day is the 5 Fears roster, who made no changes after Salt Lake City, and Outlast, who also will be coming back in with that same roster that we saw. That, frankly, they will need to be better than they were during kickoff, Jesse. They were far and away the weakest team in North America. They did get promoted to Tier 1, and admittedly, there wasn't a lot of time for them to be able to settle their nerves down. So against a team like 5 Fears, there's a hope that they're able to find some serious improvement here, but you'll know the names and be familiar with them when you see them play. We got to get through C9 Rebellion first, though, and of course, the first half no closer to a conclusion than when we started at 0-0.
Canadian on the Clash for their very first defense. He's trying to be slick with it. He hasn't played Clash on the top floor of Border since April 22nd, so before the major. This is probably not something that Cloud9 will be expecting for Canadian to bring out. Usually he's on the smoke on this east stairs position. Sometimes you'll see like a Wamai or something, so this is going to be something that they have to find different ways to work around. Likely a prediction of the shields being brought. You don't want to showcase that you're bringing the Clash because that'll often dissuade teams from bringing operators like the Blackbeard. But now, if your plan was to use this BB to get in through east control and to start taking space inside the map, well, it's going to be way more difficult.
Down goes Ambi. That's the very first kill. C9 bringing the Fury right into the laps of the Rebellion as Spoit gets 2 of his own. He's shut down, and now it goes back to a 2v2. All of that action occurring in the blink of an eye. What did we say about Border? Things can happen so unpredictable. Be so unpredictable. And I mean, when that unpredictability arrives and 6 players all die in the span of 10 seconds, what do you really do? How do you respond? You just got to be in a flow state. 2 remain for C9, 2 remain for SR, half the round to go. This is anybody's game.
Man, I told you the Shield were going to struggle with Canadian on the Clash, but nobody told Center a triple to make that entry possible. Canadian not able to get really any value, but his feet will be exposed. That's going to be Surf removing his brother on the other side of things and leaving just this Lion, and now a 1v2 up against the Clash. This should be next to unwinnable, but he is looking for Surf on the long angle. 60 seconds. He'll recover this defuse kit and give it his best shot.
This is a tough one. His position will be given away the moment that he goes near those beepers as well. So even if he hadn't shot that 417, they'll know exactly where he's coming from. Just gotta go for pre-fires, right? If you know the common spots, aim in those positions, hope that somebody peeks and that you just time it really effectively. Just dragging the round out though, as it's Canadian to get another pick. A big fragging game for Canadians so far as SR wins their very first defense.
Yeah, maybe it struggles a little bit with his teammates all going down around east, but it's totally fine. They back up. They play that 2v2 really nicely. The trade game from Shopify Rebellion has been really clean today, and I think that continues here in onto the defense. They tried to play quite aggro with Canadian over on East Stairs. I mean, you saw the positioning from Ambi early on, even the positioning from Rexon to try to get a bit more of that space to contest a little bit more aggressively up versus Cloud9. Funneled a lot of kills straight into Center, but at the end, it just didn't quite matter in the 2v2. So really good from Cloud9 to try to keep the pace up, but SR better in that first defense to be able to collapse around their shield player and then eventually win in the low man count.
Again, a scramble, though, to start this off. All that killing happened in, what, a minute 45? Still left on the clock, so...
Yeah.
Unpredictability is the name of the game with this map. If you see teams that are jumping out of windows, fighting you through barricades, we've seen windows get prepped a number of times already here on Border.
10 seconds remaining.
You have to be ready for it. You have to be prepared. We saw teams taking chances on Cafe earlier today. We saw jump outs on Bank. We are in a very forward, aggressive meta for a lot of these teams. They do not want to play typical defense. You know, I've heard somebody once refer to it around the time when W7M popularized how aggressive they played on defense. Somebody said it's like playing offense on defense. And I mean, why not? Especially on a map like this. If you sit in Border and you are not active, there are just too many tools, especially with Intel being the name of the game, where you will get punished very quickly. You have to be active.
Yeah. Well, here's the opportunity now for C9 to answer. The top floor bomb site locked for the next 2, so they've got to go down below, and it's Vent's workshop for the selection. Canadian sticking on the Clash. Kind of odd to see him here, but again, a lot of his primary operators like Smoke and even from time to time, rare occasions, the Azami will be removed, so he's kind of forced to adapt and bring some different tools. Still playing kind of in a similar position inside this hallway on the top floor. He's got some players with him. Everybody on SR actually playing here on the top floor. So confident that their vert will be good enough to deny this plant. And we start off strong. It's Surf at the opening.
And a trade back immediately. SR coming out ahead and another pick, this time from Spoit. The shield now over by Arsenal, and it's over. The King of Sweden, suddenly out of nowhere, gets 2 big... Look at him! Aura farming in Canadian's webcam. Another good round from Shopify Rebellion. This will be one of the last play days, by the way, that Rexon plays in California before he joins the rest of the team in Toronto, or at least joins Spoiting Canadian in Toronto, as far as we can tell. But 2 big rounds from Shopify Rebellion. This will make it 3 in a row now. These teams heavily streaking. We are not seeing a back and forth. We are seeing teams going on long runs here, and that obviously benefits Shopify Rebellion now as they're hoping to run away with the lead.
Yeah, I think the side swap has really helped out SR in the second half, Parker. It just feels like on the attack, C9, they're not able to coordinate the same way that SR were on some of their offenses, where often you'd see the Rebellion able to isolate some picks, able to find a couple Cloud9 players when C9 were playing defense, but now that we've swapped, it just feels like there's always somebody next to somebody else on the side of SR, right? They're playing so well together. And even in that last round, I mean, Spoit's playing inside security, he gets a huge triple kill, but part of the reason how he's able to get that triple kill is that a lot of the attackers are focused on the player in lockers. They're focused on some players over towards break. Like, they're not all looking Spoit's direction. And by the time they are looking in his direction, well, he's already got a couple of kills, and he hits some beautiful headshots to close things out. So huge credit to Spoit, but Cloud9 have been struggling, I think, a little bit to isolate these picks, and that's due partly just how good SR are on these aggressive roams. They're playing together on these top floor positions, making it so there's no real gaps for C9 to exploit.
I'm going to say something that, Jesse, you've never said in your life. There's 2 sides of Siege. So because of that, the way you attack and the way you defend will obviously change. I know that you're just learning about this game, and you don't frequently say that yourself. Thanks. So I suppose you're very welcome. It's a good time for you to learn. Rebellion obviously looking very confident here on their defenses. And when we talk about Border being a relatively good map for the defenders, it doesn't always work their way. I think Border is statistically a defender-sided map. As, hold on a second, we're 45 seconds into action, and they're deciding to kill each other again. We love our games of Border for that unpredictability. Oh my goodness, the Blitz almost taken care of as a Nitro Cell gets tossed out. Canadian sitting at 3 and 4, make that 4 and 4 as he gets a nice cross tucked into lobby. He's got an easy retreat over to the B-bomb site, but Monk might find him turned the other way. He sure does. Rexon will need to clutch out now against 3 players on C9. He's got a good read on the top floor player. Harassed by Dokkaebi, harassed by Lion, his position known. Diffuse kit not planted yet by Zootopia, still holding it. There we go, the Snake getting the diffuse kit to the halfway point. Rexon looking for a window, and speaking of a window, that was where Eddie was playing off of, but Rexon has impunity for the time being. He'll go for the drop, Eddie missing his opportunity. Rexon harassed by the phone call, harassed by just about everything, and it's Tung with the final kill. C9 will break the Shopify Rebellion streak.
Eddie's having a hell of a game here, Parker. Some really high-impact frags, and also that Dokkaebi call, making it just a nightmare for Rexon to try to clutch up in the 1v3. Really, before that, the trade game, I thought was favoring the Rebellion. It felt like there was always somebody that was maybe being caught off guard, like the trade game was going to be good for SR, but who else but Monk was the guy who got himself into the bomb site. Kind of shocked to see him so deep so quickly, but a lot of the focus was over towards customs, was over towards security. That's where those first couple of frags went down. Monk ended up kind of being that ace in the hole that got them that space. They've got the Snake intel. That's how they find Ambi, but it's the vert play up above from Spoit, which trades that first kill. So you're kind of seeing the limitations of Snake there. They had good information. They're not able to find the player up above, though. Eventually, Pamba does get that frag back, and again, the trade game is good enough that C9 end up with a man advantage, but very close in a lot of these rounds, and the scoreline remains tight as well.
Well, if the history of this matchup is any indication, Cloud9 is not going to drop this next round again. These teams always winning back-to-back rounds, so that means we'll have a tie game, and we will go the distance. We're a touch behind schedule, largely because of how long that 100 Thieves wildcard game ended up going, and it did end in very bizarre and, I don't say unprecedented fashion, because I know we've had games that have ended like that before in the history of our esport. They just don't come as often as, you know, you'd expect. And it is definitely a storyline, a very unpredictable game between 2 really evenly matched teams. And, you know, I quite enjoyed watching that 100 Thieves wildcard series. It was full of some really genuinely good Rainbow Six. Just not a lot of, Jesse, just not a lot of pop-off moments for people to explode and get excited about. So far, you can't say the same about this C9 Rebellion matchup. There have been so many dynamite moments where you can just yell and cheer, and I'm expecting more of that, irrespective of how many more rounds we have to go.
Well, you're right, Parker. The streaks would dictate that Cloud9 are now going to be able to string a few rounds together, but it's not going to be easy attacking back onto the top floor of Border. Clash gets banned out, so Canadian's going to have to change ops once again. He is still playing towards his east stairs position. Now he's on the Wamai, so falling back along his operator counts. His wall gets opened, and this position becomes even more tricky to play. He's kind of got to step up and take a gunfight. And for Canadian against this young team on Cloud9, this could be tight.
That's a tough shot to make for a lot of people. I don't think Canadian saw that bullet, and frankly, is a bit of an interesting play for him to hold that angle. He gets absolutely flattened. C9 will pick up 2 very fast kills on Ambi and Canadian. After Ambi went on that incredible run, I believe he was 6-1, Jesse, if you want to fact check me on that. He's gone 2-6 since then. So Ambi has fallen off of a cliff. Boyd has been the big bad for Rebellion. You're going to need an even larger contribution for him here, as it's just him and Surf remaining against 4 players from Cloud9. Nobody remains from SR. Cloud9 sweeps through the defense, and they've won back-to-back rounds to tie the game.
I honestly really like how Cloud9 have approached this attacking half as a whole, Parker. They've really focused in their operator bans to make East Stairs as easy as possible to take control of. They banned out the Smoke and the Azami, the 2 best ops in the game for holding East Stairs. And then Canadian, who had been trying to hold it on the Clash, well, that gets banned out after round 9 as well. So at every opportunity, Cloud9 are trying to make this East Stairs push a little bit easier for themselves. They do another great East push there where they get the opening pick onto Canadian from a beautiful shot thanks to Pambazoo, another early pick in onto Ambi, and it just feels like if they can win East Stairs, if they can win that first duel on the attack, then they've got the man advantage, then they've set themselves up in a strong enough position that they can snowball themselves into more and more rounds. Super, the head coach of the Rebellion, will call attack timeout here and try to get the team back on track in an opening game that was supposed to be easy for SR that has gone quickly sideways.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the, and again, I'll stop myself before I finish what I'm going to say and say that there's a reason why we play these games in the server and not on paper. But if you simply look at SR and Cloud9's pedigree, the potential for these teams and their kickoff and SLC results, of course, obviously there's no SLC results for Cloud9, this should have been a relatively easy match for the Rebellion, at least on paper. But the way that this series is unfolding has been anything but easy for the Rebellion. C9 have had some really dynamite entries on attack. They had some unpredictable roams that Shopify Rebellion either didn't drone out or didn't use their intel operators well enough to find. And it has gotten to this Rebellion team. I mean, we're also at a stage, Jesse, where none of these teams are going to look that dominant. NA is a competitive region, so even if Cloud9 is one of the worst teams on paper, they're still able to make some noise, and I mean the scoreline shows you that.
Well, after the timeout, Shopify Rebellion will decide to go to customs and supply. This is something SR do from time to time. They have one strategy on this bomb site. They ran it once in kickoff. They ran it once in Salt Lake City. Both times they ran this strategy, they were successful. They walked away with W. They run the exact same operator lineup that they're used to running here, so it shouldn't be a big surprise to Cloud9. They should have known that this was a possibility.
The question mark behind Monk's name, I know it's not intended this way, but the question marks really sell what just happened there. I gotta say that.
Brand new team.
I'm sorry, were you glazing C9? Or do you want to...
No, I was just talking about SR's defense setup, and then I was saying...
Would you like to glaze C9 now as well? Great pivot.
Regardless of this setup, it's going to be a man advantage favoring the Rebellion, and that really has nothing to do with their own efforts, but still, they will take it. A 5v4 advantage early, and taking down Monk, one of the best players on Cloud9, that's a big pick.
He's been really good leading the team until Tung Tung surpassed him in the previous... I think Tung Tung is Eddie?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Eddie's been a bit of a warrior, hasn't he? He's been around the pro play scene now for quite some time. If memory serves correctly, he used to play when we actually played on LAN back in Vegas, so he's been around for quite some time. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe he didn't. Maybe he started playing shortly thereafter. That whole period of time is just a blur in my eyes. But it's crazy to think that Eddie, as he is more of a veteran of the scene than a number of players currently competing in the NAL, and I mean, he's been around the block. Oh my goodness. Down goes Spoit. SR in a bit of trouble now. as there was almost another that died at the hands of Pambazoo as he goes hunting upstairs inside of security. Won't find anything. 1 minute to go, Jesse, in the round.
And a nice little frag to take down Canadian. Again, this setup will be known by Cloud9, but a flurry of frags here on the top floor will give the advantage back over towards the Rebellion. And now it's just going to be Eddie trying to fight his way through the top floor. Full blind finds a pick, but Surf is right back there for the last two. Exactly what they needed to steal the momentum back. Customs and Supply remains undefeated for the Rebellion, now 3-0 this season.
The Bungalator, Jesse. The Bungalator. I'll tell you, he didn't bungle that at all. Really nice play to, again, break the streak that Cloud9 was on. These teams have always won consecutive rounds. That obviously is not good if you see the current scoreline, because if SR wins back-to-back rounds, that is the ballgame. It's a nice shot right there. Spoit had tons of intel. I gotta say, I mean, I know it's border, and I know that some of the players that have been getting these shots are really hyper aggro fraggers, but there's been some really nice gunplay so far in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Ambi's crazy 3K flicking all over the place down below, or whether it's been Monk hitting some nice shots, Eddie's been really active, Spoit's been great, Surf's been great. I mean, I wouldn't point fingers in any direction, frankly. Everybody has shown up today and has had their moment inside the server. Despite a couple of slow starters in this series, I think at this point, everybody has really come alive. Cloud9 will need a bit of a hero here in round 12. It is do or die, and Vent's Workshop is the call. So what does this look like for Cloud9 as an attack? Well, they're going back to basics. They've got the center back on the shield play. They've got Monk here in on the snake. Got lots of information to try to play around with and try to take this map control, but when Spoit's playing inside of security and break, when you've got Ambi playing as well as he has been, it's never going to be a simple task.
Monk hoping to break double digits. That'd be quite the entry, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
As he can play that selfish operator of Snake, but is also backed up by Pambazoo. In fact, multiple players on C9 in relatively close proximity. SR being given a massive leg up in round number 11 by that untimely team kill as Pambazoo had put Monk in the ground. You can't be committing mistakes like that, especially not when you were getting towards the end of the match. I was gonna say series, but I mean, I guess it's only one map. It's not really much of a series, tee-hee. That Canadian playing in a very comfortable spot for him. This portion over by lobby, down below, watching the stairs. Technically, it's called waiting on the compass. He's got Spoit not too far removed. Right now, Spoit has their attention. Canadian lines up a nitro cell, lets her rip, but unfortunately, C9 does not take the bait for fans of SR. They trade Canadian right back as Pambazoo dies at the hands of Ambi. How did you miss that? That is gonna hurt. Spoit gets away, Jesse, with his life still intact. Oh my goodness.
Spoit, he's now retaking Canadian's position, so entering in here is going to be tough. Now the Blackbeard's aware. He got the kill onto Canadian straight through this angle, and we'll find another one. Huge 2K coming in from center. Now 8-10. A slow start to this game, but is really able to bounce back as he picks up these shields on the attack. And SR hunting for a refrag, but it's not going to be given. All three of these players up above the bomb site, desperate to get a kill.
That was a good read on the head of Rexon. It's playing on that angle. Cloud9 still have a minute to readjust here. This is an incredibly important round for them. They drop this round with the advantage they have. Shopify Rebellion walks away with a clean win in regulation, and they will catch Torta Pounder. Down he goes. Ambi with yet another. Things falling apart. C9 with just one player remaining. Surface his hands full. The Bungalator will drop. Rexon is still there for some insurance. It's all up to Tung Tung up top. Over the bomb site, does not have case control, though it is within reach. He's got time to pull this off, but if the coverage for the Rebellion is good, this will be a mighty challenging position to be in. Surf is tucked away in the corner. No way for Tung Tung to see him at all. There goes the drop. His position will now be known. The Rebellion looking to land the knockout punch. Which one of the two will do it with time running out? Do they just give it to the clock? No, it's the Bungalator who doesn't bungle that yet again. SR 7-5. It's a tight one, but they topple Cloud9 in regulation.
Big 3K from Surf in back-to-back rounds to take down his little bro here in the North America League. A good start for Shopify Rebellion. They will receive the maximum number of points with a regulation win here up against Cloud9. But you said it, Parker. Very back and forth. A lot of good stuff shown off by Cloud9 today.
And that'll be our fourth match in the books. We want to hear from the winners of SR after this break.
A win here for Shopify Rebellion. They get it done 7-5 in regulation, so they will get the full points out of this one. Maybe it took them a little longer than they would have hoped, but we get to ask them exactly how they feel this match went. Ambi is standing by and ready to go. Ambi, we described you as having one of the most insane performances on the main stage at the Major. What's it been like slowing things down again, not playing in front of a crowd, kind of getting back to the rhythm? How has the team adjusted back to daily life, I guess?
I mean, I think we're adjusted just fine. You know, we're all used to playing online stages. I think it's more rare for us to play on stage than online. So I think we're doing just fine.
I was gonna say, have you not seen his numbers on Twitch after the SLC? I mean, I think he's sitting at like 1.5K viewers. I mean, he's getting all the love and support. But Ambi, I mean, I want to talk about the matchup today. Obviously, I think it was a little closer than what you guys wanted. Tung Tung and I believe Zootopia and Monk were giving you guys a little bit of a hard time. Kind of want to run me through that series, kind of where things were going wrong, whether it was in the early round, mid to late round, if you just want to kind of run me through the series.
I mean, we kind of knew going into what they're going to do. I mean, on attack, I think they won 3 straight because we started changing up what we're doing. I think then we went back to just clearing them east, and we just dismantled them. And then on the defense half, they literally just went east every time. Like, we knew what they were going to do, and like we just had time to fully counter their east takes. And at first, like, I think I was kind of trolling on the defenses because I kept getting first pick like catwalk and yada yada. I'm not gonna lie, but
there was the one round. There was the one round. I can't remember which round it was. It was towards the very end, but there was a Blackbeard outside. I think Troy was playing bottom east. Spoit was playing on the balcony. Spoit, like, I don't know what happened.
He just ran in front of the Blackbeard.
Just walks past the Blackbeard, jumps over the railing, stays below, dies to the Blackbeard. It was definitely a chaotic round for sure.
It felt like a really cool welcome into NA League. I didn't think it was that goofy, you know? Like, thank you for the entertaining match. I'll say that.
I mean, but Border is always going to be entertaining. That map is crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it was a great game to watch, and I just want to go back a little bit to, I think, the most important topic, which was the Major for you guys, because obviously it's like the best result of your current roster at a big international event. What was the biggest learning from that event for you guys?
That we are a good team, and that like if we play our game, and that we stay calm, play our game, like we are a good team, and we can do like good things in this game. We can go to the grand final. Obviously, didn't win it, of course, but like we have the potential to be a great team if we play our game.
Do you think that there was one key takeaway or one thing that you guys missed to win it in the end? Because it was already a great step to get to the grand final, but what did you guys think you were missing to actually win the Major?
I mean, you could say experience, I guess, because it was. I mean, not experience with Willie and Troy's in grand finals. I honestly just think that like we were playing really good. I just think that day they had our number and we did not play up to our expectations really. Like I don't really think we were like. I mean, we were missing our gameplay that day really.
I was gonna say, do you hate when at any point at a LAN event going into a domestic matchup instead of playing an international? I personally did. I hated playing a domestic matchup.
It's definitely not like the most fun because like, oh, you're going to LAN, I'm going to play all these international teams, and then you play an A team. It's like, bruh, I wasn't even playing LAN. But like, I mean, no, some people definitely hate it. I don't mind it because I think it's all the same. I'm going to be honest, but it's all fun.
For sure.
Well, Ambi, thanks so much for your time. As always, congratulations on the win. We'll see you guys, I'm sure, down the road as you guys turn your attention to trying to make EWC. Thanks so much, man.
Woohoo!
Well, quite a finish and a woohoo to close it out from Ambi. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, as you said, Lax, maybe it wasn't the scoreline they wanted, but at the end of the day, when we look at this in 3 days, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
It's not going to make a difference.
Didn't drop a point. Win's a win at the end of the day. And for every single team, it's really just about making playoffs. So the faster you can get there, the best way you can do it. Doesn't have to be the cleanest. We even saw from them in kickoff, they had the shakiest start of a stage for themselves or a season, whatever you want to call that. And they ended up making playoffs. And that really is the end goal. And the fact that they can walk away here with 3 points, that's what they're going to take away from it.
I think some good, nice, positive things for Cloud9. I think that Monk is
a great addition.
Yeah, great addition. I think that his debut was really promising. And despite all of the fun and the chaotic gameplay that we saw from the game and from the names of his teammates, let's be honest, it was a bit goofy.
I like your accent with some of the names.
I'm not going to say the names. I will say one thing. It's hard for me to keep up with players that have not qualified to anything. And then on top of that changed their name on game day. I will be honest with that. I will say that Monk for debut was amazing. You know, if you look at the statistics, he's even better than Ambi, and we all know the potential and the skill that Ambi has. I think that, we said at the beginning it was going to be a TDM game by taking them to border. He had the confidence to show up on game day for his tier 1 debut, and honestly, exceptional play for him. And then it's not the only thing. I think overall, Eddie also showed a great level with Cloud9. I'm not going to say that, and because I'm afraid of my accent and how it may sound.
How bad could it sound, though? Just let's hear it.
We'll never know.
Give the stream a little taste.
I guess we'll never know.
Truly. I'm loving this. But anyway, obviously, what? Huh? No?
He hates me. Yeah, it's all fine.
He just can't do it. He just can't.
Don't.
Well, we move on as things just completely fall off the rails here to our final matchup of the night. We look to 5 Fears as they take on their opponents in Outlast. These are two teams that came bursting on to the kickoff stage just a few months ago, but with very, very different results. 5 Fears looked incredible. They did not drop a single game domestically, Leo, and on the other side, Outlast, they didn't win a single game.
Yeah, didn't win a single game and didn't win more than 2 rounds in each of the match that they played in. But focus on the positives, focus on 5 Fears, a team that surprised everyone at kickoff, that went undefeated, that took the first seed of NA, going to Salt Lake City. And even in Salt Lake City, many people could have said, that they would show up and it was a fluke and that they would not compete well at international level. Well, you know what? They made everything close. Made everything close with Virtus Pro, for example, with some of the very best.
Not even just Virtus Pro. I mean, FaZe Clan.
FaZe as well, yeah.
5-7 against them.
Yeah.
I mean, there really is a lot that this team has to showcase and that we really have to give them praise for. It's not very common you see a team come into the league and be able to make the strides that they have. Obviously, we talked to them in kickoff. We knew, the previous stage, it wasn't good when they were on Envy. They ended up bringing Forrest onto the team to kind of help with that. And I think his dynamic that he's taken from that SSG and being able to instill with them, I think it really pays dividends, especially they're all a bunch of group of guys that joke around, have a good time. You clearly see it every time we get interviews with them. And I mean, this is really a team. I think the sky is the limit. I think the hardest thing that I do have to address coming into this stage is they have the unknown factor, where no team could figure them out. It was an accelerated league. They had that advantage going into the matchups. Now they're coming into a regular stage. They're going to play all 9 teams. Teams understand what their play style is. So I have to see some sort of recourse from them that shows that they aren't relying on shields, that they do have a backup plan, and that they have more depth in their strat book.
That's the question here, right? Because this is a team that prides themselves. Almost their tagline is changing the narrative, defying the narrative, defying expectations. What they're really focused on has to be here, Leo, is maintaining the narrative from last stage, maintaining the consistency and the dominance. Can they do that?
More importantly, it's not even about consistency. It's about getting better. Because realistically, how did the magic happen? The magic happened because, like you said, they were playing a 3 weeks long kickoff because they were facing big teams, big names that had made huge roster changes. What are we looking at down the funnel of this NAL Stage 1? We have M80 has been reinforced by one of the best IGLs in the world, okay? At the same time, 100 Thieves have been reinforced also by one of the brightest rookies coming into NAL, and Hot and Cold, one of the most accomplished IGLs of NA. Then you have Wildcard, the nemesis that eliminated them from the major. You have Shopify Rebellion, the runner-ups to the last grand final of the major, and the actual major champions, right? All 5 of these guys of this team story can't qualify to EWC, only 4 spots remain, okay? And I see 6 teams in front of me. This is the task, the impossible task that is in front of 5 Fears. Repeating the miracle of not only qualifying to EWC, but also having a decent show there on main stage. So how much of this is their passion carrying them through? And how much of this was the surprise factor? Can they actually do it again? That's the big question mark, and he needs to start today by taking the 3 points against the weakest opponent on paper in NAL.
I agree. Yeah, Outlast as that weakest opponent. They have that moniker because of their performance in kickoff. They did not get a single win. They did not get a single point. We did not have the high expectations for this team, Laxing, because they were the second team to make it through the Challenger Series. They weren't supposed to do well. but we still need to see a little more from them to prove that they need to keep their spot in the NAL.
Yeah, I think it's easy to paint the narrative for this team and what the expectations really are coming into this stage, but I don't want to necessarily focus on that because I do want to focus on the positives of this team, and I think a big proponent for me is they stayed together. They believed in their system regardless of a very abysmal stage or kickoff rather, and that they believe that those 5 can make it work because those 5 worked their ass off to even get to this point to make it into this stage, and I think that really shows how much they believe in each other as a team, how much they believe in themselves as individuals, and given the time that they have about 2 months total now to be able to well refine their strats, depth in their strat book, be able to just be more reliable of a teammate as an individual, and to be able to replicate some sort of success that there were glimpses in some of their matches. Granted, it was very minor, but you did see something where it was like, okay, maybe a little more time, we can see something better.
And that's the biggest thing. They have a little bit more time. It's NAL, you know, they have a lot more time to play a lot more matches and throw new things at the wall. And it will start on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, another big thing for me, I mean, regardless of map, fact of the matter, 5 Fears, this is a very strong map for them. They're 3-0. They beat teams like SR. They beat teams like Wildcard. They were very oppressive with the shields. If I'm Outlast, I'm going to try to eliminate those factors. I'm going to get rid of those shields. But if I'm Outlast, at the same time, they struggled very heavy on their attacks. They were very telegraphed. They weren't problem solving. They didn't have a solution. I'm really going to need to see Trev Mack come into fruition here and really take the reins, especially in those mid to late rounds.
Always good to close out the night with a good 5 Fears show. Let's see what JJ Blast can cook up, or if this Outlast team is going to change the narrative, I guess, on their side of things. Parker and Jesse, what do you guys think?
I mean, if you look at what happened during kickoff, expectations for Outlast should be really quite low. If we're being frank here, they were by a country mile the weakest team in North America. But as we've seen from today, all of the teams that we expected to do badly have actually overperformed. So I wouldn't be shocked if Outlast are able to put up quite a match just based on the results earlier.
Yeah,
5 Fears, though, 5 Fears, though, do have some LAN experience, so who knows, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, this would be kind of the opportunity. Your first game of the season, jump out the gate and get the upset win against what is ostensibly your rival. I mean, don't forget, at the start of the year, these were the 2 teams that came in through the Challenger Series who were able to grind their way up through Tier 2 just to be able to play here in the North America League. Since then, they have had 2 very different routes. I guess, sorry, it was For Fun Esports, wasn't it? Back when they were one of 30 that came in through Challenger League. So 5 Fears as well, a very new team to come in alongside Outlast. But regardless, the task will be set here. It will be a difficult game to be going up against a squad like 5 Fears who have that LAN experience, as you said. And all we can ask for is improvement. The desk said it. We want to see some better stuff out of Outlast, and I think we will here today.
I think that there will be improvement here again. Yeah. So what we look at here with this Outlast team, they are just out. I haven't seen that before. They're just out on the top. It's 5 Fears versus out. The hardest word is Canadians for us to say, by the way, because we just say oot. I want to give some credit here. Snake, dude, you look good with the beard. Keep it up. Don't get rid of that beard. You have, like, he can grow a nice mustache. Like, look at that. And he looked right at the camera. You can't time that. You can't teach that.
You got mogged a little bit, and you got the cat in the background. So on all fronts, this is a clean performance coming out from Snake, and hopefully we'll get backed up by his skill in the server. He was definitely the best player on 5 Fears throughout the earlier part of this season. He's got actually the highest defense KDR of any player here in the North America League with a 165 across both kickoff and the Salt Lake City Major. So he's a demon on the defensive side, very good on the attack as well. Don't want to downplay that. On all fronts, Snake has been putting up some ridiculous numbers, and I think we're going to see more of that here today.
Completely agreed. He's a tested and proven quantity. And while he never won a world championship with that TSM roster, he was still a part of a good core after they had won SI. So, I mean, if you're entrusted to join that team after they won a world championship, you are usually in pretty good company here. And he's really made his impact felt on 5 Fears, both during kickoff and then, of course, during the Salt Lake City Major. We've been referencing the numbers on these teams during kickoff, and unfortunately for Outlast, those numbers are not very good. The 3 lowest rated players during kickoff were all players on Outlast: Millie, Logger, and Nesta. Yeah. Logger playing under Logan today. No real goofiness going on with the player names. Forrest is playing under Foe. He's been playing under that for a while. Snake was playing under Captain Jack. He's back on Snake. The only one is Fens is MF for this game. We just want to get that out of the way after what happened in the last match that people watched. But things were not much better for the other players on Outlast, be it Veronix. Trevmac, the highest rated player on the team, he was 31 of 50. And he's the highest rated player on Outlast during kickoff. So unfortunately, the bar for Outlast is really quite low. We're just hopeful that they're able to win a couple rounds and show the growth that they've done over, the last 2 rounds since kickoff ended.
Yeah, my eyes are on Nesta. On defense in particular, he's usually the one getting in those first fights for Outlast. He's already got a little bit of pressure placing his way. He will let that dope call explode, take a little bit of damage, and trade off that he won't get called any longer. Here's Trevmac for the opening death, though. Steps out, and Fens will cut him down. So that's going to be a man advantage and expanded as Rival finds Millie.
Well, a good start for 5 Fears, that's for certain. Chalet will play somewhat similar to the border map that we just saw, as there's going to be, I imagine, lots of horizontal destruction and some spawn peaks and play through the windows. Logger was hoping for something over by Chimney. He saw somebody outside. Fens picks up another, and so far Outlast unable to muster a kill here in the first round. It's all up to Logger in this position. Hunted by that, Dokkaebi call. Being found out by the bees. Oh, this is a rough spot to be in. The first and only flawless round of the day will come at the hands of 5 Fears as they outduel Outlast in the very first round of this series.
Only flawless round so far. You never know what this map could deliver. 5 Fears, certainly a strong start as they are able to deal with that roam game really nicely. This is definitely going to be one of those maps where you start to really get worried about just how many tools the attackers have to hunt down those roamers. Of course, there's the Dokkaebi. We aren't seeing it here, but you're worried about Snake on the Snake. You're worried about some of these aggressive roam clearing operators. The Grim from JJ Blast getting some good value, clearing out certain positions on that clear coming through from 5 Fears. So really nice push. Nearly a team ace, but the top frag from kickoff will not get involved. So everyone shooting on the side of 5 Fears. And again, it's going to be up to the players on Outlast, I think, to step up and have a little bit more success in the early game. I mentioned Nesta, but in 40% of all defense rounds during kickoff, Nesta was the first person to die in an Outlast game. That is not just of his team, but that is 40% of all 10 players in the lobby. He was going down as the first person. So I want to see Nesta get a bit more active. He wasn't the first death in that one. Instead, it was his captain of Trevmac, but something to watch out for through these next 5 rounds.
For those wondering what awaits us tomorrow, as this is the very final matchup of today, these teams will, of course, be in action. 5 Fears and Outlast will be in the later games tomorrow. 5 Fears will be playing up against Shopify Rebellion in match number 3. Oh boy, it doesn't get much easier for Outlast. They have to play up against the defending major champions of Dark Zero. So, I mean, you're starting up against 2 of the LAN teams from the major and 2 representatives from North America. That is a grueling start. So if you're a fan of Outlast, you're hoping that you're forged a bit in fire and then it gets easier from that point on. Because, of course, it will get easier. You will be playing statistically worse teams from that point on. You're just hopeful that, you're able to take full advantage of that. Outlast still searching for their very first kill here now as we get about a minute into round number 2. And you've got Millie doing some scouting work next to the bomb site. Lots of information being brought from this OL lineup on defense.
They jump in actually before the smoke, but it's the shield from Forrest, so he gets away scot-free. Millie not able to stop that push, and now the pressure comes his way. Forrest starting to make a charge through the site. In a plant position if he wants it. The hatch is open, but with the shield he's not concerned, and he begins it.
Down goes Trevmac. Forrest finding an opening to get that defuse kit planted. He will do just that. There was still a minute 40 left. Obviously, with Trevmac dying, that means you don't have the yokai drones to knock him off his stride. Veronix will die as well. 5 Fears looking for Millie. Logan will get 1. That's Logger on the board, so no flawless round. And they muster more now, dealing with the time. Logger had a good idea. Fens' position, unable to outduel him, so it's all up to Millie and Nesta. Make that Millie now. In a 1v4, blinded by Forrest, they will play with their food. And after knocking him asunder, Forrest will get the final kill to give 5 Fears their second round here on Chalet.
No frills for 5 Fears, Parker. They really just take minimal map control on that push. They jump in for the nearest window to sight, get in with the blitz, get that defuse kit down, and there's nothing that can be done about it on the side of Outlast. 5 Fears did a really good job of making sure they had the map control they needed. There were players up on that solar window and the master window. They had pressure up above so that nobody could outright deny that from the vert. But even if they'd gotten the vert, you've got the shield on your back if you're Forest. It's not the easiest angle to hit. I don't think the vert was pre-made either, so you would have needed somebody to go and find that angle later. The hatch was great, but again, it's not going to be enough when you've got Forrest here on the blitz. No doubt one of the best shield players here in North America.
You got a fucking drone.
And asking maybe for a bit more drone presence. Well, hey, they didn't need it in the first 2 rounds.
5 Fears off to a good start, and I know that there was a lot of conversation about whether they were the real deal. They went 4-0 during kickoff, but as we've said, and other people have said, members of the community, desks, etc., kickoff was quite short, and because they were all best of ones, sometimes the best teams don't emerge from a best of one series as the overall best team. That's what the best of 3s were for, and would you believe it, but 5 Fears ended up being the statistical best team through those as well, and 5 Fears came really close to making it to the main stage of Salt Lake City. I think any fears that people have, whether it be 1 or 5 of them, should be put to rest about this team. They are the real deal. Outlast is obviously encountering that right now. The question for me will be, 5 Fears on their Reign of Terror. Does it matter what side they play on? Does this change when the side swap comes in? They get the leadoff pick here at round number 3, so all things banging for the 3rd round for 5 Fears.
3 rounds deep, and Nesta will have 1 opening death here, so that is going to be about 33%. TrevMac gets spared of the stat this time around, and it's really just it's been on 5 Fears really to find these isolated players, to work these picks for themselves, to start themselves off with a nice man advantage. Flawless on the entries as they start to get in towards the snowmobile garage. JJ Blast will walk his way in. There's nobody to swing him. His goal is to open this wall and provide some footholds for anybody who's playing in the back bar position. Those should go off and will force a bit of movement from TrevMac, who is playing that anchor role. He's going to now have to play a little bit more aggressive inside of games, just close on the window. But map control isn't completely out of hand for Outlast. They still have good control in and above the bomb site.
I mean, Fens is looking like he's having a great time now, sprinting across the snowy roof here of Chalet on Snake, gaining pretty strong information. The only person on the side of 5 Fears who's died through these 2 rounds was Snake, as Outlast has only been able to muster a single kill up to this point. As Veronix taking some damage as well. Millie has suffered through a bit of it too, so things not looking very well for this Outlast team as they are spread across the site, being hunted down by 5 Fears with a minute still left to go in the round.
Not inside just yet. I think Forrest has hopped his way inside Piano, but they're holding a cross from outside of Library, so the util will come through from Rivals, try to force some positions to move, but I think it got caught by a Wamai Magnet, so no movements have to come through. These players have been pushed back here on the stairs. It's just going to be Logger playing aggressive inside of Library, and he does go down to Rivals. Now a 2-man lead for 5 Fears.
I don't know about you, Jesse, but I was holding my breath a little bit there. The stack up from 5 Fears certainly looked like a team kill was possible if they weren't particularly careful about it. TrevMac caught on the cross as Millie is the only one able to muster a kill so far this round. And that'll be all she wrote. 2 kills for Outlast across 3 rounds is not going to get the job done. 5 Fears are punishing Outlast every step of the way.
Some point, the coach is likely to call a timeout. This has been really rough from Outlast so far. The advantage has been just so dominant for the side of 5 Fears. It's not just 3-0, but I mean, you said it, only 2 kills through 3 rounds. It's the way they're losing these rounds. It just feels like they can't exist on their own because they're getting Logic Bomb and Snake Tracked and completely found out, but they also can't exactly exist on the anchor because if you give up all of this map control, well, pretty quick, they're just going to be able to flood in through sight. They're able to take all that space and really put you in a box. So Chalet's a tough map to defend. Nobody is going to deny that. This is a really difficult map when the attackers run all the windows, and especially in an era of Dokkaebi and Snake, it can be a nightmare for sure, but they have to find some way around it. Here is a timeout from Super Oxy, hoping to get Outlast back on track before this game gets too out of hand.
If I can break the fourth wall for a second here, whenever you encounter a team that is playing a little bit the way that Outlast did, especially during kickoff, it presents a bit of a challenge for us to be able to cast this because You know, obviously you want Outlast to do well, but through kickoff and onward, the team is clearly going through the motions and clearly struggling. And it's, frankly, Jesse, I don't know about you, but it's a little challenging to frame it in a way where it doesn't seem like we're just beating up on the team that is very obviously struggling and having some problems here. You know, the guys in Outlast are great. And I think their story is quite inspiring, the way that they were able to cut through, you know, the T3 then T2 leagues and now make it all the way up to the top. But I was a little surprised that they stuck with the roster they did. I was almost expecting after kickoff to see some big movements here on this team, but you know, they've got all of stage 1. They've got a lengthy break, assuming that they don't end up making it to EWC in Paris this year. They've got a lengthy break where they'll be able to, you know, hopefully solve some things, and I have to imagine make some roster moves. But I don't really know what you do if you're OL. I mean, obviously smaller sample size here. It's only been 3 rounds, but it doesn't really look like we've seen a ton of growth from this team after kickoff.
Certainly not, at least in a way that will result in some more round wins, but plenty of time still to adapt. And as they choose not to ban the Dokkaebi, they will bring out a theorized Dokkaebi counter. People have been talking about this a lot on social media, but Thunderbird, in theory, could be a good counter to Dokkaebi, because if you just let your phone blow up, well, then you can walk straight back over to a Thunderbird station, you can get healed back up to full HP, and now you can't get called anymore. You can't go on cams, but I mean, hey, you should have some dead teammates or something to help out with that. So that's why Veronix has jumped on the Thunderbird. Now it doesn't matter because there is no Dokkaebi being played, but there's the mindset behind this idea. And JJ Blast faking a site rush at the moment. So throws some utility in, trying to pull players back to site, but not committing to the plant.
Ying hasn't really been an operator that we've been talking an awful lot about today. And I mean, she's had some competition for her role. When teams are bringing Deimos, Snake, and Dokkaebi, especially all 3 of them together, should that be available, you usually want to bring one hard breacher, which if you got can openers, Dokkaebi can obviously fit that slot, but typically she's been boxed out a lot of this meta, and if you're going to bring a Ying, you usually need to build around her, and that's exactly what you see from this lineup of 5 Fears. So I like that they have, I guess they're going to bring some intel with the Brava, but beyond that, I do like that they've completely formed around JJ, and he will be the spine, ultimately, of the body of this attack.
Yeah, but I think this is the best round we've seen so far from Outlast. 90 seconds deep, and everyone's alive, holding their positions in and above the bomb site. That's what they needed, despite not the Dokkaebi coming that they were expecting. They can start to try to play a little bit in their positions, waste a bit more time. 5 Fears going for a rotate themselves, moving over to destroy this mirror window. Should be both mirror windows now blown up. Oh, but actually I think a magnet might have caught that, or maybe it missed, but in any case, the mirror window remains, so Veronix does not have to get forced out of this position, and pushing Piano is going to be really tough.
Veronix hunkered down in his position now, managing to tear some strips off of JJ Blast, assuming that he was the target that we got from that window. He'll be paralyzed now in this position by Glaz. Opening pick goes to Millie, but oh boy, it just falls apart after that. TrevMac trying to keep some life in here for Outlast, as it's TrevMac and Nesta. It's the last 2 standing on the side of OL. Forrest has a good read on them, shooting through the wall, trying to open things up. The attempt is to make the life for Outlast a little bit more challenging. Down goes TrevMac, and Nesta with 0 kills will need to add to that tally. Finds 1. No, that's all he'll get. Snake punishing him from that angle through the hatch, and it's a 4-0 start for 5 Fears.
The major attendees looking oh so comfortable here against Outlast. For me, Parker, it really comes down to Forrest in that round. The 26-year-old veteran for 5 Fears takes advantage of kind of the stall that was going on. Frankly, they didn't have a good way to get past that mirror window being played inside a library looking towards Piano. But as all eyes were on that side of the map, as everybody was focused on the Glaz and the Piano pressure in the mirror window, Forrest just finds a gap and walks his way up those main stairs for an early 2K, finds a third in the execute as well, and will sit himself up 7-0 to start a flawless game up against Outlast. Not a whole lot more you could ask for from an old man like Forrest.
How old is Forrest? Dive into your numbers, and also when is his mother's birthday?
Forrest is 26, which makes him younger than me, but on an NAL playlist player comparison, that's still pretty old.
When is his mother's birthday?
July 4th.
10 seconds remaining.
Is that real, Forrest? You actually know Forrest's mother's birthday?
Yeah, we're close.
His mom was born on the 4th of July? The same day as America? I feel like you're pranking me here. I don't believe you for a second.
I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't lie on a broadcast, Parker. That doesn't sound like something I would do.
Jesse, you openly lie to me all the time, and you take so much joy in it.
Okay, that's fair. Actually, I do.
Yeah, Fenn's got spawn peaked. We're talking about mother's birthdays here easily, okay?
I also saw a notification that friendly fire had been activated. I feel like that was probably just a glitch. I don't think that can happen in our custom games.
I'm not sure.
It also wasn't a team kill. All right.
No.
All right, Stefan. All right.
You gotta have fun. I'm glad that production and the observers are having fun with this. You gotta have fun with this, just like C9 had fun with 4 of their 5 names in the previous map. You know, it's just, you gotta roll with it, I suppose. Obviously a devastating loss, as we don't want to gloss over the fact that Deimos was lost early on. Nuisance Ops still got Dokkaebi on the board. Millie's phone will explode and is now debuffed. No phone available, took some damage and is being hunted down now by Forrest. Oh, he gets baited in by Nesta. This is a decent round for Outlast, Jesse.
Yeah, they've got a hard ping on Nesta, but I think Forrest was overly focused on the ping. It might have been being spammed, and so he doesn't see Nesta actually rotating around and finds that frag through the rotate. So now it's a 2-man lead. Outlast by far in their best spot. They've still got Nesta controlling things down below with a Nitro Cell too, so even if they can get site control, planting is not going to be free for 5 Fears.
Things are starting to get a little better for Outlast here, though. 2 rounds in a row now, where they've struck first. They only had 2 players surviving on the side of 5 Fears in the previous round. There's 3 alive at this present point in time, and Millie's able to do double duty, watching the window, also take care of those Selmas, so Rival will have his hands full in that position. So things are going much better. This is some steady improvement from Outlast. While they still haven't been able to put a round win on the board, this is the best look that they have so far. All 5 players still upright.
Okay.
You don't want to peek the glass in the midst of the smoke. Snake in tough shape. Oh, Logger gets 2, and Outlast is on the board.
Well, alive in the server, that's what we wanted to see. Despite some struggles back during kickoff, Outlast didn't have any 7-0 losses during the kickoff. They always got at least 1 round. Unfortunately, they were never able to find more than 2, 7-2 loss being their best result in kickoff. But perhaps an opportunity to extend that here against 5 Fears. Again, there's good information flowing on the side of 5 Fears in that round, Parker, but unfortunately, they're just not able to execute off the intel that they had. The ping covering a little bit for the kill onto Nesta. Once they didn't have that, after the spawn peak as well, it just puts you in a really tough spot, 5v3, so good from Outlast to give themselves that early advantage with the aggressive spawn peak and then the roam from Nesta, and then to further capitalize on that, not give up any free picks, not move around too much, and open the door for 5 Fears to make the comeback. That's disciplined play. I like to see that.
Well, we expected growth out of this Outlast team, right? And I mean, while the growth might not have been immediate, they are still sorting out how to defend here on this map and how to tackle 5 Fears. So I mean, if they can put up 2 rounds in a row, I don't think that's unheard of. Again, round number 4 was the best round for Outlast so far in this series. Then they make it even better with that opening spawn peak on Fens here in round 5. They end up winning the round. Now we come to round 6, and they're feeling themselves. Veronix was hoping for another spawn peak, looking for a repeat as he'd taken down Fens on that helipad just about 3 minutes ago. So Outlast are finding their confidence. And again, maybe it was just a slow start. 100 Thieves had a slow start in their matchup. Outlast could be going through the same thing.
Oh, Millie takes half HP. He needed to save his shield there. He got kind of siege timing where the drone came and snuck off on him when he wasn't looking. So threatens to destroy his shield, but he grabs it in time, and you'd much rather lose half your HP than your shield in this case. So okay with the situation that they're currently in. No Thunderbird this time around to try to beef that health back up, but also no Dokkaebi to try to secure an early frag. So Millie should be all right for the time being. This basement defense is not something we see from pro players very often. The bottom floor of Chalet, generally thought to be the weakest bomb site on this map, and it's not particularly close these days, but The full anchor setup comes through from Outlast. None of the other sites have been doing them too many favors, so they're saying, why not change things up? Give it a go. I don't mind it at all. No roamers, so this is going to be a slow round from 5 Fierce.
Already at the halfway point here, so yeah, slow has been the name of the game, and since they haven't really come in the blows, I guess outside of what they were dealing with Millie down in Trench, Rival's able to settle in up top and do some damage, but again, yeah, I mean, he's setting up for a position, assuming that there might be a roamer or two. Now they've gotten the Electric Claw, they can start to pressure the bomb site. I'm liking the timing here that I see from 5 Fierce.
Yeah, it gets a little bit more awkward with the tuber out, but they're not juggling Kaid Claws, and they've got the Thatcher up above with still 5 charges, so I don't think it'll be a problem, but it will affect the clock. Logger and Nesta, hoping to get
What is going on over here, dude?
I mean, this is deadly.
Jaeger and Kaid are having a good time, Jesse. Oh no. Jesse. Jesse, oh no.
That is not what they were hoping out of that play. They go for the double swing, but they just line up for the Deimos, and that is going to be a nice little 2-piece.
I mean, Fens is reduced to basically rubble. He's got very little HP. Veronic's picking up a single kill. That's all Outlast has to show for it. We did see some marked improvement through rounds 4 and 5, but unfortunately it would look like Outlast has just met their match here. Millie now compelled into action as the Clash takes up a bit more of an aggressive one, and it was a huge round from Fens. 4 kills for Fens by my tally.
Yep.
That's an incredible one to go to. The first half in the books. Outlast picking up a single round. 5 Fierce in full control as we get to hear what the desk has to say about this bout.
Thanks, Parker. 5-1 right now. 5 Fierce in complete control. Leo, what are you seeing right now?
Great question. I'm seeing a good thing about the NA region, right? A great testament of love.
5 Fierce is looking really good.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you will look really good against Outlast as well. So let's take an example of this. Everyone has given up library control. One player remains up top for some reason, completely surrounded. He's frozen in place. Same thing happened downstairs, where the only anchor is trying to play aggressive here by the window. He's not supported by anyone. He gets killed by 2 players swinging at the same time. That 5 Fierce playing well. This player is holding a C4 randomly and throwing it at mud, entirely surrounded.
And then we fast forward to the next round. I mean, this is the most team play I've seen from these guys, and they still managed to fail that. I mean, typically, I think it really showcases they don't fundamentally understand how Chalet is played.
Yep.
Typically, blue stairs, you're going to run in contact with either a smoke or a mute shotgun holding that staircase. Not a Cade, not a Valkyrie. You're not going to see that ever. And then even in the round that you were just talking about, the previous round of that, I mean, again, fundamentally, they don't understand the map. Where's the player playing Fireplace? Where's the player playing top green to just be able to control the map, to be able to control the flow of what's going on? There should never be a scenario where a player is by himself in library.
There was a player in library, there was a player top green, and there was a player Fireplace. The player on library decided to drop, the player top green decided to leave, but the player in library decided to stay. And here's my problem. It's not only that fundamentally they don't understand the game to the depth that they should at the pro level. It's also that they're not committing to the same idea at the same time. And so if you look at the basement here, they're doing a basement turtle on Garage in big 2026. No offense.
Not
but
2026.
Big 2026.
2020.
So like, I'm just thinking that's fine. You can still make it work. Honestly, you can still make it work. But you can't entirely give up the entirety of the map like in the first minute. Otherwise, then the pro team is going to get so much control. Right. So they're trying to play default, but first and foremost, it's not the right default. And even by playing that way, they're not playing it well.
No, I mean, it's clearly a lack of miscommunication, and this is certainly, like I said, coming into the stage, I'm going to be a little more critical on these teams that maybe not had the most success last stage. And with the time that they've had off, if this is what the work is showing, it's literally the exact same thing, if not worse, which I don't know how you could get worse because you were pretty much at rock bottom before, but there is clearly a big disconnect and a very big lack of understanding the map that they are playing right now.
Well, if a map win isn't in the cards, Outlast at the very least hoping to reach their new high in terms of round count, which would be 3 if they can get to that third round mark. So that's what we're going to be looking for. 2 more rounds from Outlast, and that will be the most they've had so far in T1. Let's see.
Jesse, the question needs to be asked. What is improvement for Outlast at this point? Would you care to tell the good people Outlast scores during kickoff?
I mean, Jonah kind of gave the game away, Parker, but In kickoff, they lost 7-1, 7-2, 7-1, 7-2. So as Jonah said, the high watermark would be 3 rounds here up against 5 Fears. I guess the pattern suggests that this will be another 7-1, but I have to believe, for the sake of Outlast, that that pattern will break eventually, and I have to hope that that will be today. Attacking on Chalet can sometimes be easier than playing on the defense. So there is a sliver of hope there for sure, but you're going to have to really find some way to disrupt 5 Fears, because I think they're playing extremely well right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really surmise if this is Outlast having problems or 5 Fears just being one of what we assume is the top teams in North America. And I mean, through kickoff and then Salt Lake City, NA has been a surprisingly good region over the last couple months. That's not something we've been able to say for North America time and time again. But hey, we'll take it. The thing is that 5 Fears is one of the best teams in North America, which I know might surprise people if you haven't really paid attention since, say, Paris SI. But 5 Fears have obviously earned this reputation. Fens 9 kills, Forest 8 kills. Forest 8-1, by the way, is a bit crazy, but I mean, he's doing well, and the team is gelling. Forest also had some pretty good numbers across Salt Lake City, so I guess underrate him at your peril. 2 rounds for 5 Fears, and they walk away with the most dominant set so far today. That is a rough one for Forest. Can he get back in time? Yes, he can. Veronix manages to get away with his life still intact.
No harm, no foul. Forest gets away with it after some damage is dealt, so he'll be more than happy with that. Able to now just kind of retake this trophy position, play in and around the bomb site. Outlast are going to be looking to take this with a Ying strat. Trevmac, the captain, playing on this operator, but they're still looking to take map control as well. They don't want to allow these players to exist up to the top floor, which is why you're seeing Logger come around here to the balcony, and you've got still some pressure library side from the attackers as well. Nesta, our shield player, he is the cheese on Outlast. He's going to be the one to try to make this space. Don't know what it is about French-Canadian players loving their shields, but here he goes. Front and center, trying to open up the door for his teammates.
Waiting for the call with smoke in hand. There goes Logger at the hands of Fens. That'll be 10 kills now for Fens. He breaks double digits. Only person in the lobby to do so. This advance from Outlast has fallen a little bit on its face, but Nesta and Veronix have something to say about that, immediately tying numbers up. After 5 Fears had landed not 1 but 2 punches to start things off. 45 seconds still remaining. Veronix will find another. Down he goes, though, as Forest will retreat immediately, and a very quiet JJ Blast, both from typing but also from the kills department, has managed to get away with his life still intact as well. 30 seconds to go. Millie and Nesta will now work together to try and win this round. Outlast desperate for this, but there's Forest to take care of the shield. And Millie still upstairs will have his work cut out for him, Jesse. Forest with 11 kills, he himself breaking double digits, as it's a terrific round from one of the 2 veteran presences on this 5 Fears team. You know where Millie's coming from. Forest has the good read on this. Millie running around. Will be the one credited with this kill. Time running out. Millie's got a read on it. He'll take care of JJ. Forest just needs to survive, and he will do just that. 1 player apiece still alive, but the timer will give it to 5 Fears, who would go on to match point.
A little close for comfort, but Forest looks cool, calm, and collected after a round like that. Brings himself up to 11 kills total and will win the 1v1 on time. So beautifully done to come through from, as you say, the veteran presence here on 5 Fears. Entered this just barely slightly positive, a 1.05 through the season so far coming into this game, but is finding huge success up against the young team on Outlast, which is made up entirely of rookies. All 5 of these players just making their debut in kickoff. There's the run out that we got to see. Again, not quite good enough to get the frag, but when we go back to this top floor, right, the trade game was strong enough for 5 Fears to be able to answer back a couple of kills, and then Forest actually flanks up the solar stairs to get those 2 picks. That's the real difference maker that they weren't expecting on the side of Outlast. As soon as...
Yo, that ace, by the way, their ace...
As soon as Forest makes the move, he makes the plays. I'm sorry, I had to mute myself just for a moment because JJ Blast is my future caster, co-caster, so I want to hear what he has to say.
Oh, that's right, yes. JJ was very upset that you and I had to work together, and you said that you'll replace me when JJ is ready to retire, so I get that.
Fingers crossed, hopefully it's sooner rather than later, but unfortunately he's playing pretty well, so might have to wait a bit.
I also just quite enjoy that rainbow is magic. Again, that thing is, it's a delight. It's a delight. Yeah. It's a delight, so. big final round here, Jesse?
Let's
Anything to
hope
say?
not. I mean, this is going to be the determining factor, right? Will this be Outlast's third 7-1 loss in 5 games as a professional team? We certainly hope not, but the pattern suggests that might be how it goes. It's been some decent showings, I think, from these players. I think Nest has had some good moments. Millie, of course, so close to clutching up that last round. Has it if the round lasts just a second more, but you can't dwell on the past at this point, Parker. You've got to find ways to stay in it mentally and, of course, in the game as well. It's going to be a full map clear as we head towards the bar bomb site. So probably not a whole lot of action early, but the plot floor players around Mez, around the library, those are going to be the guys to watch out for. Guys like Snake, guys like Fens.
Nitro Cell now in hand for the bearded Snake. Chat, while we're here, what do you think of Snake with the beard? Do you keep it? Do you shave it off? I think it suits him quite well. I'm liking the aura. He was aura farming, just as Spoit was for a bit in that Shopify Rebellion game. 5 Fierce just need to wait out the remaining 90-ish seconds, and then they will find their first victory here as Outlast is suffering through the same fate that they had during kickoff. Obviously, they can change that, and Veronix has really come online over these last 2 rounds. He's approaching the only positive KD on the team, but is still a bit of ways away. He and Millie within 1. Trevmac and Logan down for the count after Fens is taken care of. Oh my goodness. 5 Fierce demolishing Outlast. And the man, the myth, the legend, we said Veronix was approaching a positive KD. Is he gonna get there? He's got 4 targets to find. Hunting his way over towards Piano. Nothing to be had. Snake will give them a mercy killing as Veronix bites the dust. 7-1 for 5 Fears in our final matchup of the day. Some more work to be done for Outlast. And yeah, Trev Mac, I'm right there with you.
5 Fears win their 7th straight domestic game, and they're styling with it, Parker. We've had fun today, but we've got the desk to interview our winners and break everything down ahead of our next couple playdays. We'll throw it to them.
Well, it is all smiles for 5 Fears, and rightly so. A completely dominant performance over Outlast Gaming, 7-1. It wasn't even close. 5 Fears, we said. Will they be the team atop the standings again, Leo? For right now, well, they will be.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's you can clearly see the gap. I won't, I'm just thinking of the meme. Stop is already dead. So I won't, I won't continue to speak about Outlast. I think, we're looking at a bunch of players that are clearly inexperienced, have, worked their ass off, like Lex said, to get to tier 1.
They have,
and they chose to stick together. I think there is learnings they can take. Like I said, a stage of NL is long. You have a lot of play days. I just would like to see more spark, more unpredictability, not try to play too perfect, rather try to play unpredictable and chaotic. I think some of the rushes they did on attack, especially towards that piano side, which was the only round that really got close, by the way, I thought that was one of the kind of playstyle I can really bring. I think try to bring that kind of, Russian energy, try to throw everything at the wall, because if you play default, you're not going to win.
And that's the thing, though, Leo, and I know you're new here on the NAL, but like this is something that we were seeing a lot last stage, and this isn't what I meant in terms of coming into this, especially on that attacking half. Like, I wanted to see a lot more problem solving, and the problem solving isn't, to me, to just throw bodies in a situation, because you can see how disjointed they are even in their attacks in some of these rounds. I mean, I do feel some of these rounds they did have the man advantage, and then someone would just overstep, lose another body, and then they would just keep trickling down from there. So I mean, they have the workings to make it work. It's just, I think individually people have to realize the situation they're in and just pump the brakes and say, how do we get to this next step? How do we isolate this player? And then they can secure another round and then hopefully get to that 3rd round.
Well, I know this team is ready to go, and I know 5 Fears, JJ Blast, as always, will have some choice words for us. JJ, congrats on the win. You guys are starting off the stage with a good one here, 7-1 over Outlast. Oh, there, of course, yes. Tell me about the narrative here, the expectations that you guys have going into this stage, right? Obviously, last in kickoff, you told me you had a tweet drafted weeks before your eventual qualification to the SLC Major. Do you have any tweets in the draft already? What's the situation going over there?
It's too early for that. Real quick, before I get into that question, because that's a lovely question. Alphama, my friend, I remember a certain tweet rating the players.
I know there's nothing average about you, man.
Nothing average about me except one thing, brother. All right, anyway, to answer the question. Yeah, I mean, we don't, a big thing we've built this team on, especially once we started to see success, I think our coaching staff drills into us, is there is no expectation, there's only standards. And every day we just try to get on and uphold our standard. And I won't lie, like, honestly, since we came back from the major, we've kind of been struggling a little bit, more than we thought we would have. I think a lot of people have caught up to us, so it's just time to evolve as a team today. I mean, like, kind of saw 2 shield bans come out of Outlast, and kind of expecting that the whole stage, man. So trying to add to the duffel bag, trying to be more versatile as a team. And, you know, some of the scrims haven't been going so well at the start, but I think, you know, as the season progresses on, I think we're starting to catch our groove a little bit now. And I also think we're a unit that, like, when kind of the game day comes around, I think we try a little harder, unfortunately. One day we'll figure it out in scrims, but for the time being, I think we're slowly progressing.
Well, JJ, again, congratulations on yet another win. I mean, you guys are on the right track, just similar to where you were in kickoff. That's how it all starts, with 1 win. See if you can have another flawless stage, you know? That'd obviously be pretty sweet. But I do want to talk about this match in particular. Obviously, you touched up on it. I said going into this, for Outlast, if they want to have any little bit of chance into this, is to get rid of the shields. They got rid of those shields. You guys immediately pivoted to bringing Solid Snake. You brought the Dokkaebi. You were bringing a lot of information that was still being able for you guys to rely on information and play off that information. So clearly it's showing that you aren't just so reliant on shields anymore, that you do have a backup contingency plan if those shields are eliminated. So to your point and how hard you guys are working, obviously I don't know the inner workings of what scrims are looking like, but you clearly understand where your strength was last season and what teams are going to try to do to take that away from. And it seems like you guys have a proper response. And as you were saying, just adding to that duffel bag.
Yeah, for sure. When we came back, like the first week and a half of scrims, we weren't even allowed to play a shield. Even if they left it up, like we just didn't even play them. So we know it's coming. So yeah, we're just trying to expand, man. And like obviously we are great with the shields, and it's kind of just makes life easier. But I mean, a lot of people think like we can't problem solve and stuff, and do all this other stuff like the normal meta. Like we can do that too. It's just like if you're gonna let me and Forrest walk around with shields, we'll do it. But I mean, Foe's shooting now. But Astralis Foe's back, baby.
Honestly, like, I won't lie to you. You saw my tier list. You knew what I was expecting from you guys at kickoff. I won't lie to you. I saw the names and I was like, you know, none of these guys are names that I've seen in the international events, and it's not guys that I follow because it's not my region. And you came out of the blue at kickoff. And like, not only did you surprise me, you surprised everyone. Like, who would have bet on you guys to go undefeated? Let's be honest, no one.
Not even us, brother.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm going to ask you a very straightforward question. Many people could have said it was because kickoff was 3 weeks long and it was a short stage and there was a group of 4 teams and it was a fluke. What do you answer to these people thinking that you cannot repeat that miracle and you cannot secure another top 4 and qualify to EWC?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just like a Mars take out of people. We had like the group of death. Like we beat Shopify like 7-2 or 7-1. We beat M80. Like a major team. We beat. Everyone said 100T was better than us. And even like 1 of 30 is like they're now for fun. Like they're a solid team. So like we had a hard group, man, and then we also beat Wildcard. Like so like the only team like we didn't get to play was like DZ, SSG, and like Outlast, right? So like we played all the good teams, man. And then we played some close games at the major too, man. I think for a team with no experience.
Yeah, FaZe was super nice.
Yeah, we fought our asses off. I thought like the FaZe game could have went our way if we played a little bit better. Same with VP. And like for a team of rookies to be there, or like first year players to be there in the 2-2 game and be a 1 round 3 minutes away from qualifying for main stage, man. It's just Foe told us. Foe has been a great leader of the boys. He said the feeling's gonna suck, man, but we got a whole year ahead of us that we're just gonna keep grinding it out, man, and we got a lot of Siege left to play in our lives.
All right, JJ, thank you so much for your time. As always, a lot of Siege left to play indeed. I'm sure we'll talk to you later. Have a good night, man.
All Nation runs!
Incredible. As always, JJ giving us some good answers as well there. Some really mature stuff.
The first wise words I've ever heard from Forrest. Woo. Celebration.
Well, it's no surprise to see 5 Fears in a very familiar spot, atop the standings here with the best round differential and a regulation win. They're joined, of course, with 3 points by M80, Dark Zero, and Shopify Rebellion. I mean, we have shaping up a fantastic stage ahead, and we start the day tomorrow with 100 Thieves and M80.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a grudge match for sure with Hot and Cold versing his old roster. That should definitely be one you don't want to miss. But honestly, today really, again, it's very competitive across the board. I don't think there's any single game here, maybe Outlast vs Dark Zero, but outside, maybe Cloud9 Wildcard. But outside of that, I do believe we do have a lot of good games tomorrow and a lot of shakeups can happen.
Impressions. You were here in NA, first time you subbed very last minute, so thank you so much for doing that. What do you think of the competition? How does it stack up to what you've seen in EML?
Listen, I've got to give it to you guys. What did you say? I was about to say something positive.
No, I was just saying.
Yeah, right. I've got to give it to you. It has been entertaining matches. Really, I've had a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of great level as well. Like I thought Dark Zero playing was amazing. I thought that the match between 100 Thieves and Wildcard was insane. I told you guys, I feel like really NA has a whole bunch of teams that can compete on the highest of the highest levels. So honestly, getting to watch all this with you guys, I had a lot of fun. It's a late finish for us in Copenhagen. It's like,
yes,
what, 2 a.m.? Yeah, but it's been fun. I'm
made
still,
it through.
Yeah, and I'm fully full of energy. I'm almost sad that I don't get to watch the games tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have Fresh taking your spot tomorrow, but I'm sure we'll get some more great EML insight and some more EML copium as, you know, we got to experience over here. But thank you to all of you tuning in and joining us in our first day of Stage 1 here in the NAL. It's been a pleasure to have you. As I said, we'll be back with Fresh tomorrow. For Laxing, for Leo, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m.